Welcome back, everyone, to the 2017 MSI play-in stage. Yesterday, we saw some explosive games with unique picks from the teams in Group A, and 4 more teams take to the Estúdios Quanta in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for their chance at making it to the MSI group stage. Plenty of fans in the audience today clapping those Thunder Six, the Brazilian crowd energetic as ever. Hello, everyone. I am James Dash Patterson, and I am pleased to welcome Zach Rusty Pie to the analyst desk, and also Mark Zimmerman is here today.
That sounded a little, less excited for me.
No!
Not at
Equal
all.
level of excitement for the both of you.
I didn't wear a tie yesterday.
100%.
I knew you weren't happy about that, so I wore your favorite, OCD crushing tie.
Tilts me so much.
There's no discernible pattern.
How does it feel to be here in North America on the analyst desk?
I mean, it's good to be here. Happy to be on the analyst desk. It's a culture shock to come back to America, though.
You got the cast in yesterday. You get the analyst desk experience today. How are you feeling about Group B as compared to Group A from yesterday?
I mean, Group A was definitely exciting. Group B, there's a stark contrast in how they play the games out, but you never really know what you're going to get with these groups.
All right, well, let's start with a look at where the teams in Group A ended the day. Turkey's Supermassive had a perfect day 1, going 3-0, while Brazil's Red Canids fall behind them at 2-1, leaving the OPL's Direwolves and LJL's Rampage shy of making round 2 of the play-ins as of right now. Still room to go, though. So let's talk about some of these teams, the top 2 in particular, Supermassive.
Right, I mean, they went 3-0, so obviously you're going to say, oh, they're the best team in the group, but it was not just the fact that they won all games, it was how they looked doing it. A lot of the teams were very scrappy and fought a lot, and they had 1 or 2 games where they were really able to limit the amount of kills and play a more macro-focused game plan, and that's something that is going to help them a lot over the course of this event, because everyone's going to be fighting all the time, but if you can make sure that you're picking up objectives with good vision control and rotations, that's going to be a huge advantage.
Yeah, clean macro play from them, but realistically, we're looking at who can actually challenge them, because they are coming in favorites towards this, and I still have my eyes on the Red Canids. I think they have what it takes if they can regroup, come back, and play properly again as a team. The mechanics were there, the macro was not.
They've got some work to do, though, because that being our 6th game of the day, that heads up between Supermassive and the Red Canids yesterday. Supermassive, actually, the fastest game of the day was that game, in what should have probably been the most competitive.
Yeah, but you have to look at kind of how the pick ban shaped out. You can see that they were forced off their comfort champions. Red Canids love playing that kind of pick style, and then they just basically took away a bunch of those pick-type champions, and they forced them to play this a lot slower game, and they had that shield comp with the Caitlyn, which is something that's been very strong over the course of the event so far. So it was just a great game plan out of Supermassive.
We'll see if any of those teams can fight back and catch Supermassive in the standings on day 3. But today, we've got 4 more teams with eyes on a spot in the group stage. Day 2 starts with the LCL's Virtus.pro against LLN's Lyon Gaming. Follow that up with Vietnam's GIGABYTE Marines versus LAS's Isurus Gaming. So just like with Group A, those teams will face every team within their group for a total of 6 games today. Yesterday, familiar faces from Supermassive showed up huge for the Turkish team, and today we'll be looking at some recognizable names as well from last year's All-Stars to do the same. Levi, Optimus, both big stars at All-Stars, and also we're going to be looking for them to make moves here today.
Right, definitely in this tournament you see the importance of individual strength, and Levi is the kind of guy who showed up on the international stage a little bit previously in the All-Star tournament, had a great Lee Sin, was able to set his team up for a lot of plays, and that's really what you're going to look for him to do today as well. Lee Sin still pretty strong in the meta, so hopefully we get to see some kind of repeat performance.
Yeah, Levi looks fantastic, but he's also flanked by stellar people, so they perform well internationally. You can see here from the Lee Sin himself, but locally, he's got the likes of Optimus, as he's referred to, Optimus as his mid laner. Yeah. So fantastic players, fantastic duo. Individually, they are superstars.
All right, that's just one team, though. Another star player to keep your eyes on is Emp from Isurus Gaming. Role swapped ADC to mid. We're no strangers to that kind of situation here in North America.
We've seen it before in North America. I think this was a little bit more successful of a case because when we're talking about this Piglet, obviously on the 9th place team, didn't look great when he swapped to mid. Here, Emp switches once again from AD carry to mid, is actually able to carry his team to a championship in his own region. So a very different story, but very cool to see that someone's able to switch between the two.
Successful for Latin America South, but of course their brethren on the opposite side, Latin America North, also have a strong mid laner to contend with, and that's going to be Saya. So again, one of the big carries for this team. Emp was a big deal for Latin America South, but it's all about Saya for me with Latin America North. Strong mechanics, strong decision-making with his team, actually plays a part in the communication with them all also, and then he's also flanked by White Lotus, who is just outstanding.
And while you talk about Lyon Gaming, we have to remember that just last year at the IWC qualifier, their run there was cut short by Albus Nox Luna, who became, tournament and crowd favorites there at Worlds. Well, guess what? They're not going to even have their opportunity for revenge against Albus Nox because they didn't qualify over Virtus.pro.
Right. I mean, that was kind of a huge upset story coming out of the CIS region, was the fact that, kind of the heroes of all wildcard teams on Albus Nox, now M19, got knocked out in the semifinals by Virtus.pro, and they did it with some nice pocket picks. They had a Kale that worked out really well, And now that they've actually made it all the way to the play-in stage, they have a lot to prove because they did not have like the strongest year overall. They dropped a lot of games, and I think they have a lot of weight on their shoulders after they knocked out kind of the heavy favorites.
Yeah, but this team honestly is fantastic. So yes, they finished in the semifinals. They weren't best in their region. They showed up when it mattered most, but it was 5 games the whole way, right? So there's still contention as to whether they are the best team representing the CIS region with Virtus.pro. But every single player on this team is strong individually once again. It seems to be a trend throughout Group B in particular, but they all carry, they have 5 threats, and they can all show up when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as was mentioned, they're going to have to prove even to their own region that they deserve to be here. It wasn't a fluke that they took down M19 and that they really are the strongest team within this tournament as well. Yesterday, we talked about the patch changes and whether or not we'd see any creative picks. Well, we got our wish. We had the likes of the Galio, which was just introduced to the champion pool after the rework, but we also saw things like Darius, Azir, Jinx, not typical of the meta coming into the tournament.
Right, and I think a lot of the situations you saw actually were pretty well thought out. The Galio pick in particular coming in for a Supermassive, they used it as a tank who also worked almost like a support with the amount of damage reduction he was able to throw on the Caitlyn, so you saw some really creative usage of some of these newer picks there.
Yeah, Darius as well showing up with Jarvan for the Red Canids side, used as counter picks towards the top lane. Galio, if you did watch the LPL finals, I know we didn't, it was at 1 a.m., was also played in the mid lane. So the beautiful thing about that pick is it's starting to crop up as one of the biggest deals. The rest were counters, but Galio seems to be starting as an actual meta choice.
Right.
I was going to say, the only other thing for me is obviously the jungle pool. We talk about how important Ivern's been, and even though there were some Graves nerfs on this patch, he was still pretty much permaban status, and once that's banned out, one of the best counters to Ivern's priority goes up even higher, and we saw that was a champion that a lot of people were struggling to deal with.
The question is, will Group B follow the same trends as Group A? Will they diverge entirely? Will we see things revolve around this Ivern pick and the Caitlyn Lulu meta in the bot lane, or will people go an entirely different direction?
I wouldn't be surprised to see it go a totally different direction, just because when we were doing our prep for these kind of teams, they had some crazy picks. There was a Talon top. You see Sona still being played by a lot of these guys, so you might see some crazy stuff today.
Yeah, the beauty of that is that yesterday we were looking at a lot of counter picks towards top lane, that's why we're seeing these crazy champions. Today is much more about flex picks, and they have stronger mid laners in this group. They want to emphasize the strengths of those mid laners, and so they end up just throwing the Talons top lane, putting Ryze top lane with some of these teams because they want the counter pick in mid lane. So there will be a lot of variance, but in a different place.
All right, so within the mid lane meta then, if we're supposing that this group might be a little bit more mid lane focused, what are the types of champions and maybe mid lane jungle combos that we're looking at, given the buffs and nerfs we've seen recently, that might serve to be the strongest duo going up against the opposing team?
I mean, we haven't seen much LeBlanc, obviously. Caston was one that we touched on yesterday, getting bumped up a little bit. So if you start seeing a couple more of these assassins versus assassin carry matchups, then you would kind of see that maybe be a thing. As well as, I think there's still a lot of good control mages. We didn't see too much Syndra or Orianna, but those are the kinds of champions that you would think heading in you'd see a lot of.
And Syndra did feel pretty much pick or ban, and for me it's going to be the Lee Sin and the Syndra combo. It's not an assassin, but she may as well be, just without the mobility. So as far as I'm concerned, jungle is always going to be the Lee Sin, mid lane's always going to be the Syndra, depending on the pick and ban.
And we also have to consider, too, that with this Group B, I mean, we teased it a lot yesterday, this idea that Group A is the stronger group, the more competitive, the top teams are there. Well, guess what? That's all irrelevant to Group B because you just have to win this group to get on to the next round and face either TSM or Flash Wolves. That being the case, it makes, or rather puts a lot of focus onto these first couple games of the day and which two teams are going to start with a victory and which two teams are going to start their day with a loss, and how will they then move forward from there, either with the momentum that they've generated or how will they bounce back from the loss that they receive.
I mean, it's a really tough one to talk about because when you look at these teams and how they perform in their region, most of them smashed their region super hard. And when you see that kind of dominance, when they're picking these kinds of comfort champions that aren't super meta and they're able to style on their opponents, you start wondering about the strength of the region. And so, yeah, Group A had the better teams because we had seen them at previous events, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're actually the better group. And so it's just really hard to predict when you're like, okay, Lyon Gaming had an average of 3, 4, 5,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. Are they actually that good, or is the competition in their region not necessarily as strong?
Which actually comes back to, again, the subtleties of Latin America North, Latin America South. They all play on the Brazilian server, so assumedly you'd say that Brazil is then the strongest region. They're all the sister or lesser teams of that, but both teams are getting better rapidly. However, CIS and Turkey from each respective groups, they play on the EU server. So naturally, they have the slight edge as to where they individually are going to be as performers, which is why you look at Latin America, North, South, Southeast Asia, and you're like, they need to actually have team play. They need to have some kind of team synergy.
And that's very interesting because if we look at Supermassive from yesterday, kind of that step above the rest of the teams that they were was in that macro play. Those couple, games of evidence where we saw, hey, with the lead, they understood how to cleanly push the game forward. I think that will be the real test today in terms of, setting a team apart from the pack here in Group B.
I think you can even be like too dominant. Like if you are in your region, you're constantly smashing games, you actually start picking up bad habits that can get exploited against better competition. If I can just 1v1 you mid all the time, do I really need to understand the intricacies of warding and roaming and getting control of my mid lane and working with my jungler when I can just 1v1 you all the time? It's not the same kind of things that you need to worry about once you move out of that, kind of smaller pond into the big ocean of international competition.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to go back to champion stuff for just a brief moment. I mean, we did see the Darius, we saw the Jarvan, even an Olaf picked into the top lane, and those could be arguably, bruisery to, split pusher type champions. Well, what happened to the Kleds all of a sudden? Where is the, the GPs and the somewhat more strictly carry-focused top laners? Granted, Jarvan can fill that role.
I feel like a lot of this just comes down to the team's individual comfort, because I think in the major regions, Kled, as an example, speaking as an LPL caster, is like the number one champion. Yeah, because he's a carry and a tank. He's able to do it all at once. Teleports are fantastic. Flanks are also there. But a lot of these top laners that we're seeing are either committing to the split push or they're committing to the teleporting, committing to the team fighting, whereas Kled's versatile and does both. Gangplank kind of can do both as well and matches the Shen, but we're seeing none of these because they're so committal to one role, not being versatile.
Yeah, now, of course, if we look at maybe the support meta, we've talked about the Lulu, the Karmas, and how there's plenty of characters that can fill that utility role. But we mentioned Bard getting a big buff and maybe introducing some more of those roamers. Of course, Thresh was a contested pick yesterday and does open up teams in terms of strategic opportunities to capitalize on a pick, right? And in terms of teams that might suffer in kind of their macro strategy, those would be the kind of picks, correct me if I'm wrong, that we might see them, lunge for in terms of creating opportunity within the game for victory.
I think you've seen a couple more melee supports as well here, where we've seen them playing Tahm Kench's, Leona's, Gragas's, like a lot of these kind of crazy ones, Alistar's as well. And so it's going to be weird to see if they actually go for those, because right now we've been in a meta for so long where the range, mage / support champions have been so overwhelming in lane. Like you go up against a Lulu and a Karma, they just push you in and harass you. Can you actually pull these off against higher quality competition? That's where I want to keep my eye on, because I would love to see a Leona just take over a game and roam around the map and blow people up.
And just off that even a little bit further, like to the point of the Bard in particular as well, if people are playing Thresh, then Bard can definitely still show up to play. But if you commit to a Thresh, you're playing a pick comp, and so these individual players will perform better. But the team play may suffer if they aren't playing at their best, or if they're counted in lanes, suddenly they're going to have a bad time. And so you can pick these, but it is riskier because if it doesn't work, your team play, which may have been lacking, then actually gets worse.
All right, one more champ-select thing just because we have the time to talk about it. Ivern versus the early game junglers. Yesterday was a lot of Ivern versus Lee Sins, but we see the Elise creep in every once in a while. What's your thought process here? I mean, obviously, again, part of it's going to have to do with play style and personal preference of the teams, but in general, as yesterday revolved around getting that Caitlyn and getting to a position where, hey, at the 6-item or the 5-item mark, we have enough shields on our AD carry. They act as a 60% damage reduction tank with a Knight's Vow and a Galio ult. Is that just the way to go with League of Legends right now? Is that, the maybe safest route, the winningest route?
It's been trending that way for a little bit. We've seen the Lulu crop up mid a couple times now. It was played in Korea. Faker did it. So, you kind of see these shield comps coming back into power. And I think the Ivern one in particular is like, he's not a great early game skirmisher, though he can be really annoying. And with the nerfs that kept coming in over the course of the season to things like Rengar and Kha'Zix, and those guys kept getting knocked down to the point where now Graves is the one who might abuse him. But other than that, I mean, Ivern is a great shielding, great utility support. You see Caitlyn being, having a strong laning phase, and you say, oh, well, if we combine these two, suddenly we have a team comp.
And if this is the case, Rusty, how do you beat that, right? So now I'm running into a Lulu, Kate, Ivern composition, and even maybe a Galio top to make this an absurd example, right? How do I beat this? Is it to go all in on the burst, get those LeBlancs, the Zeds, the Lee Sins, whatever it is, or is it to kind of match that sustained damage and hope to, to equal the power late?
So you can try and have an aggressive jungler and stop him from taking camps, a lot of what the Iverns want to do now with Caitlyn is just scale up. So they'll find you in the jungle and they'll try and take your camps and keep you behind so that you can't gank. So you can either go for him when he goes for you, or you can change up what you're doing completely, have winning lanes everywhere, and just win the map through laning phase.
The players making their way to the stage now, getting a warm welcome from the crowd there in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So we'll be heading into games shortly, I'm sure. Now, whether you're watching in Sao Paulo, Chicago, or anywhere else in the world, make sure to tweet us at LOL Esports with the hashtag MSI2017 to let us know what you're excited to see throughout the tournament. Make sure to call out the big plays from the play-ins, and we'll be checking in all month long at what you guys have to say. I mean, we had some big plays yesterday, even if we're just referencing what we've seen already so far. I mean, that coupled with the picks as well. I mean, it was fun to watch the Darius Elise combo start to go off in the top lane. A Shen kept it 3 CS and killed under turret at level 2. I mean, that's the kind of exciting League of Legends that sometimes we don't get to see in, you know, the major regions where you develop a stale, specific style of playing League of Legends.
Yeah. And the beauty of international tournaments in that respect, particularly all of the former wildcard all-stars or internationals that we've actually had, is that the meta shifts very quickly and rebuilds itself from day one. So we started to see the makings of Caitlyn, Lulu, Ivan. Yes, they're good, but this is now the meta of that group. And Group A and B can be entirely different.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is you might see, just because we were talking about how different the counter picks are here, you might not see like a really obvious meta develop. It really depends on how much you're scrimming and who you're scrimming against. We talk about kind of metas always developing in playoffs and worlds where, you know, all of a sudden everyone's playing melee supports, and then you go to MSI 2016, everyone's playing range, everyone totally changes the meta after a couple weeks. Here, given that it is day 2 of the whole event, and, you know, only the first day that these guys are playing, you might see some crazy stuff.
All right, well, we got 6 big games headed your way today, so let's go ahead and get right into it. Before we send it to the casters, though, let's hear how fan expectations are affecting members of Lyon Gaming.
Considerando los favoritos, no creo que nos afecte porque eso no marca nada. La wildcard pasada, Lyon era el menos favorito y le fue bien, así que eso no creo que quiera decir nada. Hay que demostrar cuando jugás.
Yeah, we had a breakout performance last wildcard. I think we surprised everyone with our game. We went first in groups and I don't know, no one like saw that coming, I guess. But this time around, I guess we get more respect. That's kind of weird. It has never happened like in the international stage. Like we get so much respect, and it's really a different feeling. But we feel good about it. I mean, we're confident, and let's hope to repeat it again.
No sé, o sea, comparado con la última vez, estoy agradecido que la gente nos considere como favoritos, porque la última vez estábamos como que éramos los underdogs y todo el mundo pensábamos que íbamos a salir últimos. Pero esta vez creo que la gente espera más de nosotros, así que nada, está bueno eso. Genera más presión, pero está bueno igual.
Yeah, I think we have improved quite a lot. We had a roster change, but I think our gameplay has improved a lot. We try to fix the problems that stopped us from winning the whole thing last year. So yeah, we try to work on that, and I think we got a pretty good level of gameplay right now.
Good day, everybody. I'm Devin Pirate, Technics Young. Joining me for a brief stint on the best coast is, of course, James Stresso. Larry, how you doing, man?
It's good. It's a much better coast than the British coast.
Oh,
so
a little bit better weather, I
West
suppose.
Coast over here, great weather.
Fantastic stuff. Now, day 2 of the play-in stage is going to start off with the LCL's Virtus.pro versus the LLN's Lyon Gaming. And as you heard from some of the members of Lyon Gaming, well, big pressure this time now that they're expected to be a top team.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Lyon Gaming coming into this one, of course, crushing through their league, but they've got some opponents that maybe there's not quite so much pressure, at least on them as a team, but a lot of pressure on the region.
Absolutely. Now, let's go ahead and get onto those starting lineups on the blue side for this game. It will be Virtus.pro representing the LCL. It is Doxy in the top lane, Creox in the jungle, Paranoia on mid. The bottom laner is Blasting, supported by Santis, and their coach is Moo.
And that means on the red side of the rift, you just heard from them, it's Lyon Gaming. In the top lane, Giral, jungle Oddie, mid Saya, bot lane White Lotus, support is Genthix, and their coach is Yeti.
And that's a team that they had undergone quite a lot of changes before their big performance nearly qualifying for Worlds, but Genthix is the only new one now.
Right, and I think it's worth putting into perspective that for the last year, Lyon have kind of been rebuilding. You take it all the way back to this time last year, they finished bottom of the qualifier for MSI. Worlds, they came within 1 game away from winning, and that was when then Albus Nox shut them out, and Lyon have been crushing through their league ever since. But their opponents here, Virtus.pro, they're looking to prove they deserve to represent their region because the CIS had such a strong showing at Worlds. Coming up through the group stage, but it's not Albus Nox, not now M19, it's VP. Coming through into the Invitational. Yeah, they have run through the gauntlet after placing 4th. There's a lot on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, this is really difficult, especially when you consider the fact that these guys are all new to the international stage. The org itself has been around for a while, obviously had a lot of success in other esports titles. However, Virtus.pro as a team here, they are going to be going in completely blind. I mean, it's hard to go up against Lyon Gaming, who have so much experience.
But I think one player that they can look towards here is when we zoom in on the mid lane matchup. Sia versus Paranoia. We've heard a lot about Sia. He has crushed his way through the LLN. You can see the statistics all in favor of Sia. That's because he's got this carry-focused playstyle, very mechanical. Whereas Paranoia, for VP, highest played champion, Talia. He has been more about playing with the rest of VP as a team. And yes, it affects his laning stats, but I expect VP to have a very team-focused organization coming into this game. I think this could be a fantastic clash of styles.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, Lyon Gaming, they're a team that gets very quickly ahead and kind of rolls through. It worked so well in the LLN, and they didn't really have that much that kind of gave them a lot of resistance. If VP can do that, if they can survive the first 15 minutes, we could see a very different type of game, and Lyon might not be prepared for it.
And it's always interesting when you look at previous experience from regional teams, because at All-Stars, at wildcard qualifiers before, the CIS region were known for dragging games out. Very long games, predominantly through mid-lane, wave clear mages. Now, that has changed, but if that's a playstyle that VP have that's very comfortable and confident for them, maybe they can slow down Lyon. Maybe they can actually force Lyon to have slower games, make better decisions. I think this is a much closer game than a lot of people are giving it credit for on paper.
And it can also set the tone, right? If VP come in and they're able to stall out, or at least able to shut down Lyon Gaming early on and not give them a big advantage, that can really start to flip the tables and flip the expectations for this group. Because we talked a lot about how Group A was effectively stacked with a lot of really hyped teams, and Group B a little less so, with Lyon Gaming being kind of that signature, they crushed their region, they're looking to do the same here type of team. But if VP set that expectation differently, we could be in for a very different side of this group stage.
Yeah, and as we head into picks and bans, we now get to find out what are the changes from yesterday. A lot of picks and bans were 100% focused when you look at the likes of Ashe, Syndra, Varus. We've already got some adjustments with that LeBlanc now being taken off the table, but I mean, the blue side bans out of VP here, taking away some of the strongest picks from yesterday in the Ivern and the Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's like they were saying on the analyst desk, you pick the Ivern, pick the Caitlyn, all of a sudden, you've got yourself a nice protection comp in the making, and Virtus.pro do not want to have to deal with that, so they've removed it. Lyon answer with the Kennen ban.
And now that's putting a lot of pressure now on Doxy, potentially in that top lane. Of course, us being from Europe, we have seen a lot of Kennen in the AD carry role as well, but Doxy didn't actually show Kennen in the regular split or the playoffs. So interesting, we now get to see the adjustments here in picks and bans. Lyon, maybe that's a ban away to try and reduce any lane pressure in the top lane.
And they've clearly been doing their homework on the side of VP. They ban away the Rengar, one of the most played champions for Audi during the LLN opening split, and there is going to be a Lucian ban.
And that means Graves is available here. That has been one of the most banned out junglers. You don't have to pick it right now because typically people have been picking that into the Ivern. It's a good clear jungler alongside it. Shout out with the hover over Sona. The CIS region have put Sona in their games a couple of times, but this is now a very early game focus from Creox. He played 4 games of it in the regular split and playoffs over in the CIS, but now we get to ask, what does Audi play in response to this? He's played a lot of Kha'Zix, that Rengar has been banned. the Elise is maybe where you start looking towards as this draft goes further through.
Yeah, he showed a bit of a larger pool than Creox has throughout the split, but they don't necessarily have to take it on this rotation unless maybe they want to mix things up afterwards. The Ashe gets locked in early on, and Audie's still hovering. We did see a Shaco game out of him. It could happen. I don't know about right now, though.
Not right now, perhaps, but I think it's interesting here. You pick the Ashe, it's likely to be Varus in response. We've got Caitlyn off the board, we've got Lucian off the board. There is the Elise, so VP have to take the Varus in this rotation if they want to contend in that bottom lane against Lyon. I wonder whether they'll also look towards support for Santos. He played a whole lot of Tahm Kench, and Zyra is available as well. His two most played champions are up and available for this draft.
So with the Varus locked in, they can definitely look to make that lane a nightmare for White Lotus and Genthix. We'll see if they decide to round it out on this rotation. But definitely they're making for a lot of pressure, but no, Paranoia locks with Taliyah.
Yeah, that's the Taliyah we were talking about. His most played champion in that middle lane. I'm now expecting to see VP to play quite heavily around the bottom lane with this, with the Varus, pair it with something that can push as well, whether it's the Karma or the Zyra that we have seen. Maybe we'll see VP focus down to get blasting ahead. But for Lyon now, do they look towards mid lane here? Do they try and pinch the support pool? They're going to end up losing out potentially on a mid lane matchup if they don't end up going for it.
Yeah, and they lock the Echo, so the Zyra might end up getting banned on this next rotation, but they have themselves a mid laner to match. Seiya going toe-to-toe with the Taliyah Paranoia, and now we enter ban phase 2.
Yeah, don't know whether Seiya will end up taking the Ghost or the Teleport that we commonly see on the Echo in the mid lane. You can obviously TP in, run a 1-3-1 composition. Obviously, that depends now heavily on what Lyon end up getting. Now, where we go as the last set of picks depends on the pacing Lyon want to put on this. They ban out one support already. It starts indicating they're looking potentially to last pick top lane and pick the support first in this rotation. That's what they're indicating towards, but it doesn't necessarily lock them into that.
And we have one top lane banned away on Virtus.pro's side. It's going to be the Kled off the board right now.
Now, do you take the Karma away here? The Zyra, is that your second ban for Lyon Gaming? Those would be continuing to focus on the middle lane. Will they look towards taking away something in the top lane, perhaps? Like a Nautilus that could be flexed, now gets taken away from the draft as well. So Lyon trying to steal as much pacing away from Virtus.pro in ban phase 2 as they can.
Yeah, it's also Doxy's most played. You know, he's had a fair amount of success on that champion and it's been his kind of go-to tank. So if he decides to still go for a tanky champion, kind of falls down a little bit in his priority. We'll see what the last ban is for Virtus.pro. It is going to be the Fizz. There's a couple carries off the board there, and now it's back to Lyon.
Yeah, a lot of these matchups are the anti-tank matchups that take away Lyon's ability to take something like a Maokai that they have played previously. Now, will it be a Rumble that comes out is the interesting thing. They would be heavily into AP damage, especially if they were looking for a ranged support. Nope, it's going to be what we were talking about before. Take the support here and end up turning this back around.
Yep, so the Karma's all locked in. We have the Ashe Karma bottom lane, and that's a lot of matching harass. We'll see what Blasting is able to pair with. Santos having to lock in his support on this last rotation. We'll still be looking for that top laner, but Doxy's going to have to take it blind. 10 seconds remaining. Oh, and the Blitzcrank is in. Hello.
Santos. Now, he has played one game, and it is one win on this Blitzcrank. This is a champion we started seeing in Europe at the end of the split.
I mean, Johnny was having some fun, but still.
That was when games didn't matter. Now this game does matter. And look, you pair this together. Maybe they go Shen here, something that can, again, come to the bottom lane and look to snowball. You've got a Taliyah coming down. A Blitzcrank is there. Rumble does the job as well. You can TP down and have massive impact in these fights. All they need is Santos to hit one hook, and bot lane potentially snowballs so heavily in Virtus.pro's favor that Lyon gets stalled out past that early game play that they were looking for.
Oh boy, that is a challenge. Did not expect the Blitzcrank to be coming through, and now it's back to Lyon. What do they answer with?
This is a difficult spot because Gnar would be one option that we've seen. The Camille is available, of course. A couple of adjustments to Camille. Can be played into the Rumble quite effectively. A little bit less sustain than she had on previous patches on 7.8. This is going to be an explosive game. VP focused on snowballing bottom lane. Lyon focused on a 1-3-1 setup with an Elise to create picks and advantages. Camille, Echo, if they get ahead, are going to be so unstoppable for VP without one massive 5v5. This is going to be a very fun game.
And Lyon are going to need the coordination that they've built their time together to try and shut down this Virtus.pro snowball machine. Oh boy, anytime you have a Blitzcrank, things are just going to be looking good. He's going all in to get that Ignite. You are going to have a lot of action in that bottom lane. White Lotus and Genthix are going to have to watch out. And man, how bold do you have to be to pull this out in your first game on a big international stage? That is a big statement.
Yeah, that takes a lot to kind of just say, lock the Blitz in. We know already, we've played it in one game. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Oh, yes, indeed. You know, it's not the first time we've seen a team from the CIS have some interesting support choices. This is the region that Licrit comes from after all, but Virtus.pro are trying to follow in those footsteps and come up with something innovative. We'll see if it's enough to take down Lyon Gaming and set the record. Put themselves on the top of the expectations table. Group B over here, Lyon Gaming, they're looking to show up to those expectations with their 1-3-1 composition. Oh boy, it's going to be a challenge though in that bottom lane.
This has been a fun draft already. Of course, Blitzcrank doesn't offer a massive amount to a push potential in that bottom lane, so I do expect VP's bot lane to some extent to get pushed in. Now we have to see, does Creox come bot lane? Does Oddie come bot lane? Where does the focus go? Because, you know, Paranoia, he's coming bot as soon as he's got that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of roam potential on this VP side, and we'll see if Lyon can hang tough here, and if they can get themselves into the 1-3-1 setup that they want, get a couple of kills on either the Camille or the Echo. I mean, that's definitely the ticket to starting to get the ball rolling for them. We'll see if they're able to get it done.
And this is a really, really emphasized 1-3-1 snowball style composition out of Lyon Gaming, where if they get ahead, that at least gets 1 kill for an Echo, 1 kill for a Camille that you're talking about. It doesn't really matter what White Lotus and Genthix are doing in the bot lane. They can afford to be slightly behind as long as they don't end up giving over a bunch of kills to the enemy. If they go even, Lyon Gaming will have such a good spot to play from.
Yeah, try to survive against that blitz lane, but all the same, Seiya, definitely a big superstar on this team, and with the Echo in his hands, you can see it being a rough matchup. We highlighted him versus Paranoia, and it really is true to their styles. Trying to carry from the lane versus trying to play around the team. We'll see who takes it. The crowd lets up a cheer as we're in to game number 1 of day 2 here at MSI 2017. Virtus.pro, Lyon Gaming.
We're getting some Blitzcrank play level 1. You've all seen this in solo queue. You group up with the Blitzcrank. This ward out early is a really good deterrent to this from Lyon. This is the, like, I'm not trying to be derogatory, but this is the very common solo queue-esque Blitzcrank start. You invade the enemy first buff. If you can take it away, catch somebody, get anything, it instantly sets the team ahead. However, it's easily read. One ward already denies a lot of this early game playmaking from this Blitzcrank before minions spawn and before the lanes settle. That doesn't mean Lyon are out of the woods with this Blitz, but that's the way you deny the first play from VP.
Yep. Able to see it coming, shut it down early on is important, so they didn't take any chances on the Trinket wards, placing them nice and early. And as a result, Virtus.pro are unable to get anything out of that early play. But all the same, if they can shut down Audi early on, especially on this Elise, that mitigates some of that early pressure on the top and mid lane.
It does. It was looking for somebody that's slightly out of position, somebody that's not used to playing against that Blitzcrank. Oh, that was a little unfortunate timing perhaps out by Audi there, but does manage to tank these Raptors pretty effectively afterwards. But now we need to look at this bottom lane. This is where the Blitzcrank is really going to come into his own, as Audi is dropping quite low on this. But when you look at bot lane, Ashe, no real escape. Karma, no real escape. Against a Blitzcrank, it's a good pick. There are very few AD carries that are particularly good against Blitzcrank. You look at the likes of an Ezreal, so what it means is if Blasting and Santis actually do land one hook, you get the flash. The next time you land that hook, you get the kill. So White Lotus and Genthix will have to keep Blasting and Santis at arm's reach here. Keep them as far away as possible.
Ooh. Yeah, Paranoia is trying to do the same though, but Seiya, he goes in early on, the phase dive throws the Time Winder out, and he's going to just have to try and survive. He is leading on the CS, but as things start, it is just a wind up back and forth. And Paranoia, well, we talked about him trying to get on a roam, and I don't think he'll be coming down that early, but he does get a few wards out. Does not want to fall prey to Audi early on in this game.
Yeah, I like this early ward out. Paranoia now stops any kind of tricky play, whether it's onto Creox or whether it is onto Paranoia. That ward right there will spot almost any path into mid lane. You can hug the wall And as you've also seen the jump over to the blast cone from Oddie, they're looking for bot lane. This is because White Lotus and Genthix want to put as much pressure on this Blitzcrank as possible early on. That's a very early cocoon that doesn't quite land.
Pixel away, they pull Oddie in, he takes a tower shot. It's going to be the end of it, but Santos is dropped low.
And Oddie couldn't repel in. You never want to. You always want to hold it so that you can repel back out. But in this lane, there's also that more deadly focus where if you get pulled in and you don't have repel, there's no escape. You would have to burn flash at that point. So Lyon Gaming trying to put as much emphasis on bottom lane early as they can. VP hold their nerve. Nothing really gets used.
What we haven't talked about yet in this game has been the top lane matchup. The Rumble picked blind, of course, and answering on the last rotation was Jiral's Camille. We'll see what he's able to get done with this one. Camille is a champion that can obviously close gaps very effectively early on. In pre-6, Doxy could have been in trouble, but it's been more of a farm fest right now, and they're just trying to place as many wards as they can to make sure that they can't get caught out by Oddie once again.
Exactly, and this is where Doxy very smartly puts wards up in the top side jungle because they know Oddie, he spent time in the bottom lane. It means he has to clear out the rest of his bottom jungle before he can come up to Krugs on the top side, if you assume he has done a regular clear, which now the wards have spotted out. That means VP is safe on the top side for a while because Oddie doesn't want to fall behind in experience, and they can play again to kind of stall out any early snowball that would come from Lyon Gaming.
All right, blasting.
Is that a Storm Raiders Lee Sin?
That is a little bit of a different keystone than we normally see on the Lee Sins. Oftentimes the Thunderlords giving a little bit extra damage, but that you have to do a lot of damage to be able to proc that.
Yeah, this is Creox saying, I'm going to go Tiamat, I'm going to just carry, it's going to be everything about getting kills. Well, we'll see if it actually pays off at any point. This could be the one time where you're able to get away from under tower or something from that happening. We'll keep our eyes and keep that in mind as we go through the game. But Creox now going aggressive.
Finds Oddie, turns right around. The Cocoon keeps him stopped up, and he's unfortunately going to have to safeguard out of there. Bold move by Creox, but it wasn't enough.
And that is one of those areas where without the additional damage coming from Masteries, it's difficult to take that trade early on. You land right into a Cocoon. Any jungler, pretty much, that gets cocooned by Elise in a 1v1 means you end up losing that situation. So with less damage from Creox, it also doesn't help out. But again, no impact yet from this Blitzcrank. We keep coming down to this bottom lane because that's one of the areas where it is going to have a lot of impact, but it hasn't been felt yet.
Well, it's a high-risk, high-reward champion overall, and unfortunately for Santos and Blasting, they honestly just kind of get pushed back under tower. This is going to be a lot of early push for White Lotus and Genthix, who've been able to survive this lane just fine.
Yeah, and our matchup that we were featuring coming into this Seer versus Paranoia, not quite knocked. 6 yet.
Has to burn that flash, he's going in, but Oddie's come right back around. In goes the Time Winder. Parallel Convergence doesn't connect. Paranoia is able to heal up nice and easy, though. And once 6 happens for him, he's going to be able to get his roam on down to the bottom lane. Question is he going to go for it right away as Creox heads topside?
Yeah, now, you look at what VP have been doing to try and track Oddie through this game. It's been effective. It's forced Oddie into situations where he's reaching a little bit more for engages, throwing out the Cocoon earlier. And Paranoia was able to move out of lane in enough time. Now, he has hit level 6. Keep in mind, Seer did use his teleport, so it means that that roaming advantage is potentially in favor of VP. But with Creox in the top side, Paranoia recalling back out low mana, they can't really go on this. But Jiral, remember, he can go untargetable.
He does. He goes right in onto Doxy, turns around and keeps them locked up in the cage. But Creox is trying to juggle that aggro right now. Doxy tanking way too many tower shots. And an ult for an ult, and that's the trade.
Important block from Creox there as they go under the tower. If Jiral had been able to jump back out onto Doxy while he was carrying tower aggro, that potentially could have been a big misfire in the 1 versus 2 situation. They could have maybe got a kill, but it's an important block from Creox. He knew he didn't have tower aggro. So VP try the play on top side, but Camille specifically is a very difficult champion to try and get on past 6. So VP are trying, didn't quite come up with anything on that one.
Yep, and while Creox was a little occupied up on the top side, Lyon Gaming managed to sneak their jungler and support really inside of the bottom side jungle and ward it all up, steal a few camps away. It's going to be hard now for VP to go that way unspotted, and we haven't seen Paranoia go on a roam yet. In fact, this bottom lane has all been Lyon Gaming. Here comes Oddie.
Here comes Oddie. Got to be careful of that hook, of course, but his blasting is taking a lot of damage.
Teleport flash. Ooh boy, White Lotus, quick on the fingers. Stop that one up. You definitely want to respect it, but there have been summoners traded around the board. It's Blasting who doesn't have a seal, and Santos who doesn't have his flash.
Yeah, flash for flash in that bottom lane, and the teleport was used. Let's keep our eyes on that one as Doxy didn't have the equalizer available, so VP throwing a lot to hold that situation, but both teams in a very tense situation to begin this game off. No real plays have been that effective yet in this game, but VP, you've got to give him credit for trying to track Audi around this map. Remember, Lyon Gaming have had some of the biggest gold leads of the teams here in the MSI first round of play-ins. They normally average 2.8k gold lead at 15 minutes. Right now, we're just about even between these two teams. Nobody is really crushing.
Yeah, and you couple that with they have one of the fastest game times too. We could be very well in unfamiliar territory. As Gerald goes in onto Doxy, there is the equalizer out, but Gerald dodges most of the damage. However, can't dodge away from the Flame Spitter. It's a trade up top with the spinning aggro, but all of a sudden the dual lanes arrive, and that's first blood for the Blitz.
They didn't expect the lane swap up to top lane. They were getting pushed in heavily for VP on the bottom lane for a lot of this laning phase, so they just say, okay, it's a losing lane, let's take the trade. This is something that Vedius was talking about on the Analyst Desk yesterday, where you get yourself out of these rougher situations by making a lane swap happen. Now Audi has to be careful, repel up, but here comes Paranoia.
There's a flash already burned, and they got Audi down. Paranoia finishes the job, and now they're going to be able to push this tower nice and quick. VP, they swing up topside, get 2 kills. They're going to get first tower blood.
We said Paranoia was looking a snowball for his bot lane. Turns out they were in the top lane, Devin. They come up top, get tower first blood, get the first kills of the game. And Lyon Gaming, they are not used to this early game play out of VP, at least not in this game. When you look at how VP is starting to take things to them, react to being at least marginally behind early on. Lyon didn't have that answer in this playbook, and that's something I want to track throughout the rest of today. Is this a common symptom of Lyon Gaming? Because in game 1, VP seemed to have their early game number.
Even if the Blitzcrank wasn't able to get a whole lot of plays down on the bottom side, moving it up to the top definitely paid off right now, and as a result, VP are rocking themselves 1,500 gold lead, just shy of 10 minutes on the clock, and well, they're looking pretty solid at the minute, waiting on those item spikes. We'll see what happens when they start grouping a lot more.
And now the thing you have to look at for VP on the next phase of this, as Paranoia maybe gets dope. Oh, nice arrow.
Stops him up just a second, but Santos is there to intercept. Genthic's coming around. Liner foiled.
Arrow forces the cleanse out of Paranoia, but this is the response I was about to say. What will VP do here? How will they then look for the next tower? Because the worst thing they could do is sit back and just allow Giral and Saya to get a lot of farm and utilize the 1-3-1. VP have to keep taking it to Lyon Gaming to start this game off. They have to continue the lead that they have and deny Lyon's ability to set up their side lanes effectively, but Blitzcrank does struggle with that. Mid lane is typically where you'll end up putting the Blitzcrank next, but as long as you play with a lot of respect to Santos, it's hard for a Blitzcrank to have the same kind of impact as a lot of supports.
But they can use him just to try and scare off Lyon Gaming, as they were able to do with help from a few other members as well on this Dragon Pit. It is a Mountain Drake, so it's going to be very important, especially if you're Lyon Gaming, to try and get those 1-3-1s, chipping away at those towers. You want to make sure you can grab as many of those types of Drakes as you can, but since they're very contestable right now, and the Mountain Drake's a little bit tougher to finish off, Lyon didn't want to opt for what could have been a bad situation. Kriok's looking, waiting in the wings, does not get the steal off on the blue. A little too late to the party.
An important ward just caught Santos on his way up to mid lane there. What they were trying to do is have Blitzcrank drop out of vision, appear in mid lane with the likes of a Talia. Doxy was around mid lane as well. Maybe you come out with the equalizer and suddenly whoever's sitting under mid tower just dies. And there's no way of holding that tower, but with Santos getting stopped, Paranoia ended up recalling as well. VP didn't have that additional momentum. They're looking for it again here. 2 versus 1 in mid lane. Sia has his ultimate, has his flash, and has a lot of respect towards what VP are doing right now. And that's a good sign out of Lyon Gaming. Now they're starting to react to the initial plays out of VP.
Just able to walk it out right now. Still, the lead very slim, but that might change. And Santos wanders right into the brush. Saya's going to get the finish off. Teleport coming in for Doxy, but it is a little bit too late. Support's already down. They do seismic shove Audi back in, but he's gone up, and now he goes down, trying to juke out the shots from Kriok, and Doxy kicks him. Finish the job. He even lands a Sonic Wave on a White Lotus, but he thinks better of it. Rather go for the Drake, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. But Dragon going the way of VP.
VP had to continue to take that fight because Giral wasn't TPing in, which means Lion Gaming were focused on trying to get that tower down in the top side. They thought Doxy was going to cancel his TP, so VP had to get at least another kill, had to get the Mountain Drake from that exchange. Arrow comes in, hits Paranoia.
Oh boy, he's going to get stopped up for just a second, taken out by Seiya. That's his second of the game, and now Doxy tagging in. A double kill for Seiya as he gets pulled. It's Genthix that gets pulled on the other side, but now Lion Gaming are going all in on this mid lane. Looking for Doxy. Giral decides to opt out of that one, gets attack sweep on. Doxy Santa's still trying to chase, but there's a blast going there. Giral's going to be able to get out safely for now. Santa's keeps chasing, though.
Yeah,
Not to get a pull off.
This time it's the TP from Giral that turns it around, and that's a lot of pressure now put on that middle lane. Of course, they now don't focus on the top side with that Camille for now, bringing the fight to mid lane. See it, although he's down in CS, is heavily up in the kill focus as well. Look, White Lotus again hits that arrow. This time Paranoia doesn't have that cleanse. It was down from the last time that arrow hit, and Lion Gaming have just grouped on mid lane and said, okay, we'll take the fight to you while you don't have everybody available to help. And then Lion just continue go past the towers, zone off VP. It doesn't result in a tower for them in exchange, but again, a 3-0 echo is exactly what Lion were looking for.
They managed to turn it right back around, so the gold lead honestly is a lot slimmer than it used to be, and considering the fact that Lion weren't even working on the full power spikes just yet. I mean, you look at what White Lotus is packing at the minute. Since he got the early Berserker Greaves, he still was waiting. He just finishes now his Blade of the Ruined King to match up with what Blasting was doing, but Blasting was still sitting on basic boots. And now, well, they're looking pretty happy with the way Seiya's managed to get fed here. That is a lot of gold in his pocket to try and work with.
It is, and it means that Paranoia now struggles to have impact in the side lane. Echo will just be able to take those trades. Has Proto Belt on as well. Oddie, they've baited Paranoia up. Flash for Flash will be a happy one for Oddie at least, because now it means if Seiya or Giral face off against Paranoia, should mean almost certain death for the VP's mid laner.
Yeah, they have to watch their backs right now. The pressure's still on for this Virtus.pro squad. Doxy trying to push in the mid lane, but you can see the rest of Lion Gaming mobilizing to intercept here, and VP are wise to it. They're not going to push any farther than they have to. All the same, very close game as we approach 15 minutes.
Yeah, close game, one dragon on the board. Mountain Drake is the second one. Had a lot of Oceans and Cloud Drakes yesterday. Already getting some of the more exciting ones. We've got a Blitzcrank in this game as well.
Opening on the day. Like this, you can't really ask for a whole lot better, Stress.
No, not at this point now. We got to look at it though. Lion with the TP down in the top lane. VP the same. Arrow comes out mid because they want to go aggressive while they got the numbers.
On to Blasting. He's going to have to burn Flash, and he just can't quite get away. White Lotus finishes the job with a few arrows in his back. 2 sums down, and you still die. Feels bad, man.
It looks like Lion kind of had almost a mentality shift here where it went from not reacting quite quick enough to VP to now saying, okay, we need to respect these guys so much that it has to be us making plays with this Ashe. Put it in mid lane, throw the arrow out. That's 3 for 3 on arrows hitting in mid lane. And it means that Blasting now is the victim of that engage in mid lane. And I like that Lion suddenly have gone, okay, we cannot wait. This game has to be dictated by us, just like all of our games were in the LLN.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro are finding that one out the hard way, that Lion Gaming can really adapt on the fly and make some big plays. And I mean, we talked about Seiya being the superstar of this team, but it's worth mentioning White Lotus all the time as being pretty much the next guy on that roster. And he's definitely going to earn a lot of respect after this game. You can see it's already happening. The QSS picked up for Blasting second item. He's still on basic boots, but he wants to get out of those arrows.
And now that's a pickup that is necessary for Blasting at some point in this game, and right now it becomes somewhat of a deterrent. It will earn its own weight in gold for the rest of this, because you can see White Lotus just kind of says, okay, Blasting, you need to flash that. You didn't, and now you're dead. So White Lotus flashes in himself, but importantly, this is one drawback of Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank has very low utility when it comes to assisting allies. Great for picks, great for silencing people and knocking people up. Very bad for anything like shielding, healing, saving, you name it, Blitzcrank can't do it. And that is where this pick does let individually Blasting down. He now has to buy a QSS very early because there's nobody to assist him in that moment that arrow hits.
This is so troubling too when you consider what we were looking at, the comp being built up is to try and get Blasting ahead, and he's been set a little bit back at the minute, especially when you compare to White Lotus. Yeah. Not only has a sizable CS advantage, but the item spikes, the damage, the kills, everything.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to pin it all on Santos, Blasting died with flash and heal up, so it was certainly a somewhat avoidable death there, but that is just one comp limitation that VP have in this. But I still like the plays they made in the early game. We still want to see more of this rumble with the equalizer coming through. Maybe they can zone away on the mid lane and focus that tower down. That's one area Blitzcrank has great success in. You just walk towards mid and everybody has to give you a lot of respect.
And they have the siege ability. I mean, it's helped a little bit as Santis gets tinged by the arrow, but they turn it right around. Creox gets the kickoff onto Genthix, who has to burn his flash away. All of a sudden, it's a party in the mid lane as Giral is even walking through, and the two mid laners are nowhere to be found down towards the Dragon Pit at the minute.
You can see Paranoia has to take a big distance away from Seiya at almost all times because of how far away he is. Now that equalizer coming out zones them away. It's VP trying to get the tower.
Giral will not be zoned. He takes down Santis, throws him in the ultimatum, and all of a sudden Lyon are mobilized to try and chase this one down. Doxy taking the shot from that Hextech Proto Belt, but that's about it right now. The rest of Paranoia, or the rest of Virtus.pro managed to regroup with Paranoia coming in. Can't siege this mid anymore, though. There's a big minion wave, and the rest of Lyon are here. They want to push it themselves.
Yeah, but Lyon now are going to look over towards the Mountain Drake. It's a much easier objective to take at this point, and that was a little bit greedy, perhaps, from VP. They'd already got the equalizer behind the tower, and Lyon weren't quite reacting to it. Maybe if they'd have pulled across and hit the tower from behind the minions, like Santis kind of got locked down by Giral. Now, maybe it's VP overextending again in this middle lane. If they get locked down here, it could be a big problem.
Couldn't get the tower, but they have found Seiya right now. He's a little bit low. No ultimate just yet, still on the cooldown. But Lyon have managed to clear away the wave. So they hold their tower. They grab themselves a Mountain Drake. Things are looking a lot better for the LATAM North squad.
Also got the flash from Doxy on that exchange as well. So VP, now we've entered the point of the game where this 1-3-1 is starting to get strong enough to drag VP around the map, stop them from grouping. No teleport, no Weaver's Wall, none of these abilities that can group quick enough. And that means Lyon Gaming, at most points in the game, will have an advantage just from composition. If they can drag this out to the side lanes, force people into a 1-3-1 setup, they will have the advantage.
We'll see if VP can't force them back into more of a 4v4, 5v5 situation. For the time being, they've got to deal with these side waves. As you said, Blasting preoccupied on the bottom side. See the Lyon Gaming members up top are already backing away as they managed to clear a few waves. It's still only 1-1 in towers. It has not lacked for action, though, as we expected. A lot of fights, a lot of skirmishes. A couple of dragons on the board, but 20 minutes into this game, still anybody's to take, but Lyon Gaming are looking a lot stronger at the minute.
It is still mostly an even game, which means VP, they're still at a tipping point where the next fight or two really settles this for them. If they get a fantastic equalizer or a hook onto Sia or White Lotus is a lot more likely to get killed in those exchanges if he gets hooked in. That's what they potentially can build from. Now they hook Genthix.
Oh man, and they even had Creox right behind it, but if you blink, you would have missed it. Blasting gets the kill for that one, his first of the game. And now the siege is on mid with only White Lotus here to defend. Audi scrambling behind, but they're gonna have to take this one and instead try to trade it Seiya up top.
And all you gotta look at is the mini-map. You see Seiya top side, Giral bot side. You know exactly what VP are gonna do there. Genthix with no flash, didn't clear enough distance from Santis to be able to get away. It looks like Santis flashed in before the hook. And that means the VP, they take down that very difficult mid tower to get, but Santis caught again.
Yeah, looked like he was catching Audi, but it was the other way around. He takes him down, and Blasting just has to leave him for dead at the minute. The rest of Lyon Gaming have already moved towards the mid side. Even Seiya closing a gap up in this jungle right now, and with Doxy still no teleport, down on the bottom side, it was an easy pick, and unfortunately it looks like Blasting's in trouble too. Kick back. But now Creox is caught and goes Paranoia. Can they turn this one around? They get Audi.
Yeah, Audi couldn't quite flash out over the wall. And this has become quite scrappy in this mid lane. You can see Lyon trying to collapse around to the mid lane, trying to dive in behind, but that tower still stands and is very healthy. And Santis got cocooned into the arrow. Good layering of crowd control. Blasting doesn't have enough damage to save Santis from this. Teleport ended up completing out of Giral. They ended up pushing further towards mid lane and looked for the dive, but VP turn it back around and at least hold their own in the mid lane. Back and forth, very even matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, a lot of fights. Sometimes it just comes down to how well you can coordinate a little bit better. Virtus.pro, this newer squad, having come into the LCL at the end of last year. Only been together just about that time, but they were built from the best available roster that the CIS had to offer, and There's a reason they managed to get here. Remember, they knocked off M19. The former Albus Nox Luna had a very surprise finals with Vivecta Syndicate, or esports, I should say. And in all honesty, there's still a lot of fight in these guys, especially coming up against a team that has only lost one game in their home region throughout this spring. And here comes Paranoia. Weaver's Wall is going to stop up Audi. Now White Lotus isolated, pulled in, taken down. The gang squad's arrived. And is this going to be a Baron attempt?
They can look for it now. White Lotus, remember, one of the big engage tools here. They can at least get vision control around the Baron. They are going to start it off with the Rumble, with the Blade of the Ruin King Varus. They can take it down a decent pace early on. It is at about 6,000 health right now, but Lyon Gaming still have a lot of bite left. Seer 3-0. Proto Belt has the ability to get in, get a multi-person stun, so VP have to back away. But it's a good pick. Onto White Lotus while he doesn't have flash. If every fight happens like that, VP will be very happy.
See if they want to try to make another play in onto Seiya here. Creox does land the Sonic Wave, but he doesn't go any farther than that. Naughty doesn't want to take this. Meanwhile, White Lotus just gets the respawn timer, and VP are back to the Baron pit to try and clear away the vision. A lot of wards placed inside of that for Lyon Gaming side, but now the path forward is clear for this team. Definitely want to pick up that Baron buff and try to counter push as much as they can. Ooh, Santa's revealed. Little too early on that hook trigger.
Yep, just couldn't quite connect with it, but you see how just losing either White Lotus or Genthix affects Lyon's ability to get out on the map. Like, one of the things that a lot of people kind of overlook with 1-3-1 is how important that 3-person stack is in the middle lane. Like, everybody sees the side laners doing all the work and goes, okay, great, it's the side laners that are earning all the money on this one. Well, if you don't have like 80 carry your marksman in the middle lane, then you have to compensate, whether it's Jural coming across, Seer coming across. It's one of the basic concepts of 1-3-1 in League of Legends that, that when White Lotus dies, there's almost nothing Lyon can do to set up that composition. It becomes very, very tough.
Yeah, they need to be able to protect him as best they can. And to be fair, that is the first time he'd gone down, but with the Weaver's Wall cutting them off, that's a tool that Virtus.pro do have, and they've been able to utilize it well as Paranoia is able to fight it out to pick up his own blue buff. It was contested. Lyon Gaming are stacked around this Baron pit, but they're not going to rush it down. It's a very controlled team at the minute.
Yeah, controlled on this one now. White Lotus will have his flash available as we speak, which means that's likely not going to happen again. I think White Lotus will say to himself, okay, I'm just going to stay a screen's length away from Blitzcrank at all times in this game.
Generally a good idea when you're playing up against the Blitzcrank, but all the same, that evens the kill score out, right? It's 6-6 at the minute. It's very, very close in the gold, but Virtus.pro still have that early lead, and they now pick up themselves a Cloud Drake, so it's a little extra mobility, trying to make those picks happen a little bit more. But the later stages of the game, as you said, the 1-3-1 is especially good when you have a fed Echo. You have a Camille that has a Trinity Force, has for a little while, and is only going to get stronger on the side push with the Tiamat. Once you complete the Hydra item, it's going to be really hard for Virtus.pro to push back on this. You got to think they're going to have to force a fight down the mid.
And what a different playstyle it has to be now out of Lyon, at least when you look at pacing on the game. This is a team that had the lowest average game time of all of our MSI play-ins team, just over 31 minutes.
We might very well go past that. I imagine there's not a whole lot of reason we wouldn't.
And you look at that as being an average over 31 games in their split. Like, that's how much they crushed through. Now, VP sent a bit of a shock to their system early on, which I'm glad to see that Lyon can react to in-game, because I think you look at that early play onto top tower that VP made, it's a very smart play. Lyon then had to react with the mid lane engages. VP weren't quite ready for that, but now we've had the response come through again. This has been a very back and forth decision-making process that changes. They're iterating on it again and again, and now we've kind of come into a bit of a slow point out of VP. They don't have the flash down on White Lotus to try and capitalize on. Lyon have both of their teleports up, which means we enter the phase of play that favors Lyon. They can push the side lanes out. Any bad trade taken by Paranoia or Doxy, and they end up losing their life, and Lyon take a lot more than just one kill for it.
And VP, you know, it'll be interesting to see if they try to just keep going for these picks or if they can surprise in a big fight. I mean, they still do have this Rumble, right? We haven't seen a huge amount of 5-man equalizer stacking that they can just then turn into a huge team fight victory. It's mostly been used for picks. It's mostly been used to try and zone off towers. But now that you have 2 of the outer turrets all done and the bottom lane being pushed in by Jural, where do you start to send that Rumble?
you have to send him defensively, pretty much in the position that he's in now. He never wants to trade against Jural further up in the lane than he is now. Any trade that's taken at the midpoint of the map, Camille will micro you out, just jump on you and kill you instantly, and Doxy won't be able to survive that. But here, he's moderately safe. Any large wave that stacks against him is easily cleared. But Lyon need to try and force more. Oddie gets hooked in.
Oh boy, he's gonna go up, and the arrow comes in. It lands onto Santos. Now Blasting stopped up for a second. Asaya has tagged his way in, flashing forward, trying to finish the AD carry, but he has to snap back. Finally, Blasting goes down. It's White Lotus that is pumping out arrows. A double kill for the Ashe. Paranoia limps away, and Doxy arrives too late, throws the equalizer, but Lyon are all alive. Audi is very low, has to burn a flash. Disrespecting White Lotus, is caught on the side. He's gonna manage to take him down. It's Doxy staying alive, goes golden. Audi burning low. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Lyon committing more on the bot side again. Jural not TPing in early. This is something that has happened a couple of times now. Doxy TPs out of the lane, and Lyon say, okay, we can utilize the 2 kills we got here to get a tower in the bottom lane, which doesn't look like it's going to end up being that way because Creox comes down. So again, Lyon hold their top teleport. This play out of VP, good to try and capitalize on a hook that comes through, but look at where Creox is in base. It means the numbers advantage until the Rumble teleport completes is always in favor of Lyon Gaming. Santos falls, and at this point, the equalizer does a good job of cutting Lyon a little bit lower in their health bars, slowing them out. That allows the Weaver's Wall to come through, and at any point, Camille could have TP'd in and completely turned this fight back in favor of Lyon Gaming, but they hold on to the TP, they lose a kill at the tail end of it. They still have 2 kills to come out ahead, but you saw White Lotus, double summoners down, couldn't survive.
Poor guy, and you saw Gentrix just flashed over the wall. I was like, see ya, bro.
Yep.
Unfortunately, sometimes your support does leave you. But VP, they still got eyes on this Baron right now. A lot of pings, they control the vision. There is a few wards behind the pit for Lyon Gaming, and they're definitely wise to any Baron attempts, but everybody is stacked by this Baron side. VP really want to secure this one up. It's all going to be about clearing for the time being, though, unless they get a pick onto Audi or win a convincing team fight. Shouldn't be starting it just yet.
No, not just yet. You say get a pick on Audi, the Sonic Wave connects, and you're like, oh, is that going to be the time? But Audi is well in defensive territory.
Yeah. Although Creox has not really been susceptible to Lee Syndrome this game. We have to give him some credit for not going on some of the crazier dives. He's controlled it quite well, and I mean, obviously Lee Sin is jungle 101, but not everybody plays it that way.
That's true. We from Europe, we've seen a couple of particularly good Lee Sin players come to mind, so it's excited to see how Creox can compete on this Lee Sin as the game goes forward, because Lee's impact tends to fall a little lower. You don't quite become a kick bot, but certainly that is one of the engage tools VP have. So I was kind of talking a little bit about Jural not using his TP and how it didn't affect the team fight. Well, now it affects the game state because Doxy doesn't have his. TP available for Jural, TP available for Seiya gives full teleport advantage over to Lyon Gaming. So as long as they can play out on those side lanes, which for now they haven't on top side, Seiya can go and clear that wave top. They want to go for an arrow?
Can't hit them all.
No, but you also don't need to be making that play. But look at Jural coming across. Jural wasn't quite in position yet. Clear out the top lane. Reactivate that lane. It's basically a dead lane for Lyon right now as it's pushing in towards them. Put the pressure back on VP. Force them to play around these teleports more effectively rather than just throwing out an arrow in mid lane. That's the one time this game where it hasn't really worked.
VP know this right now. They're constantly pinging the top side. They want to keep Lyon Gaming locked up by this Dragon Pit because Lyon, they want to get this, they want to get out.
Oh, he's going to White Lotus.
Allowed here. White Lotus. Oh, the kick back in! And Santos gets White Lotus. This guy cannot catch a break. That's Dragon.
The difficulty on that situation out of what Lyon were doing was they were trying to group around to deny VP getting Baron, but the problem is now, look, top is pushing for them. Sia has to go there. The tower's already lost most of its health, which now is fine to clear the wave out, but look at the bottom lane pressure here. Camille had to recall come bot lane while the wave was pushing out. If Sia had already cleared that top wave and White Lotus had played a little further back, that flash kick hook doesn't really connect. You play with respect around the hawk shot, around the vision control, and then you say, okay, we have an Echo pushing topside. I want to push that wave all the way out. They won't get Mountain Drake if we have double TP available.
Didn't end up being the case. White Lotus found out the hard way as he was pinballed around in that jungle. And at 32 minutes, I mean, we've got now the gold lead swinging back in VP's favor. They get that kill. They get themselves another dragon, a mountain drake, so they're going to be able to push these even faster, including if they want to go for the Baron. And they get themselves the last outer turret.
Well, we passed the mark, Devin. We
are officially into unfamiliar territory for Lyon Gaming.
Wow.
Less familiar territory.
3150 is an average, so they must have had some
semantics,
games go
you
later.
know it.
But certainly, this is a period of the game where normally Lyon would say, okay, we're done with this, but they are behind in this game. And VP have had a great showing, and considering there was a lot of discussion coming into this game about the CIS region, some of the analysts, at least externally in the build-up to the MSI Plains, thought CIS maybe had kind of lost a step from Worlds. It doesn't look like it because VP are contending very well.
Speaking of step,
Lyon.
Yeah, flash burn. It looked like Audi was going to be getting a quick kill there, but they managed to turn it around as now Creox goes in on the chase. Cocoon's there. There is nowhere for the Spider to go, however. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he gets kicked down to oblivion. 9th kill of the game for Virtus.pro as Creox gets it.
A lot of rocks in that wall. Not sure building a wall is quite the best way of catching a spider, but nevertheless, it worked out.
I mean, it might be overkill, but it works.
Hey, look, there's not a lot of reasons to build walls, okay? LCS from Berlin. There's a lot of history in that one, but Creox wants to maybe make history out of that Baron, but it was just wards he was looking for now.
Rest of the line game here.
The hooks.
Oh, teleport coming in now. Doxy's going to complete this channel. Parallel Convergence is going to land. He dodges out of it. Blasting. They have caught onto Giral, but it's just enough to slow him down as he hook shots away. Still 9 seconds on Audi. Tense moment right now. It's pings for Lyon Gaming. They want to make sure this Baron does not get started.
Difficult though, as Audi only just back available. No flash means any kind of steal attempt on a Baron would be a one-way trip. It's not an easy one, but oh, here comes
a one-way. Giral, he's going to try to make the play onto Creox and Paranoia. Isaiah's got in the back. Giral's managing to finish that kill off, and just in time. They get themselves redemption coming down. Giral goes a little bit too deep, gets hooked in, pulled. He flashes in the pit, but not before Santos gets the final shot. Top and jungle traded away. That's a long death timer for both of those players. It's going to be a 4v4 for a little while. In goes Paranoia, looking for White Lotus, throw the equalizer down. He's going to burn his flash, dodges the shove, turning onto Paranoia, the flash, the hook! White Lotus gets the kill, but he gives his life, and now Blasting trying to duke it out with Audi Seiya tagging his way in. Audi comes down, the shot finishes him off. No junglers left alive in this one. Double kill now for Blasting before he falls. This is an all-out brawl, and Seiya is going to have to flash to freedom. Genthix is going to follow suit. It ends up being 2v2 left on this map, but Virtus.pro, they've got the charge.
Yeah, kill for kill, back and forth from both VP and Lyon, and this game explodes with a team fight as... I mean, okay, so Santos and the rest of VP come across the mid lane here looking for White Lotus, and White Lotus flashes early. He knows he can take the trade against Paranoia alone, but in comes Santos into the fight. The fadeaway arrow, one last breath from White Lotus is enough to take him down, but ends up losing his life for it. Blasting, long-range hook, not even looking around the wall, is able to pick him off. But Lyon scrapping these fights, considering Sia was 3-0 to start this game off, now 4-0-4. He's had great impact, but Lyon have struggled to stem the bleeding when it comes to White Lotus. We talked about this earlier, Devin.
Yeah, Doxy is going to find that one out the hard way. Can't be pushing up so far in lane as Giral is just going to wreck him down, and he walks it out nice and slow. Tag sweep, finishes him off a couple of auto attacks. Doxy's trying to get out of there, but it's just not happening. Buying time here, and now that is a numbers advantage for Lyon Gaming. They're going to be mobilizing towards this Baron pit, and there's teleport up for Giral.
Yeah, and there's no teleport for Doxy, and he's 47 seconds away from being alive. So all it means is Lyon have to control the vision around this Baron pit, and they can take the bot tower. The tower is the objective they're looking for. The Baron is the bait. If VP come anywhere near close enough, the TP might come out from Giral. White Lotus will have the arrow. This is a little bit greedy perhaps, but look where Paranoia is. That's one of the reasons why they've started this Baron up. But starting it throws a lot in this. Okay, they stay on it, they get it. Okay, that's fine.
All right, tense moment there. All the same, we saw Creox looking sneakily around the backside of the pit, but he was deterred. So Lyon Gaming managed to pick themselves up a Baron. Big objective for this team that wants to try to siege on 3 lanes. And it'll be up to VP to try and push them back while the Baron buff is active.
You ever tried to push back a 1-3-1 with Baron buff? Difficult task. But the way that they would stop that is, again, Santos gets a hook on White Lotus. No flash available. Elder Drake is up in 20 seconds. If Lyon perhaps end up going for it on their way out, then maybe they get picked off. They kind of can't rely so heavily on the 1-3-1 because both teleports are available. So Lyon kind of grouping up on this. Looking for Doxy here.
Doxy throws down the equalizer. It's not going to tag anybody, but he does turn into Audi, and Giral goes forward, narrowly dodging it. Seiya gets shut down right now. What was happening on the other side of the screen as Creox manages to chase away the rest of Lyon Gaming, and now Elder's on the menu.
Oh my, VP with 3 Drakes are turning towards Elder, but look, it's a bait. This is what Lyon should have been doing around the Baron buff. They couldn't quite get on to, I believe it was Genthix. Heading around in the middle lane, you can see VP can deny the push onto the mid lane tower and take Elder Drake. Camille is up in the top side with no teleport available. Doxy has his, but he can't really stop Camille with Baron buff at this point. This is level 18 Camille. Very difficult to take any kind of fight against, which means for the duration of this Baron buff, Lyon will continue to push forward with the minion.
But Virtus.pro have managed to secure themselves up the Elder Dragon onto Mountain Drakes. That's definitely going to help them to try and push objectives, but they need to stop the bleeding with the minion waves. Doxy's back. He's going to be able to clear most of these minions out with the Flame Spitter, but now where do they go next? A lot of them stacked mid.
It's unlikely for the duration of this Elder that they will be in a position to take objectives. Look, 1 minute 40 left on Baron buff. Yes, okay, Elder is a little bit longer as of a bunch of patches ago, but still, there's not a lot of time where there's no overlaps. You see it goes in, kick, immediately taken out. Of course, no way of him getting out of that kick at that point, not running anything like a QSS, can't, you know, ult back out. But Seiya gets caught out. We'll have the ult for the next fight.
Seiya's been slippery throughout this entire game. When you go 38 minutes without dying and you start stacking up those kills, it's very impressive, and there's a reason this guy is considered the superstar of LATAM North. However, you shut him down, and you see how quickly the fight starts to turn. VP with the 5k gold advantage with the Baron buff, or with the Elder Dragon buff against the Baron of Lyon Gaming. It's only for another minute though, and they're stacking on the mid. They really want to knock down this tower, second tier. It's pretty low.
Unfortunately, there's a wave clear sat behind the tower with Seiya clearing things out. It's interesting, the priority here, mid lane for VP is where they want to continue to go, and of course we talked about this Blitzcrank, you put in mid lane to try and hook somebody through, but that Camille is still pushing bottom lane. Good cutoff using the Weaver's Wall, but VP, this is a precarious position, but they will get the tower. I was wrong, Devin. I thought they wouldn't have too much of a position to take objectives. That's an inhibitor going down for VP.
But they're going to trade it right now. There's still a teleport on Doxy, but he's not spending it. So as a result, they're going to trade inhibitor in the middle for the one in the bottom side. It's an even trade because of how fast Giral is able to do it. But now they've got to get the hell out of Dodge, unless the backs can be stopped right now. Look what's going on the minimap. Giral is taking down the next turret.
TP coming through from Doxy. We're not quite in a base race situation, but VP may look to go back aggressive here. If they can deny Camille's recall, that's one Nexus tower down. VP aren't buying it. They want to play this game out a lot slower than a base race. They don't want to all in on this.
That was a dangerous game of chicken, but at the end of the day, Giral is able to march the minions through. They get one Nexus tower out. So Lyon Gaming actually coming ahead of that, but it is at the cost of Adi's life. It's 25 seconds till he's going to be available. What can VP do?
Slow the game down again. Here's what VP want to do for now, at least. They're looking for single picks to look to close these games out, and here was one of them. I believe this is where they end up killing. Is it Seiya or Adi? It was Adi they catch again. Flash hook comes out. Santos, you gotta give him credit. This, throw all the flashes at him. Get him, just get the kill, move back in.
Managed to get it at the end of the day, but still, that was a high cost with Giral able to push in. I mean, that's the power of a Camille when you're sitting on almost a full item stack. The Titanic Hydra has been there for a while. You had to kill him twice because he's got the Guardian Angel. So that is a legitimate huge threat. Even if Seiya has been kind of the primary carry of this team, you've got to watch out for that now too.
Speaking of primary carries, I think we know who Blasting's favorite player is. Reckless, he's got a frozen mallet. Look at it, he's got the
I thought
build.
we escaped it when we were moving from EU here. It's back. Okay, cool. Frozen Mallet. You get a lot of slow on your hits. Whatever.
Well, I mean, wow. Okay, it's dismissive. Fair enough. We can move on to a different talking point. It's fine.
I need to ease into this one. It
okay.
still throws me through a loop, but that's okay. Giral is able to push up in the top side now. So it's been less of a 1-3-1 and more of a 4-1 for a while. but it seems that it's working in Lion's favor as long as they don't get any more members caught.
That's a big ask. I think White Lotus will look back at this game and be very frustrated because he has been flash hooked like 4 times this game. And
Conveniently S4 down.
yeah, exactly. But like White Lotus, he's hit so many arrows early on that set this game up. The rest of the team, they've been a little uncoordinated on being out on the side lanes when they should be out on the side lanes. Like, look, there's no vision control to allow them on the bottom lane. The biggest symptom of this 1-3-1 not being set up that I'm noticing is it's actually Seiya that isn't out on the side lane for Lyon. That's not a criticism, but when you're running Teleport Echo, that is the play pattern that is expected, is you win the side lane, you're already ahead, Paranoia can't duel you. That is one of the strengths that Lyon are not leaning on in this game, because VP have a good way of catching out anybody that goes over to the side lane, and it's only really Jarrell that feels confident enough to be out there on his own.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely curious that they've been more focusing on having Seiya in the mid lane. And yeah, he's been instrumental in getting the dive on and maybe picking up blasting a couple of times. But when you consider how much time they've spent in the mid and they still don't have the outer tower.
And that is part of this Blitzcrank's difficulty, and that is a credit to VP. The fact that Lyon have not been able to take mid tower is despite arrows hitting mid lane. With this mid tower still standing, it drags Seiya to the mid lane. You cannot have full vision control of the enemy jungle to set up an effective 1-3-1 without making risks if mid outer tower is still alive. Speaking of risks, Lyon are going to try and go over the back of Baron Pit. Now they're a little bit split up. Look at where Camille is. Goes on to Doxy. There's 4 members of VP here.
He did not know that that was how many people were sitting right there. The redemption comes in. Adi's able to take out blasting. Maybe the fight's on here. Now the equalizer comes down. Itsy Bitsy Spider's got to pop right on up. White Lotus, Seiya, everyone backing out. Geraldo, he's caught. He's gone down to Doxy. It ends up being a 1-for-1 so far. But Paranoia, arrow down. I don't think Legolas had this many arrows, but at the end of the day, White Lotus is coming up huge. It is only going to be Doxy, Krios, Santos. They're all alive, but look at the bottom lane.
Yeah, look at the wave that's pushing in. They're trying to stop the recalls. Doxy just canceled his recall. I think he got hawk shot by White Lotus. The teleport's coming into the base.
They're going to try to finish
Seiya's
this one off.
going for the base.
Go look at the base right now. We're watching the 1v1 and Krios.
The TV coming back from
teleport
Doxy.
finally. Oh man, this is going to be nuts here. Krios is trying to
Seiya
finish his
killed
job. White
Santos.
Lotus
The
is
game
still
might
there.
just end.
He's on the Nexus. There are no more turrets here. Doxy does not have the health. Lyon Gaming right in, sneaking into the base, and at 45 minutes, they put away the game.
What a ridiculous end for Lyon Gaming. Seiya, we talked about the reluctance to play on the side lane while he TPs into the base. They stopped the recalls. I want to see how Blasting died. Adi got right onto him, took away the carry. White Lotus cleaned up the team fight, and Seiya says, here's my one job. I'm going into the base. This game's done.
Thought he was just going to be diving onto people all game and taking out kills, and that was the job. No. That was all distraction from the real job. TP in, take the Nexus, get himself 50 gold, and wipe his hands. Game is done. I cannot believe how that ended. We had 45 minutes of a very tense, action-packed game that Virtus.pro looked to be controlling, and then it all just unwound in about a minute.
A very different game as well. We had the good, solid plays out of VP swapping topside, the good response out of Lyon of sending the arrows down mid, connecting 3 out of 3, and getting kills from it. There was a lot of back and forth in this game, and we said coming into it, these two teams might be closer. I wasn't expecting the backdoor play to end that game, because that was a very close game.
All right, well, Lyon definitely came into this looking the favorites, and they got a win. However, VP definitely took it to him for a long time. And for more on that one, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A very exciting first game of the day. Lyon Gaming coming out on top there, winning a game without even taking down the mid lane first tier turret. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that happen before.
You know it's a wonky game. If that's going on, there's something not quite right with that game.
But let's get to that, because obviously there was 40 minutes of gameplay that led up to that. Let's start with champion select. At the beginning of the day, we were wondering if Group B would follow similar trends to Group A. In some respects, yes, and in others, completely different directions. We have a Blitzcrank coming in. We've got the Camille versus Rumble matchup in the top lane as opposed to the Gallios. So a fair number of differences between the 2 days already.
Yeah, the first big thing is we swapped what we're banning and what we're picking for the AD carry position. So what was usually a Caitlyn picked, it's actually going to be banned away with a Lucian. So Varus and Ashe are going to be freely picked. But you pick yourself an Ashe, you leave yourself open to counters that can take you down.
Right, and so you see, we know that Lyon likes to play a lot of high damage stuff. They pick another 1-3-1 comp, and the Blitzcrank makes some sense, but I don't love it, because on the one hand, it's great for like running up mid and trying to pick off that Ashe, but that's your only good target. There are a number of times he would hit the Elise just repels, Echo can ult out, Camille can jump up and disengage as well as building tankier. It becomes so hard that you have to hit only a single target, and the Blitzcrank's gonna, we always know, falls off, but especially when you start limiting the targets he can actually go for.
But that's the beauty of almost countering the 1-3-1 by forcing it in the mid lane, right? Because it's not just the Blitzcrank, it's Elise in, so there's 2 opportunities to pick people off, and then you've got a Rumble Equalizer to lock them down, and a Talia wall to block them into an area. So probability...
You'll kill the Ashe,
yeah,
for sure. It's just, what else is that Blitz doing after the Ashe is dead?
Yeah.
Who else can you hit? I didn't love it.
Exactly. All right, so now let's get into the game itself, because Vedius, if he were on the desk right now, he would probably be very happy at the fact that Virtus.pro, in that losing bot lane, recognized that they needed to get themselves out of it, decide to rotate to the top lane off the first back, force a couple kills, and therefore trade turrets. So a little bit more right from the outset, understanding maybe of macro play and the ability to still gain gold while, you know, sacrificing it or handing it over elsewhere.
I think that's a nice thing to see coming out of Group B, because everyone's talking about, oh, Group A is great, but we mostly just saw skirmishing in Group A, and I think here, even though it might not have been the cleanest execution of a couple macro concepts, you at least saw what they were going for. Starting with that rotation out of the bot lane, you saw Blitz was just pushed in and chunked out. Once they get a good recall off, don't even go back bottom, just start trading the turrets, open up the map. That is also what also starts setting up the 1-3-1.
And what makes that better, it was a 5-man effort to go to the top lane, right? They're not just sending their bottom lane from a losing position, trying again in another lane. They actually dive top lane. They make things happen progressively as a team of 5. It's a lot better to see in between all of the skirmishing.
All right, so there we get through the early game. We've seen some demonstration of solid macro decisions, maybe some slight miscues on execution, but the thinking is still there. However, we still hit that kind of point in the game where it felt like the teams were struggling to come up with their win condition. And maybe this is where we go back to the Blitzcrank and leaning on it rather almost as a crutch as a win condition, because of course when you get to 40 minutes, if you hit the right target, you could win a game off of that. Whereas for Lyon Gaming, it felt like a little bit more well-rounded of comp, that when they were in a full-on engagement and they did come away with a victory, that they could push off of it.
The only problem was Giral just never TPing into a mid lane fight. He would only TP in like after it was done. He would never join in a match 1-for-1. There's a skirmish in the bot river that he didn't TP to match, that lets it turn, and then eventually he TPs like 30 seconds later to make a different play. That was kind of how he used his teleports, was never to match and push a fight that was already going in their favor. He'd be like, all right, we're already kind of winning it, and I'll make another play later. And then they just end up in a lot of these trade situations where it's hard to actually get objectives off it, and that's why you saw the mid turret up all the way at the end of the game.
I mean, especially when you consider the fact that they were running double TP, right? So in that 1-3-1, you have 2 different people that can come and aid a fight at any time. And in some cases, Echo, you got Saya, who's coming in right on the outset, the first sign of any kind of conflict. And yet Giral is holding on to it. And so when you're not kind of syncing up those TPs, we can see they lose some effectiveness because you're still only in a 4-1 split.
And I wonder if that is less so perhaps the teleporting being poor from Giral, or more so that a VP of just hard engaged, hard committed to something in an unexpected time. If you're telling your team in 2 minutes, we're going to go for the Drake, that's our strategy, and then 10 seconds later someone's being flash hooked, a little bit harder to react to. There might not be wards there set up.
But if we're going to talk about a star player here from Lyon Gaming, at least here in Game 1, we got to talk about White Lotus. In a team composition that isn't necessarily built to protect him against a team composition that feels like it's built entirely to destroy him, this guy had an impressive display of individual mechanics and decision-making in most areas, even though his scoreline isn't, oh my goodness, that's the craziest KDA I've ever seen.
Right, I mean, that's one of the things. When you look at this comp, he's kind of left out to dry with all the engaged tools people who want to go in. He has to fend for himself. In the mid-game, he was the one who was able to set up a lot of the picks on the side of Lyon Gaming, really stalled out the game after that nice early rotation. And then once it came into team fighting phase, he actually played these super well, maybe a little aggressive at points, but I like to see him going in, cleaning up these kills, trying to win the situation hard. This is an example of, like, if Giral TPs in, maybe you chase through and actually finish off Paranoia. Instead of what ends up happening there is he gets that Taliyah wall and cuts him off.
Exactly. In that fight, though, the only mechanical mistake that I could point out was one canceled auto attack, but perfect target selection, gets the Bork all the way through, flashes for the kill on the ADC, so still trading 2 for 1, even though he died after that play. I would love to then see what does Lyon Gaming look like if they actually build around this guy?
Remember all those comps we were seeing yesterday? Those would look great on White Lotus. That would be exactly the kind of comp I want to see.
I actually cannot agree with that anymore. From seeing that game, seeing White Lotus hard carry.
Yeah, if we got a Galio in the top lane, 60% damage reduction on the Ashe there, that would be a fun game to watch. But the last thing I want to talk about here between these two teams is kind of their regional dominance or regional dominance on the side of Lyon Gaming. For Virtus.pro, the fact that they weren't regionally dominant, and how does that then kind of curtail into these international tournaments where Lyon Gaming, you heard the casters talk about it, they averaged 2.8K up at 15 minutes. Well, it was an even game here. The question is, do they then know how to play out even games? Yes, they got the win here, but it did seem to some degree like they were struggling for some strategies in their playbook.
And I think it's around that mid-game point, right? If they have an average of 31 minutes in their game time and they are even before that point, then how do they come back into the game? They did default to a super late game type of scenario, not breaking the mid lane outer turret, just defaulting to Dural, being able to out-split push his opponent. But he only out-split pushed because Rumble was teleporting into these fights and making things happen. Honestly, they happened upon a victory.
And I mean, the thing is, in best of ones, that's all you need. You would look and probably say that they were this is the hardest game that they're going to have today up against the side of Virtus.pro here. So the fact that they're able to pick up the win, not clean, we're saying, oh, you know, they're so used to smashing people that these 1-3-1 comps kind of run themselves from 5K ahead. But, you know, they do get the win here.
They got the W.
You got to be happy with it. I'm sure they're not like, oh, what a great game, guys. Can't wait for the other ones. They're probably going to go back, learn from this. But at the very least, they are sitting pretty so far.
Yeah, room for improvement on both sides, but Lyon Gaming going to pick up the first victory of the day. That was, of course, just our first game. So after a quick break, we're going to see if Vietnam's GIGABYTE Marines versus LAS's Isurus Gaming. Don't touch that browser. You're watching the MSI play-ins.
However, can't dodge away from the Flame Spitter. Trade up top with this mini aggro, but all of a sudden the dual lanes arrive. And that's first blood for the Blitz. Flashing forward, trying to finish the AD carry, but he has to snap back. Finally, blasting goes down. It's White Lotus that is pumping out arrows. A double kill for the Ashe.
Heal. Flash.
Heal.
Нет лакета.
Nice. Fight, Karma, come so far. But Paranoia, arrow down. I don't think Legolas had this many arrows, but at the end of the day, White Lotus is coming up huge. Lyon Gaming, they run in, sneaking into the base, and at 45 minutes, they put away the game.
What a ridiculous end for Lyon Gaming.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we jump into our next game, we're going to send it over to Shox, who's standing by for an interview with Lyon Gaming's bot laner.
Hello guys, this is Shox and I'm joined by White Lotus after the victory of Lyon Gaming over Virtus.pro. A very back and forth game, so congratulations. And the first thing I want to ask you about is talk me through the shot calling at the end of that very, very back and forth game.
¿Cómo estuvo, Mati, el shot calling al final del juego, que estuvo un poco complicado y raro?
Es que como que teníamos un setup que era de 1-3-1. El tema es que en el split se nos estaba complicando bastante porque la Camille no estaba pudiendo presionar quizá tanto al Rumble. Y era bastante molesto porque su Triman Squad entre Blitz, Lyon y la Talida me podían tirar el muro y al no tener movilidad era bastante difícil. Pero después, o sea, como que la idea era como que controlar la visión del Baron y después como que pelear ahí. Y, o sea, esa team iba a decir todo, más que nada, quién ganaba o perdía.
It was a little bit hard because we wanted to do 3-1-3 split push, but Camille wasn't doing really the damage and has had trouble fighting with Rumble. So by the end of our only main goal was to actually have Baron, and that's why we win the fight.
For you personally as AD carry, it seemed like a very tricky game as Ashe versus Blitz. And Lyon, how did you keep your mentality positive after getting hooked and kind of dying a bit in the early stages?
¿Cómo hiciste para seguir positivo después de haber muerto un par de veces gracias al hook de Blitzcrank?
Como te digo, al no poder split pushear, lo único que nos quedaba era quedarnos medio y era muy difícil ser Ashe contra Blitz, el muro de Talía y todo eso. Pero por suerte mis compañeros cuando les dije, che, me estoy desesperando un poco, pero me intentaron calmar y como que por suerte me pude mantener el mental good.
It was really hard at the beginning because all the control they had with Blitzcrank and with Lyon, but he started being a little bit desperate, so he asked their teammates for a little more of understanding about it, and they all support him, and that's the reason he actually made it very well.
You guys did. You guys get off to a great start here, first victory. What are the expectations for Lyon Gaming? Always a lot of pressure on your shoulders for the fans back home. What can you do in this group and in the tournament?
¿Cuáles son tus expectativas para Lyon en este torneo y qué se siente tener como tanta presión de los fans en LAN?
Bueno, la verdad es que nuestro objetivo sería como que salir del grupo, ganar el grupo. Y obviamente siento que de otro lado está como que Supermassive, que es un equipo bastante fuerte esperando, que siento que se va a ser el que va a ganar. Pero nada, más que nada como que concentrarnos en ganar nuestro grupo primero y después veremos qué pasa. Y con respecto a los fans, siempre como que los fans de Latinoamérica meten mucha presión en los torneos internacionales y espero no decepcionarlos.
He says that he is really excited. He wanted actually to just focus on the first part of the tournament. He also is happy to avoid a Supermassive in the first part. And about the fans, he's always under pressure, but he feels, well, it's lo último de los fans.
Espero no poder decepcionarlos.
He doesn't want to disappoint all the fans.
Well, you guys did in this first game. Great victory. Felicitaciones. Muchas gracias. And now back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. I have to imagine as an ADC that White Lotus there is breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that the hardest game he could have possibly played is already behind him. Ashe into Blitzcrank, Lyon, Varus, the likes.
You're happy it's not a solo queue game. When you get those games solo queue, everyone's like, what's wrong with you? Why are you dying when we leave you alone versus all this engaged?
Absolutely, yeah.
Much nicer in a competitive environment.
Now we'll see if the team decides to build more around him, given the fact that he performed and showed up so well in Game 1. But we've got to turn our attention here to Game 2 coming your way. Our next match pits the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines versus LATAM South's Isurus Gaming. Now, for the GIGABYTE Marines, they absolutely smashed their region to earn their spot in the play-ins. What are our thoughts on these guys?
I mean, they look like superstars just based off their local performances, right? To go undefeated essentially through the entire tournament, to win in Vietnam and then face all of the other GPL regions and then smash all of that. Like, these should be the absolute best team that we're sending here, and you can only have high expectations for them.
Yeah, the other side of the coin, though, is that in a region that is so dominant, you always have to, or when a team is so dominant within their region, you always have to question, of course, the strength of the region and then how that dominance translates to the international stage. So it's really a guessing game, and this first game that they play here in the tournament will be very telling.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of maybe extrapolate the story of Lyon a little bit to them, where, you know, these guys are super dominant in the region, just like Lyon kind of were, and then you saw the game go really late and Lyon really struggling with the macro play. Might be a similar problem here for the side of GIGABYTE Marines, where they think like, okay, we're going to pick our, you know, usual style, and it doesn't quite work out. One thing I will say is that I do like what I've seen of their drafts a little bit more standard, not quite crazy 1-3-1s all the time, running some Renekton's and Kendons, still split push, but with, I think, a little bit better ideas behind it.
Yeah, and they've been around for a long time, right? So for what it's worth, when it comes to losing games, coming back into defeats, this split was dominant from them, but they've tasted defeats before.
Alrighty, and then of course on the other side of the rift we have Isurus Gaming. They had a slightly more difficult road here to the MSI play-ins, of course not going undefeated in their region. But still, what are our thoughts here and how they might stack up against this Vietnamese team?
Well, I mean, we talk about the importance of like individual strength between these teams. They were a team that actually went to Korea and boot camped for a little while. They were hitting master tier from what I heard. So if you want some kind of random comparison, Golden Glue just spent a month in Korea. He hit master tier as well. So, I mean, as much flack as he sometimes gets, we know that Golden Glue is actually a strong player, one of the best North American mid laners. So you're looking at a lot of strong players here, and that's going to be the thing that a lot of people are talking about when they look at the group stages is how strong the individual players are.
Yeah, and I think the same thing applies for both of these teams within this game, in that yes, it wasn't the perfect run, but they still looked like a dominant side. They've been dominant historically, even though the roster has changed repeatedly. The organization has always found success, and coming into this, there's no exception. It's just that these guys are all going to be more so rookies on the international.
So while we talk about their success here, maybe hinging on individual performances, which are the specific players on this squad that you are looking to step up?
I would look for Pride a little bit, and just because the top lane meta right now, we've seen a lot of counter picks, but we were talking a little bit about at the beginning of the day, where's the Kleds, where are these kinds of things. He has played a fair amount of Kled. I think it was his #1 most played champion, as well as he's got Jace, Rumble, a lot of carried type top laners. And this is where we were talking about the random talent that sometimes comes in that was on the side of Isurus. Yeah. So you might see some weirder stuff in the top lane, and I would expect that hopefully works out for them.
Well, as we speak, the teams are making their way onto stage to get ready. Also receiving a warm welcome from the Brazilian crowd out there, as this is their first appearance so far in this tournament. I mean, let's also remember that, right? That this is the international stage. That for some of these players, this is the first time on a stage this large with as many eyes on them as they have ever had before. And so how are they going to deal with this pressure? Those are the intangibles of League of Legends that it's very tough to say when you've got you're probably playing the most mechanically demanding, strategically demanding game of your life in front of the largest crowd you've ever played in front of. Wow, these things really start to compound.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that usually goes away is your style as a team. You default to passive, you just try and scale up maybe. We saw it all yesterday, but what you want to see from Isurus, what you want to see from the GIGABYTE Marines is aggression, just unbridled individual flair, just going all in on their mid lane, on their jungler, working as a duo, pushing lanes. You can't default to comfort with these teams.
We'll have to see which one comes out swinging harder. With the game almost ready to go, it's time now to send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are getting ready to get into this one, and well, after that last game, I think our palate's not quite cleansed of all the action. I want to see a lot more of it. We'll see what happens. I mean, you have some explosive players on these teams as well.
Yeah, and you look at it, Levi, All-Stars last year, he was such a dominant force on Lee Sin. It's got to be banned, surely, in this game.
You would think. You would definitely think. And Lee Sin's been so popular, but I mean, we have had a couple of other jungle choices that have been really popular over in Group A. We'll have to see what fills out in Group B. But I don't know if this is the game where we'll really see all that experimentation unless the bans come really hot and heavy.
Maybe. I mean, who was expecting Blitzcrank in the first game? I mean, they played it in one game. Now, the interesting thing is for the GIGABYTE Marines, when you look at this, there's not a whole lot of information out there about this team. And the normal places where you'd look and you'd go on like esports wikis and you start clicking around, there's no way of just being like, oh, okay, they played this, we'll just ban it out.
Harder to scout, yeah.
Much harder to scout. So this is where maybe some of these pocket picks will come through. The interesting thing, the analyst desk talked about Pride specifically for Isurus on the other side of the rift. He has got a very large champion pool, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them look to counterpick the top lane matchup for him and give them the leg up in that area of the rift.
Right, and we saw, they talked a little bit about like the random talent game and stuff. Like these are the things that they were using to kind of counter out the Rumble pickup, which obviously is still a very highly contested pick, and we'll see if that ends up being the choice for Stark up topside. The guy does like to play a lot of carries. I mean, we see usually things like Renekton though, and they try to snowball off that top side, especially if you get Levi on the likes of like an Elise or something like that. So if the Lee Sin's banned away, we might see that as a possibility.
Yeah, we may very well see that as a possibility. I think that this is a very good matchup, just like the first one, where there's expectations coming in, but it seems a lot closer on paper than a lot of people are giving it credit for. Of course, we've seen Levi and Optimus do very well in tournaments before, and a lot of people are saying that maybe that's enough to build for the Marines a win here, but I don't think you can overlook Isurus. Again, like we talked about the rebuilding phase that Lyon went through last year. Well, Isurus only finished 7th in the same time last time for the MSI qualifiers, and they've been on a bit more of a tear than they were previously coming up to this event.
True. I mean, you talk about dominance in your local region, and they're the one team that really didn't show that. A lot of wins traded back and forth during the regular split. However, the fact that they made it here, they got all the way through their playoff system. They managed to, kind of show up with this roster that had been not fully established for the longest amounts of time. I mean, really, we only see like Pride and Newbie returning to this particular stage. However, there's a reason that some of these guys are pretty hyped. You look at the likes of Emp in the mid lane, and yeah, he's going to be going up against Optimus, which is always going to be a little bit tough. But he comes in with a fair amount of hype himself, and this is a team that definitely has a pretty big champion pool. So I feel like it's going to be hard to kind of like focus on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at that, and like Pride's highest played champion is Kled. Newbies down in support is Nami. So we might see a couple of changes to the standard pick and ban phase meta that we have come to know and love, although we saw Blitzcrank in the last game. A couple of other champions in there. QQ Moore's played a Nocturne game. These types of champions, yeah, a couple of Nidalee games that we saw a few over in Europe, but certainly that was like, that's a champion that you say, okay, I'm going to win the early game, and then we're just going to win the game from that. So if Isurus take that playstyle, maybe we'll see one of those champions a little bit more focused on that.
And then sometimes that can work in the best of one system, right? Like if you come out and surprise your opponents, you build up a composition that they weren't expecting to see out of you. You can usually take these kinds of things if you manage to get the snowball rolling early. We didn't see it happen in the last game. Obviously, it wasn't built around that on the side of Lyon Gaming. They were trying to go for the 1-3-1, as we said, but still starting to get their mid laner ahead. If the same kind of thing happens, if Emp is empowered on like a pretty hyper carry kind of mid laner, we might see that start to get taken to, and maybe the Marines might get taken aback by this. Scouting kind of goes both ways, right? It's hard to scout these guys, but despite the fact that the CLS region, may not be looked at as like one of the stronger ones in these smaller regions, maybe the Marines have overlooked them.
Yeah, may very well be the case. I mean, you've always got to keep the focused picks that you've seen in history in your mind for Levi and Optimus. Those are the two of the most known players that we've seen come out from the GPL. You look at it, and they've played a lot of Orianna Kassadin out of the mid lane. Now, those are slower scaling champions. Yes, we see a lot of Orianna in Europe, still not so much the Kassadin. So will that be where they default to? Because we've seen more focus on Syndra, Ahri, Echo, earlier game mid laners that can look to roam, look to get picks, and look to catch people out. So there's a lot of differences now that we're going to see evolve from the last time we saw a lot of the players.
Yeah, and not to mention, Optimus is still one of those guys that if you leave him in a good situation, he might just pick up one of those assassins like the Zed, that kind of thing that can come out on occasion. He has expressed, though, recently talked about not thinking he's the most confident as he used to be, not thinking he can necessarily tango with some of the best mid laners, especially at an international tournament. But they've had a lot of time to prepare. They've had a lot of time to sit back and think about it. And even though he's not been the dominant lane presence that he used to be, that can always change, especially when you're throwing a bunch of teams together who aren't very familiar with each other.
Yeah, that is very true. And as you said, one thing that to catch out the enemy, like a Blitzcrank, like a Darius that we saw yesterday, just a curveball may very well be enough to disrupt a team from their playstyle. You heard Rusty talking about it on the analyst desk, where a lot of teams will default to a more passive playstyle when they get rocked from what they normally would do in their league. So maybe you do that. You slow down a Levi. You slow down an Optimus.
You have to slow down Levi.
Yeah, you do. Maybe that gives you enough of an advantage to build from.
Well, we started to see that happen with Virtus.pro in the previous game, and there's definitely something to be said for trying that strategy against a team that is going to just try to kind of rush in at you, guns a-blazing all the time, and just update you guys on what's going on. Quick delay, players just getting set up. It's a little bit slower than usual, so we should be hopping in pretty quickly, but we'll see how it all goes down. And for GIGABYTE Marines, I think it is really all about those individual star players, right? Like, there's a reason we highlight these guys. There's a reason that people want to look at those names like Levi, even in their home region especially. Vietnam being one of the most powerful regions, sub-regions, if you will, within the GPL, that's kind of a big pedigree for them. And you look at players like Levi, who are compared by the Vietnamese fans to the likes of SOFM, who's overplaying in China on Snake, and they put him on such a huge pedestal, and there's a reason, because the guy will punish every single mistake. You have to watch out. Even though like QQ Moore has not necessarily had like a high death count within his own region, I don't think he's faced too many players of Levi's caliber.
I would be excited to see how that plays out in the game. I don't know whether I don't quite know where to place Levi right now, because we saw him do very well in All-Stars with the lineup that had Celebrity and Ron OP, because that was the All-Stars lineup. There was a lot of individual skill. Now he's got to go up against, alongside his own team, of course, up against a full 5-man team that has won their own region. So I'm not counting Isurus out.
Well, that's a good point there, Stress. We're getting into picks and bans now. Galio is taken off the table. Didn't get to see him in the first game, but he has been hitting the Rift and hitting it hard. Shen's the counter ban, and followed up by a Gragas from GIGABYTE Marines.
A lot of focus on top lane already between Stark and Pride. Again, 4 bans now thrown towards top side, of course. A couple of flexes coming out as well. Of course, Galio, Gragas, we have seen them in other roles. But as we get further and further through, Camille is still available as a top laner. That Kled that we talked about for Pride is still up there. So it's not like they're hitting Pride's champion pool all that big. Let's see what Stark's been working on.
Well, GIGABYTE Marines still have a few seconds. We won't see those top lane picks right away, or at least we shouldn't, is a Kha'Zix ban against QQ more. Now it's back to Isurus for their final ban of the first phase.
Wanting to take away one of those junglers that's looking to farm up to 6. I wonder whether GIGABYTE Marines will be looking for that Lee Sin early. Now, Graves goes up in priority because Ivan just got banned. It is available and is one of the stronger junglers that is left available. We saw Levi play a bunch of it at the All-Stars as well. He's not just a Lee Sin player, but that is his standout champion.
And it's very... So far, we have not really seen the Graves make it through picks and bans with the exception of last game. It was all in Group A. They had their own micro meta. We kind of talked about how maybe this was going to be a bit different over in Group B. So far, it's definitely true. We get our Graves.
But now you look for Kindless. Varus has to be a pickup. That is a Nidalee pick. Already
he does it.
Coming from QQ more. So once early game focus, good clear, good emphasis on this early game jungle pathing, and a bit of an adaptation out of Isurus here. I was expecting the Varus to come through. It's his most played champion, but with Ashe available, they want an engage tool coming through here because they don't have one from the jungle themselves.
Yeah, but they have themselves some tools to get ahead nice and early. We'll see what GIGABYTE Marines try to answer with. This side been hovering Kennen for a while.
And I wonder whether Isurus now will look for a pushing bot lane and then look to go aggressive under the tower. Now, okay, the GIGABYTE Marines. Kennen picked up. Could be a flex to AD carry. Could be up in the top side. If it ends up being AD carry, may struggle getting pushed in by Isurus here because Kennen doesn't have the best wave clear pre-Hurricane. So we're waiting for later on in this draft. I expect Isurus to counterpick top side. The Lulu will offset some of the push power. Will it be answered by the likes of a Karma here out of Isurus?
We'll see if that's what they end up taking. If not, they have a heavy risk of it being banned in the next phase, and still several seconds on the board for Isurus to try and pick up another one. Would make a lot of sense to get their support here. They don't want to reveal the mid or the top.
Mid lane is another option if they go Syndra.
Oh.
I was about to say it because now you get 2 bans. You ban away the Echo. You ban away potentially the Ahri matchup, whether it's something that scales more, like a Rise that we've seen a lot, or maybe you ban away Optimus Orianna that we've seen a couple of times. This now gives Isurus the mid lane matchup that they want. There aren't too many options left for the GIGABYTE Marines that are standard within meta play.
Yeah, and they deny the Syndra pick from Optimus, one of his more comfortable champions. Interesting to see what they answer with, but there's still a couple of bans to get through here. 5 seconds ticking for the GIGABYTE Marines.
It trades away support priority here. You should see double ban on support here. Karma goes out of the window because now you basically are forcing Isurus to pick support. They've forced himself into it as the first pick of this rotation. Top lane comes last. With LeBlanc off the table as well, you don't want to play that high damage matchup in mid lane. I want to see where Optimus goes with the mid lane pickup as we get further on into this draft.
Yeah, one more ban left for GIGABYTE Marines. We should see them banning out. Yeah, this other high tier supports don't want to get themselves poked out too heavily, and it ends up being the Nami actually, so they have been doing their homework.
Of course, we said Zyra, but Nami is the most played support for newbie, so makes a little bit of sense, gives good disengage, good, you know, crowd control coming through to protect Kindless. So will it be the Zyra that comes through as the first pick? It is available. The Lulu does a decent job into it. Caitlyn, if they're putting Kennen up to the top side, is probably the area they'll go to, other than Varus. Those two are the higher priority AD carries that are available. But if this Kennen goes top, then we look to Isurus to their top lane, because they won't go for a tank. And this tells us where we're going. Ziggs goes to the bot lane. Kennen goes to the top lane, Isurus now have to play a carry versus carry matchup in the top side. Otherwise, they basically forfeit top.
All right, we'll see what Pride is going to opt into here after we see what Stark ends up picking, or excuse me, what Optimus ends up picking up for the final one.
Now, of course, it could be a Lulu in the mid lane, but I don't expect it.
Still not sure.
That's
the Zillion, though.
So this will be Zillion in the mid lane. Does decently well into Syndra. You apply the ult yourself. You deny her ult, the same principle as Echo. But now Isurus. Kled is a tough matchup into the Kennen. You've got Jace that you could play, but isn't the easiest of matchups itself. That is a very swinging matchup. Gragas is banned. You don't want to play a Nautilus. Could you play the Rumble? You'd get bullied around as well. There is the Jace. I threw out a lot of options. I'm not taking credit for it, just trying to talk through some of that mentality coming into that last pick.
But this feels very risky. You don't have a whole lot of tankiness in this composition. If anybody gets picked on this team, it's going to be hard to really kind of stop the bleeding there. And GIGABYTE Marines, I mean, they've got a Lulu, they've got a Zillion, they've got a lot of death denial.
They do. They've also got a lot of decent push out of the GIGABYTE Marines when you look at Graves, Ziggs, Lulu, all paired together. But Isurus have Poke, Nidalee, Jace. Ashe has threat of dive presence that comes through with the arrow. The same can be said for Syndra. If somebody stays under the mid tower for too long, or any tower for too long, you get poked down, you get engaged on, and Isurus look to take control of the objective game.
Seems like the lane phase is going to be very telling for this matchup, the way things are playing out. We talked about individual matchups, individual strengths, but coordination will definitely be tested in this matchup between the GIGABYTE Marines and Isurus Gaming. Interesting compositions. We get more of them. It's nice to see a Ziggs bottom lane, as always. It'll probably be a very quick clear of the tower, unless somebody gets a dive on. We'll find out as we're loading up onto the Rift. I want to know from you guys at home who you think is going to walk away with this one. Will it be the SEA representatives, the GIGABYTE Marines? If you think so, hashtag GAMWin over at LOL Esports. Once again, and representatives from LATAM South, it is Isurus Gaming, hashtag ISGWin. Poke Comp versus Death Denial, and a whole hell of a lot of push. It's going to be pretty back and forth, I think.
A whole lot of support, of top lane and support bans that came through in this draft as well. And it's ended up with a Kennen, Jace top lane matchup between Stark and Pride. An interesting one. It's not tank versus tank. We're going carry versus carry. Push potential. One kill can easily turn this lane into a dominating presence for either team.
Yes, it can. Crowd cheer goes up as we get ready to rock and roll. From Sao Paulo, wherever you are in the world, this one is going to be a banger, I think. We'll get ready, loading up into the Rift, but this matchup, especially in the top lane, I want to go into it more, Stress, because you talked about carry v carry. No one's holding anything back. This is a comfortable matchup, though, for Stark. That guy loves to play carry champions. I can't wait to see how all in he's going to go, especially if he's got Levi camp in his lane. Levi, excuse me.
Yeah, we'll see if Levi can get up there and help out Stark. I just hope the crowd keeps it up, you know, all the thunder sticks going.
Oh, they do.
Very passionate crowd, as always.
Making a lot of noise, and if you're wondering, a little bit delayed as we have a pause to start the game off, but that just heightens the tension.
It does.
The crowd can keep it going.
This applause isn't for us, though.
No.
So it feels a little
we
bit
got to earn it, James. It's okay.
This is more like the noise that they'd be making if it was for us. A little bit of a subdued silence, nothing to worry about. But you know, the crowd have been itching to get into like all of these games. Yesterday, when the Red Cannons were playing, it was
that was deafening.
Deafening crowd.
I mean, it's a hometown heroes. You have to give them some serious credit for that one, and they definitely showed up, only dropping that one game against Supermassive. Crowd continues keeping on making that noise, but all the same, you got to have a lot of fans from some more local leagues as well. LATAM North and South, not too far away from where they're playing in Brazil. On the other hand, a little bit farther away, Southeast Asia. GIGABYTE Marines had a bit of a longer flight to get there.
Yeah, just a little further, but as we get closer to this game, this is a very different setup to game one of the day. Game one of the day, we saw 1-3-1 setup. A little bit more focus on the Taliyah, the Rumble on the other side of the Rift. But the GIGABYTE Marines looking for a bit more of a fast push when you get the Graves, the Kennen together, the Ziggs. It's been a while since we've seen Ziggs in the bot lane.
Yeah, but that push power cannot be denied. The only way to really deal with it, trying to poke out, trying to keep him from throwing the bombs and the satchel charge on the tower, and I like that nice.
For Isurus on the other side, Poke focus, a lot of siege when you've got the Ash Arrow coming through, the Syndra stun.
I mean, it's just a hail of AoE and skill shots that you have to try and two-step away if you're going to be going into those towers and sieging. But if they can get a pick, that starts to kind of unwind really quickly, right? I mean, Jace does have some like straight-up engage potential once he shifts into hammer form, but you don't really have a whole lot of survivability. The Nidalee can get popped really quickly. Like, you kind of need to surprise and really quickly take out a few members if you're on Isurus Gaming right now.
I'm glad it's not Trevor and Martin or Deficio and Quick.
They would be going on this quite heavily.
Martin would be making some
let's not get into that
demands.
One.
No.
This is a family broadcast, all right?
This is an important game now. First game of the tournament.
For both these teams, yeah.
For Marines and Isurus, as we are getting ready. As you said, it is a connection issue coming into game one.
Well, sometimes it happens. Yeah, they're going to be switching out Monitor, just getting word that minor tech stuff on stage. But fortunately, the crowd keeps it on going. I mean, these guys just got a lot of the energy. It's a big, important tournament for all the teams involved here because there are only 2 spots available, one from each group to make it into the group stages. It's just the pre-section. It's just the play-in right now. But all these teams, everybody has a good shot at making it in. However, once you make it through this, you face off against the likes of the Flash Wolves, against the likes of TSM. It is going to be a hard climb to try and make it to Rio de Janeiro.
That's an unenviable task, right? You look at 2 teams that TSM and Flash Wolves. I would not want to come out of a group stage right into having to face one of those 2 teams.
All right, we're in.
We're into game.
Yeah. It's a long way away, though, right? Like, there's still a lot of games to play here, and it starts right now for Isurus Gaming and GIGABYTE Marines, and there's a 5-stack in this brush. They're going to spot Optimus, and he does a quick 180, heading right back, but Isurus aren't done just yet. Let's see where they end up going here. A couple of wards placed in, but you can see Levi and Stark are actually going to get a little bit of counter wards as well, so this has been matched.
Yeah, it has been, and Stark can get vision down in the top side. It's an old setup at the level 1 that we always saw. As soon as you get information on the bottom side, you put someone in top side.
We've seen a couple of almost sick plays today already in the level 1 with the Blitzcrank last game.
No Blitzcrank this game, though. That's for certain. Optimus just checking the bush. Now, to note, Optimus is running that teleport. So that allows him to not only join in fights, but try and push back Emp in this mid lane. Of course, you can recall out, TP back into lane before level 6, push it back. You deny any kind of lane presence. One of Syndra's biggest strengths is typically that you can get a big CS lead, you can bully people around. Well, with the teleport on the other side, as long as Optimus doesn't, misjudge damage and end up dying, he should be fine in this laning phase.
Nice leash there for Levi on the Raptor camp to start things off with the bomb going down a little bit early on. Graves, of course, wanting to get that fast farm up to level 6, and you can see a very different story for the likes of QQ. This Nidalee, a lot of early gank potential. No CC to speak of, but that's a lot of damage for that kitty cat.
And then you have to look at where QQ may end up going. Like if bot lane end up pushing really far up, maybe you end up ganking that Ziggs down in the bottom lane. Of course, yes, okay, he does have the satchel charge, but still not a reliable escape tool.
Yeah, it might be one of the easier lanes to gank when you think about it, because the Zilean has so much ability to denial. Obviously, not quite until he gets level 6 can he stop himself from going down, but he's got a speed boost. He has a lot of wards around there to kind of spot things out. And you can see Levi hovering around. Stark is also going to be able to get away from ganks.
From Levi coming in mid lane. Emp is pushed up here. Now they force him to move out of the lane.
Flash forward, enter the line. He follows through. That's 2 summoners for 1, though. Emp just pops both his Ghost and his Flash at the same moment.
And now it puts Emp in a really tough position in the lane, because you normally want to bully that lane as the Syndra. That's what we were talking about. Well, Optimus now almost has an uncontested laning phase up until level 6 right now, but QQ wants to even this out. Optimus knows he can play on the bottom side. They've already read that QQ will be now on the top side. He plays on the defensive side and should be fine.
Hanging around, okay. Bombs are flying. Optimus is in trouble.
The
stun. The flash and the swipe. It's finished by Emp. That's first blood for the Isurus mid laner.
Should be fine doesn't mean he is. Optimus didn't really respect the positioning of QQ. The flash came out. Oh, here's
Speaking of, aren't you just out of nowhere right now? Finishes it off with a help picks.
Oh, that is an awkward time roam for a Lulu. You'd expect that out of a Thresh. Thresh will come to mid lane around about this time sometimes, but you wouldn't expect Archie to have come out of the lane up to mid lane to put enough focus down onto M, but it's a good play out of the Marines.
Yep. Levi is able to even steal away a bit of camps from QQ more, and, well, we thought it might have been a Lulu mid. It was, just not all the time.
Yeah, only at the 3-minute 20 mark.
Hey, gets a kill. That's all he needs.
Is able to put a lot of presence on the lane, and there was a TP used by Optimus. You saw it come back into the mid lane now, maintains the CS lead against Emp. 1 kill on the Syndra, though, does kind of put it back in favor.
Yeah, they're definitely going to help out for Emp for a while. However, you can see Levi has no qualms about just camping through this lane. Flash forward for Optimus. He gets the double bomb off, and the line dodging forward. Do they have the damage? They do! Levi takes it to him. Right back in the middle of it. That is 2 deaths already for Emp.
So I'll quote Rusty in the analyst desk from earlier. We think mid lane focus is going to be what Group B is all about. Well, with 3 kills into game 2 of the day, and they were absolutely correct. Everybody has been mid lane. This is a big stack of minions being pushed in. QQ more doesn't want to let this go to waste, so does step in to try and clear it out. But Emp is not having the easiest of games here. On this, Syndra gets counterpicked to some extent by the Zillion. The Marines looking in top form.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier, Optimus had dived with his flash up, but he ended up using it to get the kill. Kindless is real low here. And in comes Optimus. Here we go. One auto throws the bombs, forcing the flash and the heal, but he's still gonna get it. Optimus with his first kill of the game.
Optimus has no time to do anything else but throw watches at Kindless. Gets the kill. Newbie died. We didn't even see how that happened. Looked like he was just caught out. Had his flash. Isurus has not had the best start to this game. They get capitalized on in mid lane from a very early gank from Levi. Kindless and Newbie pushed up in the bottom side. We said maybe QQ more could have ended up looking to come bot side, but he was busy dealing with mid lane. 4-1, 6 minutes into the game. This is one of the best starts that the Marines would have been able to hope for.
Yeah. Isurus are definitely put on the back foot for a while, and at least Optimus is sympathizing with QQ more. He picks himself up the tier. But it is Isurus who are trying to start this one off. Let's see if they can turn it back around. Newbie and QQ are on a roaming spree, but Archie's already got a ward in that brush, so he's going to be able to spot them out. Let's take a look at how it all went down by.
Oh, good satchel charge. Onto the slow. Kindless, they already know he's dead, so now they turn their attention to Newbie. And Newbie tried to get the kill. Exhaust came out, and it was just easily red.
Optimus didn't even need that auto attack either.
No, he could have let it tick down, but nah.
All right, let's check in with, you know, a little quieter matchup up in the top side. Pride TP's back into lane. And that's going to be followed by Stark. But now that they both just hit 6, they both don't have teleport. It looks like not going to be a whole lot of focus on any other lanes for those guys. They're just kind of stuck in almost a gentleman's agreement for the time being.
Yeah, Stark just TP back up himself. And, I mean, we talked about how that lane maybe was the one that would get snowballed. Nidalee maybe comes up top side. Graves maybe comes
all
up.
mid lane,
no.
all the time.
Mid lane and bot lane. Now Levi's here. Mindless.
Knocked in once again. He's cut off. Nowhere for him to go. He tries to get a few more shots onto Archie, but Slay does just that.
Zillion's here again.
Optimus once again. One bomb, not connecting on the second. He's taking tower shots, but he has got himself nice and safe. Picks up the kill off the back, but Archie goes down to the tower at the end of it all. Not the cleanest dive, but they get 2 for 1.
No, this game has already been blown wide open. QQ more wants to go on Stark here. Slicing Maelstrom not available.
Does have the lightning rush. QQ more wants to chase him down here. Oh, can he get the finisher just yet? No, stacking. One more shot, he would have been able to get stunned up and didn't want to take that risk right now. Stark is backed off. This is going to prompt Isurus Gaming to be able to push into topside, but unfortunately, you can't race the Ziggs to first tower.
No, you absolutely can't. Gets that empowered W, blows up the tower, nothing really left to fight for. Isurus, I like the fact they bring Emp up here though. Trying to push up, trying to get anything back in their favor for Isurus here. It's not going their way in a lot of ways in this game so far, Pyro.
Yep, not even having the blast cone coordination. Isurus is definitely facing an uphill battle, and the GIGABYTE Marines, more experience, more veteran players on this side, at least when it comes to big international stages. However, Isurus Gaming, they're not out of it yet. It's still very early in the game. There's still a lot of chances for them, but they're going to have to slow down Optimus. They're going to have to stop Slay, and they're going to have to keep Levi from diving into them constantly.
I think the difficulty now, though, is Isurus don't have too many play patterns that benefit them, because Optimus has TP, he can clear out the bot side, can join in mid if he's needed. Same for Stark. TP not available, but the summoner of choice is already there for the top lane. And you can see Isurus need to get both farm onto Emp, Kindless, and Pride. They need to get gold from somewhere to try and recount this loss, but Pride could end up getting caught out if Levi comes bot lane and puts the pressure on here. If they leave mid lane for too long, Ziggs will just take that tower very quickly. And the fact that it's a Mountain Drake that comes in with this fast pushing composition out of the GIGABYTE Marines makes it real difficult for Isurus to try and stem the bleeding of these objectives.
Yeah, this is going to be siege all over. So just shy of 10 minutes into the game, it's a big advantage for GIGABYTE Marines. They have themselves 2,000 up in gold. They have the first Mountain Drake. And even with the swap up top, Kindless and Newbie aren't able to push the wave fast enough.
But the thing is, this is where Kindless and Newbie are almost in the wrong place here, because they can't push top out. They can't extend that far in the lane, and it means there's not enough people in mid lane to defend, so either QQ more has to play more around mid, or Kindless and Newbie now have to trek through the jungle, try to come to bot side, and nobody is collecting the next wave of minions experience because it's not a safe spot to be in. So for Isurus, it's difficult to try and move lane to lane against a fast pushing composition because Ziggs will clear it out from a distance. You've got double TP on the other side. Isurus have to play off 2 lanes when GIGABYTE Marines can play on 3.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Those numbers definitely don't favor Isurus Gaming for the time being. GIGABYTE Marines pushing up towards the top side out. And Stark doesn't have a tower to fall back to, but he's perfectly happy because he's got Levi, and now you got
massive oversight. This is what GIGABYTE Marines needed. They needed time on this mid tower, and look, they've seen Kindless top. The arrow, okay, it hits. Zillion ult comes through.
Can they take him down? Scout of the week, but Zillion ult's still on. They're trying to hesitate for just a second, and they can't quite do it. He's going to come back up. But will he live through it all? Satchel charge is not going to be enough. Emp manages to grab himself a kill, and in goes Optimus. Onto Archie, flashing away. Bombs on to keep him stunned up. Spear's going to get dodged out, but all of a sudden, Isurus Gaming, they're looking to charge down mid lane.
Great arrow from Kindless. Hits from the top lane into the mid lane. The tower still goes in favor of GIGABYTE Marines, but that went a lot better for Isurus than maybe it should have. Now Pride, oh, in a lot of trouble.
Oh, picks up the bomb and the blast cone. Boom. Nicely done. Optimus, 3 kills on the game for this guy. He doesn't miss with those explosives. Slay's not looking too shabby either, so the carries of the GIGABYTE Marines are looking good. And meanwhile, it's time to push a second-tier turret. Kindless can't stop the bleeding here.
It certainly looks like in this game, if I was an investment broker, I'd be putting everything in Stark Industries.
Oh, apparently that's the right strategy right now.
Stark not anymore.
Oh, dump it,
crashed, it crashed. Sell.
They still managed to get Newbie, though. I mean, this is what we talked about at the beginning. It's such a squishy comp. They find anybody and they can take him down. Unfortunately, Stark thought he had more backup than he did.
I mean, turns out the Avengers weren't in town at this point. This is actually Iron Man 4.
No, but they do have an Autobot in the mid lane, so that's fine. Archie's gone down, QQ more. This has gone a little haywire, Stress.
This game has gone crazy at this point. We're 11 minutes in, 12 minutes as we take over, and 8 kills to 5 on the board. GIGABYTE Marines very heavily focused on this tower push with the Ziggs. We expected that to come through. Maybe a little heavy-handed onto the top lane tower where they're like, okay, we'll push them inner and we'll try and keep going. Well, Isurus did react in time.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like a lot of these players are trying to make the highlight reel, which I suppose when it comes down to Levi and Optimus, that's a bit to be expected, but Stark was kind of buying into it as well, and as a result, unfortunately kind of paid the price. All that being said, the item spikes are starting to come through for these teams. Stark has himself play the Rune King. You see the Morellonomicon on not just Optimus, but also Slay. So, and the tier's stacking up. I mean, this is looking good for GIGABYTE Marines across the board. The problem is, if they still get caught and bopped, that's a chance for Isurus to start pushing towers.
It is. Small win goes over to Newbie. Got that Rift Scuttler. It's not a dragon, but...
No, but it could let you get the dragon.
Or
the Baron, you know, several minutes down the line. You have to get a few more of that before you get the vision of it. But objective control has definitely been going the way of GIGABYTE Marines for a while, even if they have been pushing their luck a little bit. Isurus is really trying to take down this mid. The problem is Slay's sitting in the mid lane. And, well... good luck pushing against Ziggs.
Yeah, and also good luck when the Ziggs ult is back available again. Now they've got to deal with Stark, who's going to push out the top side. Emp can't really take that trade. To some extent can, but it's not when you want to be in for a long time. If Emp doesn't land a stun, it's tough to get that kill. all-in potential for Emp. If he surprises Stark, will be able to get the kill.
Just coming in, throws the ball. It's going to get dodged. Scout of the week. Nope. Stark is going in for the return. There we go. Nothing's going to come of it. Newbie was heading up towards that top side, but meanwhile, again, the oversight, they're not watching the mid turret.
Yeah, again, they commit over to the top side to try and deny the push, and now GIGABYTE Marines move in. Levi's here.
Oh boy, Levi, he might have not wanted to go as far in as he did, but the Scout of the Weekend, the ultimate unleashed power is enough to almost take him down before Zillion gets to the party. Meanwhile, though, Newbie had gone down to the big Ziggs bomb. Here comes Pride, takes the hammer to Levi, and QQ is going to swipe down Stark, looking for more. Slaying Optimus, Satchel Charge pushes him back, but still, this is a chance for Isurus Gaming to get some back in the books. Slay's going to keep them off it for now.
Yeah, Slay now just needs to throw out a little bit of wave clear just to hold through. It's enough for now. But that mid tower is under threat. He can't clear the minions out from underneath. It doesn't have the ultimate available. Bouncing bomb isn't quite enough, not quite strong enough. Good response out of Isurus. They collapse on the GIGABYTE Marines, and this game, the next dragon is going to only accelerate this one through. We've got an Infernal Drake. We've had a Mountain for the tower pushing. Well, we'll see whether Isurus can get this, end up being able to close the game, because QQ more 3-0-2 on this Nidalee. That's some devastating poke that's going to start coming through.
Yeah, and not to mention, he does have a lot of collapse potential. This is exactly what you need to do on a Nidalee in the early stages of the game. They're going to be relying quite a lot on their jungler to try and help them build up some of these leads. Like the skirmishes is still very effective. We don't talk about Nidalee as like a team fighting champion, but skirmishing when you have a numbers advantage? Why the hell not?
Yeah, we don't talk about Nidalee as a team fighting champion for good reason. Not the best team fighting champion in a 5v5. However, as you said, split up. A lot better off in this one, and to some extent the GIGABYTE Marines will be more split up. They have the double teleport, which means at the end of fights they'll be fine, but this time Stark loses a third of his health on this initial exchange.
Oh, that is nasty. Can he finish him off before the slicing down finishes? He can! Pride in the 1v1.
Yeah, Pride lands that first Q, is able to get right onto him. More damage comes through.
Ashero's gonna nail Slay, and that is still gonna mean Levi is gonna get the last smite shot off on to the Dragon. QQ trying to go in and get a kill picked up of his own, but at the end of the day, GIGABYTE Marines secure the objective. Tense one though, and Pride is uncontested on top side while Stark is still respawning.
This has been a really fun game already. We're only 16 minutes in. Now GIGABYTE Marines going to TP up there. I believe it's Stark. No, it's Optimus. As, double TP is available, so you've always got to guess. They were both sat on Fountain. But
Optimus clears the way pretty fast.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it? Kindless and Newbie down on bottom side. You can see, though, that Isurus Gaming is not letting up pressure on side lanes anymore. This is nice to see when you're up against the Ziggs. They've given up all their outer towers and one inner, but now that it's harder for GIGABYTE Marines to get any more of those towers as far back as they are, this is opening up the map a little bit for Isurus.
Exactly. The picks have slowed the game somewhat in favor of Isurus, because if GIGABYTE Marines are constantly getting 3 people in front of a tower, that's when they can take over, but they put focus on the Infernal Drake. Now clear out some of the wave behind that tower, but I mean, that tower had gone anyway. There was no way that Slay was clearing out that wave to stop the tower going down.
So as it stands, Isurus are able to knock down the last outer of themselves, and it's still a very close game. I mean, it's 500 gold difference, and we've had more kills than minutes. Pride's in trouble, though. Let's see if he can get out of this one. He does get a shock blast on to Levi, who keeps on chasing him down, reloads the shotgun. Flash. Levi's not going to follow it.
Thought about it for a second.
You just see that hesitation just for a brief moment.
Yep. Thought about getting in there. Thought about going over the wall. 3 control wards already out around this Rift Herald for the GIGABYTE Marines. I don't think they're going to put that much focus on it. It does help Stark if they can pick that up, but it doesn't necessarily make or break the game for the GIGABYTE Marines. They are much more focused on the towers, trying to some extent group up around towers, maybe even put their attention towards that Infernal Drake that comes up in a good few minutes.
We've got another one, though. I mean, we wanted an action-heavy game, and not only did we get it, but the dragons are going to help this whole situation out, too, right? Like, none of those ocean drakes. We don't want any regen in here. We want damage. Champion structures, doesn't matter what, just give us damage.
Stark, on the other hand, wants to reduce damage. Ninja Tabbies have come out, trying to rock, paper, scissors, Pride here. Pride goes for the Merc Treads to reduce the stun duration. Stark goes, okay, I'm just going to try and reduce all of your damage.
Few more caught. Ooh, collateral's not enough. That was close. Uh-oh. Hops out in time. Dodging bombs, QQ more, stepping up on that one. So that ultimate will be down for Slay for a little while here, and also for Levi. 18 minutes on the clock, everyone's focusing on mid lane. QQ more's actually gotten back up on the health bar too. He does have the heal. Ooh, that spear was a pixel away.
Yeah, very, very close on stealing that red buff. Would have been a nice little win for QQ more, but it's not much. But look at the grouping from Isurus now coming down through the bottom side jungle. They can clear out the vision control. They know they've got the likes of Hawkshot, the arrow coming from Kindless to be able to maybe set up a dive here on Stark. He does have slicing Maelstrom. The rest of the team is around him, but mid lane and top lane, you can see there's still 2 members of GIGABYTE Marines there. This is Isurus sieging the tower.
Yeah, they managed to poke off GIGABYTE Marines, and even with the Ziggs there clearing the waves, doing a lot of damage, Emp manages to get a stun off onto Slay as he joins the fray down bot, but look at what's happening with the rest of the GIGABYTE Marines. They're on mid, they're on top.
Yeah, that was the poke threat that was coming through that opened that tower up. TP comes through to deny Levi the tower push. I don't think he realizes Optimus is here. That was a great stun.
Right on top of him, yeah, just enough, and Levi's even gonna tag his way in to get the kill. Goes down with the Zillion ult on, and that's gonna be tower for GIGABYTE Marines. Hell of a play there.
Oh, Optimus. He knew exactly how to play that with Levi. He says, Levi, you bait. As he jumps on you, as he goes to the skies, double bomb, stuns him in place. They had the Zillion ultimate. Levi didn't even need to flash out of the tower or anything like that. Pride gets baited right in. The tower goes down. GIGABYTE Marines are in the head of Pride after that one.
Having definitely a good time in those individual plays. A little bit of teamwork does go a long way, though, and Levi and Optimus are no strangers to it. So they get themselves ahead in the kill counter. They've been ahead in the gold counter. Isurus, though, are not as far behind as you could have expected from the way the game started off. Remember, they were on the back foot. It was 4-1 in kills for a while. But as we've gone further and further in this game, they've been finding picks back. We'll see if they're able to keep doing it.
This has been a very back and forth trade heavy game now. Those 2 Drakes that have come through.
No one saw that.
Marines. Yeah, it's okay. Look, he just wanted to stack the tier a little bit more.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Had to throw out a couple more
Deliberate.
cues. Just gonna say the 2 Drakes that have come through for the GIGABYTE Marines, I'll be pretty happy with for now. Another Infernal in 50 seconds coming up. But of course, Baron is always a looming threat. You look at the likes of Pride, of QQ more, Kindless, like the 3 of them will deal with Baron quite quickly if left unattended. So
that's true.
Always got to keep that into account when looking at those Drakes once we pass the 20-minute mark.
But there is the Mountain Dragon on GIGABYTE Marines, and they're not shy for damage, even if it's not best for taking out the Baron. I doubt we'll see any fast take attempts on that side, but the Dragon might be another story. 15 seconds till that one's up, but look at where Pride is right now. He's still relentlessly pushing in the bottom side, and Stark's not quite there.
Well, the reason Stark isn't quite there is because without a bot in a tower, Stark was putting himself in position where he could either move to Baron or move to bot lane, depending on where he was needed. He didn't want to have to teleport through.
Pride's caught out.
However, the rest of the team are grouping. Look at where Isurus are. They've already forced the teleport out of Optimus.
And Stark flashes forward, keeps on throwing the shurikens, gets the stun, scout of the week, and Stark is going to claim the kill. Isurus a little slower to get there now, and it's a 5v4 for GIGABYTE Marines in this bottom side.
Yep, Isurus couldn't quite close in fast enough. That was a spear thrown out onto the Dragon. This is risky. You don't have enough to really take this, so it's not a 50-50. Flash over!
Levi, can he get the steal? No, he fights too early, and QQ more gets the final shot, but now GIGABYTE Marines trying to take the fight here. Bombs covering the escape, blast cones, and Isurus, they get out with only losing Kindless. That's a trade you have to think you're happy with at this stage of the game.
Well, they lost Pride before. Now Kindless is down for 26 seconds. Is that a Baron attempt that comes out from the GIGABYTE Marines here? Yes, it's against Poke. There's a lot here, but the GIGABYTE Marines still have the numbers advantage.
Isurus, we're not expecting that mid-siege. However, it's going to be Slay going down. Emp's able to take him out. Archie had already gotten the Zillion ultimate on.
Optimus thought that ult was hitting the Lulu, and it was actually coming towards Slay. Saw the animation start and thought he had it saved.
Fine games go both ways sometimes. Stress now. Levi stepping forward is going to have to dodge away from the spear. Just a few pixels and he would have been nailed by it. Slay's down for still 19 seconds. Stark pushing on the bottom side. But GIGABYTE Marines can't get anything off the back of it. And here's the Dragon that started it all.
So this is fast enough that Isurus thought they could take it, but look, they split their focus. The smite comes down from Levi. No smite even used on QQ more's side of things. Optimus didn't even need to see where that explosion went off, and then the unfortunate Zillion ult that followed.
Yep. Well, you can't get him 100% of the time. Optimus has been pretty solid on saving the lives of his teammates this game, but unfortunately when you have 2 low health members, you have to choose. Sometimes you make the wrong choice.
Don't have favorites. Like,
I mean, personally, I would save the guy that does more damage, but hey.
yeah, but what if you're saving the guy that can save the guy that does more damage?
I think you're thinking too deep. And I don't actually know if Archie had his ultimate up and available in that one to keep himself alive, but all the same, ended up being one more kill. It's been very hectic. It's hard to track every single thing that goes down in some of these situations. Isurus have been taking it to GIGABYTE Marines after the start of things. As the arrow goes a little bit wide, you can see they're stacked towards the Baron pit, but Pride on the bottom side, he has his TP up and available. Scuttlecrab was tanking up pretty much everything, but he goes down in the end.
I mean, that arrow does a couple of things there. Yes, it's a miss is the first thing, so you don't add it to the accuracy tally, but it means that GIGABYTE Marines have to step back away from the entrance to the jungle. Allows them to clear it out. Optimus ulted himself on that one.
That's wild growth
Archie
and
did,
chrono
yeah.
shift down, though. There's a bit of a window for Isurus now.
In exchange for just Emp's ultimate coming through, so not bad trade on that one.
All right, so we have a rare moment of relative silence in this game. It has been so action-packed. Skirmishes all over the map, everyone teleporting in to try and save the day. But Baron is definitely the objective du jour. Everybody wants to grab the big purple worm right now to be able to push down the side lanes. But who's going to win when it comes down to these big 5v5 fights? That's the question.
Well, it depends whether Emp gets that ult onto Slay again, or like even Stark. Stark, if you can catch him out. Stark is going to go towards the Reckless build of Frozen Mallet by the looks of things coming through. But, I mean, Isurus have managed to really slow down this tower pushing composition out of GIGABYTE Marines. Now, it doesn't necessarily lose its bite later on, but the opportunities to siege are a lot fewer and further between. It's more difficult to step up towards an inhibitor tower and in a tower this late in the game, because if you don't control the vision on the way there, you get caught. You lose.
When you're looking at out too, it's quite easy for someone to get bursted down. And well, fortunately for the GIGABYTE Marines, they do have both those crucial life-saving ultimates back up and available. We don't have to necessarily kill someone to try and force them off an objective, right? Like, that's how poke comp works. You don't have to get the kills 100% of the time, as the double bombs are inches away from QQ dodges them out. Now it has been Ward Wars. We'll see if it turns into a little bit more than that. QQ sending a spear flying as he fades away. Popping back from Levi. Still on a clear mission.
Yeah, you know, the Marines just setting up as many control wards, clearing out with the sweepers. They know that they got the push on the bottom side for now for Stark, but Stark isn't about to take that tower in the bottom lane. I don't think he can really afford to take head-on trades with Pride that effectively. This is just kind of ping-ponging back and forth in the bot lane.
As a result, we have that standstill for a little while, and it's also pretty critical that Isurus got that dragon. If that had gone the way of GIGABYTE Marines, that is a huge amount of AD and AP percentage that you have on top of what you're already bringing in terms of this damage composition. So Isurus have to be pretty happy with the fact that they've been able to keep pace with this team for a while.
Yeah. What a strange cadence to this game. GIGABYTE Marines get a bunch of kills early on, Isurus fire back with some themselves, and now we're drawn into somewhat of a stalemate between these two. Stark looking for the flank. He has 4 members that he can look to Slicing Maelstrom here when the fight starts.
All of a sudden the action goes back up. He's got a 3-man stun for you, said, and there goes the boom. Stark is going to get 1 kill onto Kylan's, a double kill now onto Newbie. The bot lane's melted. QQ tries to go in for a hero mission, but that's the triple kill for the Kennen. Levi chasing off Emp, and you got to think that's Baron.
3 kills with nothing in response yet for Isurus. They have a lot of poke around this Baron, so Pride can look to maybe take out Levi from long range. That's a good shock blast to start it off. Puts fear into the GIGABYTE Marines Baron attempt. Can they look to steal this?
Throws the Krug in. Why the hell not? This is going to be
Pride's
close,
coming
but
in.
you cannot get the smite steal off. Slay's going low. Pride looking for it around the side. No, it's going to be smited down. Pride just couldn't find an angle, and at the same time, every member of the GIGABYTE Marines, they get in, they get the objective, and it's time to get out.
Emp died by the looks of it to Archie, so this is how the fight started on the bottom side. They were forced back towards the tri-bush, and who comes out of the bush? It's Stark. Triple stun to start, ends up locking down everybody in the end of it. And the GIGABYTE Marines, this was a perfect flank coming through from this cannon. This build with the Blade of the Ruined King, the Hurricane, is more built for team fighting than necessarily side lane until the Frozen Mallet is completed. And that was a beautiful team fight that comes through from the Marines.
Yep, now Isurus are going to try to grab a little bit back. The collateral damage, they get the smite, and the last shot is Newbies as they pick up a Mountain Dragon. So they are even on Dragons, but the gold lead swung pretty huge for GIGABYTE Marines back there. And now they are charging on multiple lanes. Isurus, they're going to have to rely on those Dragons they've managed to take away by inches to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, Baron goes in favor of the GIGABYTE Marines, now looking to push up, utilizing that TP available on the Zillion, but Optimus is out there on his own here. Does have ultimate available and backs away because he's giving a lot of respect over to Isurus. Knows that he could get caught out here. Needs to buy extra time, but look at it, Stark. No TP down on the bottom side. This is where they're going to attack.
All right, here's QQ waiting in the wings. Shock Blast comes in, thins the wave a little
They've
bit.
got him stuck.
There we go, right he goes. He gets a double stun off. However, if he can stay alive, that would be something. Pride gets the shutdown, and he's able to limp away. Acceleration Gate, how fast can he run? Optimus is charging down for him, chasing him away from his own base, throws the bomb, it's flashed away. He joins up Rendezvous with QQ, and is he going to be able to make his escape? Jace with the secret agent mission.
Archie got caught there as well. Redemption comes through, it's enough to heal him up, but now Archie is pincered in. Or who's pincering who? Here come the Marines, back for QQ. This is a ridiculous trade.
Nowhere for the Nidalee to go, unfortunately, and Slay is able to take him down. Pride does manage to sneak out, lives to tell the tale. Meanwhile, Isurus were preoccupied wave clearing in the mid lane, and that was wacky.
Kindless, Emp, and Newbie just said, nah, we're not going to try and save you. We're going to push back our waves in top and mid, deny any push attempt with the Baron, soak up more time. But the problem is the Marines down on the bottom side now will get one tower for it. There's no real way of stopping them. And if this is a big enough wave stacked up, remember that Ziggs eats through turrets that get towards low health. They could very well push in again, but the minions are running out. There's only one wave behind them, and it'll likely be the last wave with the Baron buff, unless Levi is running that runic affinity.
They have so much damage with this Ziggs, able to push down the tower, but they can't quite get the angle they need. And there's some low health bars here. Newbie does get caught out. Collateral damage is burned, but it's only half healthing his health bar. And Pride, he's just stoned away by the Ziggs ultimate. Satchel Charge only used on the back half of it, and now they've managed to break open the base of Isurus. Let's see, crunch time. The LATAM South team, can they keep their base alive?
At this point, it's a difficult ask. Now, the Ziggs not quite as good at just instantly taking out arrow. The Start got caught by that arrow.
He does manage to get himself QSS out of there, a little bit on the late on the draw, but he is nice and safe. This is still hard, though. There's so much tower-wrecking damage on this GIGABYTE Marine squad. Isurus just can't react fast enough.
Yeah, Isurus will be saying, whew, thank God that Satchel Charge passive doesn't work on inhibs. They at least have to take that a little slower. But they have hemorrhaged towers throughout this game of Isurus. They've lost 7 already. And Baron has just expired. Elder is on the cards a little bit later on as well. But it's been a very back and forth game between both of these teams. Tower push in favor of the GIGABYTE Marines, utilizing the Ziggs, the Zillion. The poke has really been strong out of Isurus. But I feel like they've left a few of their members out to dry a few times in this game.
That's definitely true. And it's kind of resulted in a lot of that back and forth, the skirmishes. Isurus have been able to find a few things back, and even if they've given up a lot more deaths themselves, they're still not lacking for damage, and there's not the most survivability on every member of GIGABYTE Marines. You look at the Frozen Mallet, that's like your big defensive item, that and the Ninja Tabby for Stark. You see the Locket built by Archie, and after that, there's not a whole lot else. So these are some squishy members both sides around. It really comes down to how well Optimus and Archie are able to utilize their ultimates.
Yeah, very true. And if they do manage to weather the storm through that Syndra damage, then I'm not saying Isurus lack for damage other than Syndra, but outside of that ultimate, it's a little bit more of a prolonged fight that has to come through. And if the spears don't land, the shock blast don't land, the arrow, if it doesn't land, oh, Slay's already dead! Emp killed him!
All of a sudden, that was right now quick, and It's a 4v5. GIGABYTE Marines, they gotta be shaking their heads at what the hell just happened.
Optimus ult and
Wait,
Archie's ult is up. Kindness is dead.
Levi just flashes into even those odds right now. It's a 4v4 with no AD carries, no bot laners, I should say, left on the map right now. However, there's a stream of minions in this bottom side. Stark leading the charge. Isurus have to react nice and quickly, but can they save their base? Stark is going in. He's got his ultimate on, but it's not going to get the stun up just a second. Here we go. Optimus Archie taking a little bit low, but the redemption was there. Pride trying to push back Stark on an all. Levi is able to take down Newbie in the back half of it, and QQmore goes in. He has to go golden because he was exhausted down. Emp's going to get taken out for a double by Stark. GIGABYTE Marines, they're running through this base. They're just going to go for it.
It's only QQmore alive. This has been a very extended fight. The GIGABYTE Marines going to stop QQmore from cutting the wave behind them. Stark's gonna run him down. Looks like they want to end this game.
Stun up, it stops him for a moment. He's able to heal, but it looks like it's just a game of cat and mouse in reverse, I should say, as GIGABYTE Marines look to finish off the final tower. Kindless all the way back to Fountain trying to snipe, but he's taken out for the ace. That's gonna be the game. 23 kills and the GIGABYTE Marines flexing their muscles.
That was less cat and mouse, looked more like Meowth getting dealt by Pikachu in most of the episodes on that one. GIGABYTE Marines, they start this game with a mid lane gank, and I don't want to say never look back, but the GIGABYTE Marines continue to take the pressure to Isurus, try to get as many towers as they could with this Ziggs. It's been a while since you and I have casted a game with a Ziggs bot lane, but this time works out very well for the GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, it's funny you say never look back, because I honestly think a lot of these teams would have benefited from looking behind themselves. There were a lot of flanks this game. All the same, GIGABYTE Marines, they were the more powerful team, and even though Isurus was able to find openings, was able to punish them time and again, it just wasn't enough when you look at how fast they were pushing turrets.
And that one flank that you have to keep in mind, that flank with the Kennen Stark top side coming down behind Baron, triple stun, cleans up the fight. And that really sealed the deal for the GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to be AP Kennen to be able to make a big impact in those team fights, and he was doing that. He was cleaning up on the top side as well. Excellent moves from them all around. But for more on that game, we're going to go ahead and send it to Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. GIGABYTE's Marines starting off their tournament with a victory here in a very skirmish-oriented, high-action game, especially in those early minutes. And before we get to those early minutes and all the focus and skirmishing that we saw in the mid lane, let's talk about champion select. Because yesterday, of course, we saw Graves on the ban list for basically the entire day, while Lulu was receiving pretty high priority, if not being first picked, being first rotation on the red side. And yet, Graves, Lulu end up on the same team here for blue side.
Something that you wouldn't normally expect to happen at all did happen in this game, and I think you'll only find this occurring when Isurus actually compete on Summoner's Rift. They are the players in the team that want the Graves, and so by foregoing it and not banning it themselves on red side, they do run the risk of the Southeast Asian side and GIGABYTE Marines taking it. They do. The question we do have is why was Lulu not there? But what we can say is that they immediately went to Nidalee. So they first picked Nidalee in response to the Graves, which is exactly where QQmore wants to be. He wants to match the tempo of the jungle, clear at the same speed, and then try and 2v2 with Emp.
Exactly, and then of course with that, those early action, junglers that have the ability to get into the lanes, we had incredible attention to the mid lane, brought to you by Acer here. 5 early game kills, all centered around the mid laners in some way, shape, or form.
Right, so you see this is after Emp had already received some attention. They're gonna go and close out onto Zilean. They pick him up, and then during this time, you see Lulu kind of charging up the mid lane. She's gonna get involved in this play as well. And as this kind of play rolls out,
Graves was just there. Blew both.
He already blew the summoners. This was a repeat follow-up gank, and then they both show back up this time to finish off Emp. That's the first couple kills. They repeat gank Emp again. He's not having a good day at the start of this. Gets picked off another time, and then this whole kind of roaming train continues. Now that you have pressure in the mid lane, you see Zilean charging down the river right now to join in this bot lane 2v2 that was already going pretty well for the Marines, and then they're able to pick up a couple kills. Newbie trying to run distraction, but that's okay because Zillian's gonna be able to clean the kill up.
And again, the snowball started all from that first bit of pressure in the middle lane, right? You go gank, you bring Lulu mid at 3 minutes, Zillian returns the favor, goes bottom at 5 minutes, but Graves is everywhere. That guy was actually like pumping the NOS.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, Levi just as an individual in this game with the support of a Lulu and a Zillian, kind of speeds and shields behind him, he was going off. But immediately following all this early action where we would normally say, okay, with so many kills falling over, you'd expect at some point for something to break, right? And one team gets total control. That didn't so much happen in this game, and in large part a product of the compositions, because we don't have a ton of engage or ability, or rather permission to dive turrets and take objectives.
Right, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is neither of these comps really abuse the other one in any way, or even when they get ahead can force like sieging up, because we saw there a number of times that the Marines grouped up around mid lane. They wanted to try and force that turret down, and then you saw an Ash arrow come in, a Syndra stun, numerous things that would start a fight off, and then they'd be forced to disengage, or at worst, start giving up some kills. And off the back of that, Isurus was able to start kind of working their way back into the game slowly, and it got to a point where they were even, and within like, you know, 1,000 or 2 gold, neither team can just, oh, we're gonna dive you. Our split pusher's way ahead. He's forcing action, and it kind of results in a little slower game after like the 15-minute mark.
And that's what happens with these team comps, just in general. Like, being only skirmishing means that at best you're going to get 2 or 3 kills. You'll never ace. You'll never have the ability to translate those kills into something. And it's 300 gold. It's 600 gold. Right. It's not going to give you the extra items either. So it takes a lot of time and constant skirmishing to get those advantages.
Right, and then you're just waiting for that one fight that does kind of net just enough kills or a large enough man advantage that you can push for larger objectives. That finally came 28 minutes into the game here. A beautiful flank here by the cannon.
So usually 80 cannons cannot perform flanks because they don't have the utility to get them off, but you see that on the side of Isurus Gaming, they were totally blindsided by this. They were focusing on further into the jungle. They have no idea that the cannon's coming on the backside. He's able to get a free flank off, stuns them all up, gives his team the ability to AoE them down, and then they chase through for kills. Usually AP Cannon has things like a Zanya's, like a Protobelt to get involved in the fight. 80 Cannon does not have those extra utility items available, so usually those kind of flanks can be difficult, but if it's completely blind and the enemy team is already spending their cooldowns on the other direction, you can get involved in a play like that.
Perfectly illustrated here by that gold graph as well. You see it exactly the 28-minute mark is where there's a 3 to 4K gold jump, but up until that point, both teams, as you mentioned, trading back 300 to 600 gold at a time, never really gaining just enough advantage that you hit the item breakpoints that let you run away with the game. You know, overall, though, I think it's very interesting for both of these teams to see this skirmish style and then determine, okay, in future games, is Isurus Gaming going to be comfortable playing with so few options when it comes to starting fights, having received this loss here today?
And they're a team-fighting team. If they're ever behind, they try and default to the 5-man unit, but they've got the tempo-based jungler. They don't have the capabilities to team fight outright. It's more picks and skirmishes. And honestly, I just feel like GIGABYTE Marines matched that and said, we're going to never die to your skirmishing. We'll get to the team fights, and we'll just try and be better players at the end of the day. And that's exactly what they're able to do behind all of their star players on the top half.
And it was mid-lane focused, as we said. I mean, they're at the early game, but also, too, in terms of the players that they're playing around. We saw the Ziggs 80 carry, right? Not necessarily looking for the hyper carry out of that. That's to serve taking turrets down. And so very much a different focus from what we saw yesterday in total team style.
Right, and I think the scary thing for Isurus here is now that you've kind of seen them just take a lot of jungle bans this game, and this might be a little bit of a blueprint for other teams to try as well, because that's the thing about these teams is they're not exactly sure how to approach each other. It's day one, it's the first 2 games, but if you see a team able to do something that looks successful, you can try and replicate that. Obviously, I'm not saying most teams should, oh yeah, let's grab a zillion with the Ziggs and all this crazy stuff, but at least in terms of some of the bans that you're trying to limit the options of Isurus.
Yeah, and after seeing that performance from Levi, you already mentioned it, but on the Graves, I think for teams now looking at GIGABYTE's Marines in the later stages of the day, I would be looking to take that pick away from him. Don't put him in a position where they can just ride, you know, his ability to the victory.
I mean, it almost goes without saying, right? Graves banned all of the first day, should be banned most of this on. The one time we do see it available, a performance like this happens.
Absolutely. We do have to step away for a quick break. When we return, Virtus.pro and Isurus Gaming take to the stage for Game 3. We'll be right back.
Side and should be fine.
Hanging around, okay. Bombs are flying. Optimus is in trouble.
the
Son
stun.
of the flash and the swipe. It's finished by M. Real
Zillion's
low here.
here.
And in comes Optimus. Here we go. One auto throws the bombs, forcing the flash and the heal, but he's still gonna get it.
Should have. Now Pride, oh, in a lot of trouble.
Oh, picks up the
Tick,
bomb and the
tick,
flash
tick.
cone. Boom.
Initial exchange.
Oh, that is nasty. Can he finish him off before the slice again? Finishes, he can. All of a sudden, the active goes back up. He's got a 3-man stun for you, said, and there goes the boom. That's gonna be the game. 23 kills in the GIGABYTE Marines flexing their muscles.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sao Paulo. Shox here, still joined by Optimus from the GIGABYTE Marines after booking their first win at the MSI Play-ins over Isurus Gaming. Congratulations first up. And I want to ask you about that very chaotic game after a fantastic start. It was all chaos, all fighting all the time. Why do you think it turned into such a messy endeavor?
Thì cái trận đầu tiên của mình á, thì khi mới đầu vào thì mình start rất là strong đúng không? Mình rất là mạnh. Nhưng mà tại sao thì cái game nó trở thành loạn như vậy?
Một phần vì đây là trận đầu tiên nên cả đội có một tí gọi là chệch choạc trong việc triển khai những thế trận, cũng như là việc mà gặp một số trục trặc trong vấn đề gaming gear, nên cả đội đã gặp khó khăn một chút.
Yeah, so partly it's because the first game ever in this tournament, and then we made a lot of mistake in repairing, and then we had some trouble with the gear. So yeah.
Well, it's normal to be a bit nervous at the start. However, you guys did also pick a composition that was very all-in and very aggressive. Is this the kind of play that we can expect from the Marines going forward in this tournament?
Thì cái đội hình của mình nó rất là all-in đúng không? Tức là lao vào nó đánh rất là nhiều. Thì đây có phải là cái lối chơi của đội Việt Nam mình hay không?
Hiện tại đội tuyển của Việt Nam thì có thể sử dụng rất là đa dạng về chiến thuật, và đội hình vừa rồi thì chỉ là một trong những chiến thuật mà Việt Nam có thể sử dụng mà thôi.
Yeah, so our team have a lot of strategy prepared. So this is just one of that strategy.
Okay, well, Optimus, you're no stranger to the international stage. We all remember you from All-Star in Barcelona. How confident do you feel up against all the other mid laners in this tournament, in this group specifically, because it's a pretty stacked mid lane talent group?
Thì em đã đi nước ngoài nhiều rồi ha, đặc biệt là cái onside vừa rồi á, thì em có cảm giác là tự tin khi đối đầu với những cái mid laner khác của trong đội trong bảng này hay không?
Bởi vì cũng đã thi đấu nhiều và cũng như là có kinh nghiệm rất là nhiều, thì hiện tại khi mà đối đầu với những mid laner khác thì bản thân em cảm thấy rất là bình thường, và khi đánh thì chỉ cần quan trọng việc tướng mình như thế nào thôi, chứ không cảm thấy lo sợ hoặc là quá tự tin và tự mãn với việc đối đầu với mid laner nào khác.
Yeah, so he's been on the international stage a couple of times, so it's just business as usual for him. It's all because of based on the champions, not based on the players.
Well, we will see what happens further, but you guys got off to a fantastic start. Congratulations once again, Optimus and Kai. Thank you very much for assisting in a translation. And now back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. Great to hear from Optimus that, you know, he believes they have many more plays left in that playbook that they can utilize throughout the tournament here, and that was just one of them. But picking up a necessary victory for themselves there. On to our third game of the day, Virtus.pro versus Isurus Gaming. Both of these teams still looking to find their first win here today. Given the losses that they sustained, what are your impressions of this matchup and how it might go?
I mean, there's very positive signs in very different directions for both of these teams. You would say that Virtus.pro being able to throw a bigger spanner into the works, something that the Southeast Asian side just used to great success against Isurus Gaming. Always going to be a possibility against a predictably played side.
I mean, specifically, what about the junglers here, Mark? Because we just saw, of course, you know, Isurus Gaming go for that Nidalee. It can keep up to some degree in the farming, but it's definitely not a meta champion. And it raises the question, why didn't you go for something like the Lee Sin or the Elise that can actually stack up against other early game junglers?
Right, it's one of those instances where you would say, oh, an Elise is clearly better for their comp. There's a lot of pick-off potential, but the Nidalee might be something he feels more comfortable on, especially in the Graves matchup. He feels like maybe he can keep up with the farm a lot better. And even though it turned very gank heavy early on, after that kind of cooled off, there was a little bit more focus on that farming style. On the side of Virtus.pro, they played the Lee Sin in that game. Obviously, looking to make things happen, especially at 6. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Virtus.pro kind of copy some of the bans. The Lee Sin would have gotten through, and he maybe grabs that again if they try and target the Kazakhs and Gragas as well.
And even if you pull it all the way out, both of these teams played very different style comps as a whole, right? And so how will those two clash up? We got one Blitz, Lee Sin, Varus. We are happy to engage all the time, anytime, full 5-man fights versus that more poke-oriented split push with the Jason, the side lane, or pick comp.
I have very high expectations that these worlds will actually collide. If you look at the first time Virtus.pro played, it was pretty much mid lane. They basically just stayed mid from about 12 minutes on and did not look like changing that strategy, but that's legitimately how Isurus try and win this game. Use their mid laner as a pivot point to get into the jungle. Well, if he's locked in mid because that's where VP are, then that's where everything's going to happen.
Look, I'm not sad that we're seeing a lot of fights today, but I'm going to waste no more time and get us into game 3, so it's time now to send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash. And yeah, I think they raise a lot of interesting points about how Isurus can try to get back in this one. Obviously, both teams coming off a tough loss. But VP's was one of the closer ones we've had, I think, so far in this whole play-in stage. So Isurus, they got to be sitting back thinking like, okay, if they pull the Blitz again, what the hell are we going to do?
Ban Blitzcrank.
There you go.
I don't think we'll see a Blitz ban. It was a big pick in game one for VP. VP nearly won game one of the day. You can't overlook that. It was only Lyon getting that good team fight play, the teleport into the base with Seiya closing that game out. So VP maybe is slightly different adaptation on what they were doing, maybe with a better support for an all-around team fight focus. Might be enough for VP to regain control of their destiny here.
Yeah, and even if they don't go 100% normal meta kind of choices, there's still a lot else that they could pull out to surprise Isurus Gaming, who, it's rough when you have to go from one game that you just lost, and honestly, a game that you very nearly came back in as well, to now have to face off against another team still hungry for a win here, and you don't want to be that team that starts off the day 0 and 2.
That's very fair. I think you had a little bit of a spoiler there. Looks like we're going to Champion Select soon. At least
preview.
Just a preview of us going into game. As this has been a very interesting second day. We saw a lot of Darius, some Darius in day one. A lot of Ivan, but Ivan has been banned in every, not every game, but
a fair frequently.
Yeah, it was banned out in
fair
the
frequent
second game
appearance
of the day
bans, yes. But another thing that's been banned a lot so far is this Galio. It continues now as Virtus.pro removed not only that, but also the Ashe. And it's still 2 top bans for Isurus Gaming. The Fizz and the Shen, both removed once again.
Yeah, and we talked about how Pride has a very large champion pool. Not opting to really utilize that too much in the last game. The Jace didn't have that much of an impact compared to what we maybe were expecting.
Yeah, now the Elise is banned away, so that targets that QQ more, but as we saw last time with the Ivern ban coming through, he's not afraid to just pick up something length in Italy, so we'll see what he goes for this time around. It was very quickly picked up in that last game, but Kha'Zix made it through.
This time available for Creox here. We had that banned away earlier on in the day, and now we get to see Creox on his most played jungler. 6 wins, 2 losses over in the LCL. I want to see what he can get done here.
And I want to see what Isurus Gaming can answer with right now. Let's QQ more got in his bag of tricks to take that on, but
gotta be Lee Sin, or Graves, but Lee Sin tends to hold up better in the 1v1. Now Graves will out-farm effectively, will be able to farm it very well. Good, fast pushing potential. We just saw Isurus lose out to this. Maybe they'll look to adopt a few of those setups for themselves.
Yeah, and likewise, talking about the most played champion in the jungle, for Creox, QQmores has been that Graves, as he's rocking a 4-1 win rate on that champion, Virtus.pro. Toying with a few ideas here on the next rotation as the Karma had been picked up by Isurus.
We heard Mark earlier talking about wanting to see a Leona, wanting to see a non-ranged support just roam around and blow people up. Well, with a Nautilus in the first rotation, may very well be the case. Could be up in the top lane, could flex down to that support role. It's Hooks, Santos if he wants it.
Yeah, just another one a little bit safer of one. He has played one game of it over in the LCL, but it's Doxy that's been mainly taking the Titan of the Depths in their league. But Virtus.pro, it's another Taliyah lock-in. A few Assassins flash for Paranoia, says, I can do this, but I'm going to play this one out. Nice and safe, get a lot of roams going, and Virtus.pro look like they're heading for a very similar style.
Yeah, and in game one, we saw Lyon play the Echo into the Taliyah, and it did just fine. Seiya ended up 3-0. Paranoia, a little bit of a struggle to get himself into the fights. A couple of Weaver's Walls did, however, really hit the mark and end up going in their favor. This isn't a flex. This is Gragas going up into the top lane here, securing themselves a good tank matchup for Pride.
All right. So Pride's got that one locked in, and now it goes once again to Isurus for the ban phase. They take away the Lulu, focusing on support, but it is still possible that that is where the Nautilus ends up going. Cassiopeia removed, so it's mid laner that VP want to ban away. Makes a lot of sense with Emp still not taking his choice, and there's a Kennen ban following up.
Yeah, Kennen as well now trying to take away one of the good matchups into Gragas, or at least a bully matchup. Gragas can contend with this. If the Syndra is available, I wouldn't be surprised to see Isurus go towards that Syndra themselves. We just saw Emp play a game on it. Looked decent, but a difficult matchup against the Zilean. Taliyah, a little bit easier of a match as well. LeBlanc is available. Either one is a possible matchup into Talia.
Really letting it go down to the wire. That's the last second LeBlanc ban by Virtus.pro. The question is, what is Emp going to dip into? He does have a pretty wide champion pool. He's played, obviously, a lot of the Ryze, played a bit of Jace in the mid lane. Seen a couple options.
No emphasis on AD carries. Both Ashe and Varus, Caitlyn available. We haven't seen the priority on that, but that's a lot because that Ivan has not been picked up. So will it be AD carry here? Will Isurus save their AD carry to try and hold the matchup? They go for a safe AD carry, in air quotes, one that can't really be killed particularly easily. Very mobile in this Ezreal, but certainly out of the meta. Of course, I mentioned Ashe, it was banned away. And speaking of save...
Wow, Blasting got the quick lock-in for the Lucian to try and get a little bit of dueling potential here, but from the land of aggro supports, will we see echoes of Lecrit? Not this game, maybe.
Maybe.
Stop playing with me, Santos.
You probably don't want to play Blitz into Ezreal. It's one of the only AD carries that can actually get away.
Okay, they go a little safer. They get themselves a tank. It's the Braum lock-in, but this is an old-school bully lane, right?
Yeah.
Get yourself the double tap, build up those stacks, and get the stuns off.
Yeah, you get the stuns. You can also deny a lot from the likes of the Graves, from the Gragas. Now mid lane we go, expecting the Syndra. Depends whether they want to play something like a Ryze to roam along with it. But that is Emp's most played mid laner. If they do go for that, it would push them later into the game. So I like that they go for a champion that can utilize that teleport, play the Echo into the Talia, match the roaming potential.
This is a very mobile composition too, right? Because Echo is not the only one that can close a lot of gaps. You have the Gragas, you have the Graves, the Ezreal, and Karma has a speed boost. This is a composition that when you group them all together, I mean, they could definitely chase people down. The question is who they're going to focus on. I feel like it's going to be the Kazakhs.
To some extent, yeah. I mean, for VP, I wonder whether we'll be going bot lane again. It happened in the first game. I guess it was towards the duo who actually ended up in top side when they made a swap, but with the teleport, with the Weaver's Wall, you've got a Kha'Zix that can move quite quickly into the lane as well. VP maybe looking to get Blasting going and end up carrying this game through.
Yeah, could potentially be the plan. They focused on trying to get Blasting ahead in their last game. However, it was a little bit tough up against Lyon Gaming for a little while anyways. And eventually started to get rolling on that Varus. We'll see if the Lucian gets going a little faster. All the same, it's comfort, right? You look at what Doxy's got, his most played champion in the form of the Nautilus. Paranoia's on that Talia. This is something that VP are very well schooled in.
And they look good reacting to being behind at the first moments of the game. They made that swap up to the top side. They got themselves into the mix quite effectively, but now Isurus coming off a loss. Can they shake off what was a tough matchup against the GIGABYTE Marines now and look to pick up their first win of the tournament?
We'll have to find out. Somebody's got to walk away with victory. VP, they definitely have to still be smarting from the way that Lyon game finished out. However, Virtus.pro definitely looking strong up until the end. Isurus Gaming, they had a lot of fight in them. I feel like if there's one thing that's for certain in this group, there definitely will be blood. Virtus.pro, Isurus Gaming. Who's going to walk away with the victory? We'll find out as we load up onto Summoner's Rift once again. For MSI 2017, this playing stage has really been delivering.
Yeah, day 2 of the playing stage, 4 days of the first round here. Double round robin on the groups. And we saw yesterday Group A settled heavily with Supermassive getting the first kind of perfect run through the groups. We'll see whether anybody ends day 2 3-0. Unfortunately, it won't be either of these teams. They've already both dropped a game. But now it's time for redemption. Build back to maybe a 2-1 end of the day. Both of these teams will be looking for that kind of result now as we head further and further in the games.
Serious looks on the faces of all the players. Don't want to come in, drop a couple of games, especially when you have the potential to turn it right around. So close. We've had some of these games already happen, and even with early leads built up, we've had teams come back in. No one's playing the perfect game. Of course, you can't expect it even on this kind of stage. Everybody can make just one little mistake, and they can be punished very harshly.
It's interesting you talk about the perfect game. We've had a lot of European teams on the EU LCS talking about chasing the perfect game. G2, kind of the winners of the European region, spoke a lot about how they ended up stopping chasing the perfect game somewhat. The same happened with Fnatic. They ended up saying, we don't want to play for the perfect game, we'll play our style and do well. And certainly that is what worked well for VP for the majority of the first game, but it was Lyon with a backdoor to end it that really shut down VP's hopes in game 1 of the day.
They lost it in the end. The team from LATAM North, can they shut down the South? That's the question. Paranoia, everybody spotting out, trying to make sure that there aren't any invades happening. But Isurus, they're content to just pull the line of scrimmage. They don't want any early invades happening. A lot of mobility we talked about on the Isurus gaming side. However, VP aren't lacking for it either, especially when you have a Talia in the mid lane.
No lack from that Talia. So as we get closer into the laning phase here, you have to look at Lucian Braum up against Ezreal Karma. Lucian Braum very good at taking down a single target if you can get there, stacking up that Winter's Bite, you know, getting the passive, the stun. Ezreal Karma is one of the most difficult lanes to actually kill. Okay, there's not a lot of sustain that comes from the lane after trades, but the shields, the escape, the slow, the tether, everything can end up going into that safe zone for Isurus here in this bottom lane. So Blasting and Santos may struggle to get ahead in this laning phase unless they can find the damage coming through in trades. You can see already the threat of Lucian early on is quite palpable. You can get a lot of auto stun. This is Kindless way too far close towards Blasting, way too close.
Yeah, Kindless has had a lot of trouble so far in this tournament with unsuspecting some of the positioning, maybe not just in lane, but across the board on this Ezreal that should cover some of the gaps. But the problem is he keeps getting pushed back, and we're seeing the old school bully lane kind of coming to fruition here with Blasting and Santos trying to zone away, doing a good job of it.
The reason he was closing the gap there was trying to even up the level 2 mark. You can see with one last Mystic shot, he ended up getting level 2, but it had already been VP that was assuming control of this wave. Now we get to see Kindless will have the ability to get away. You see shield comes out, allows Kindless to survive through a lot of this damage. So Blasting and Santos will struggle in this lane to at least dominate when it comes to trades. But CS is easy for Lucian to accrue. You can see already a lead. There's a bunch in the wave in front of the Isurus gaming bot lane. But it's going to take some time for Blasting to open up a good lead.
Yep. However, they are going to be able to get some spots on the map and make sure that they don't get jumped on by QQ more. However, they should have been looking top right now because he's going in for the level 3 gank. Pride taking up some damage. Riptide's there, but there's a belly bop, and flashing Doxy's going to try to get the juke off. In comes Kriok. Does he have the damage? QQ more flashing for first blood. Is he going to give his life? Kriok does not have the final hit. The smoke screen laid down for QQ more. End of the line. Does not go where he wanted, and Kriok gets one. Can he get two? The big barrel. Kriok might die to minions. Oh!
The last minion auto. It was a good player on the smoke screen from QQ more there. Kriox couldn't quite afford to go aggressive at first, but that ends up being a trade in favor of Isurus. So QQ more comes up to the top side. Doxy's already around about half health. Big hit from that barrel to take him lower, but buys enough time, gets a Titan's Wrath through. They think, okay, maybe Kriox is enough here to deny. Flash over. QQ more knows he has to get that first kill, goes back into the smoke grenade. Could have gone down and out, but didn't want Kriox to get away with his life. Knew Pride wasn't enough on his own at that point to get the kill, but Pride proves him wrong, gets the kill anyway. Yeah. Minions get the assist.
I think he might have died to the red buff at the end of it all. It was hard to tell what the last tick was, but yeah, that was definitely some inches, and well, it's going to matter with the early game item choices. There's 5 Doran's rings between those two top laners at the minute. Emp's going to teleport back into the mid, and well, the mid lane for once today has been a little quieter.
It has, in this game at least. Last game we'd already had 4 ganks mid by this point.
There's no Nidalee, so that's part of the difference.
Well, no level 6 yet on Pride, so no way of really capitalizing on QQ more being top without a mistake coming through from Doxy. If he pushes up with this wave, it would be the kind of mistake that could cost him, but you can see recalls out, knows he's lost that trade, can sense the fact that Pride... Ooh, he actually thinks Pride came out of the lane for a while. Doesn't anticipate QQ more still being there. Doxy's playing.
Oh, this is the mind game.
So close.
Oh, body slam, flash. He's able to get the dredge line out though. Can he escape the damage? QQ more wants to commit. He can't do it.
Couldn't quite get in there, Pride. If he was level 6, that would have been an easy kill onto Doxy, but Doxy was trying desperately to get as much farm from that wave as he could, but it wasn't to be. Now Creox is top side to defend against the push.
Yeah, Pride burned his flash on that one. He'll trade it for a little bit of tower damage, and Creox being preoccupied in the top. In fact, Doxy didn't actually leave just yet, so they're going to be able to push them back together. And we check back in with the bottom. Blasting, still dishing some damage onto Newbie, but Kindless is starting to find his footing as he's found himself a CS advantage as well.
Yeah, has been able to farm up. As we said, they're quite safe in the bottom lane. Will take a while for Blasting to accrue any kind of CS lead. Doesn't help a couple of minions dying under tower. Oh, hang on, QQ Moore's here.
Oh, close call there, but QQ Moore stealing that one away. And now they're looking to try and finish off an early tower up top, utilizing QQ Moore constantly sitting up in this top lane. They shouldn't have enough damage to do it just yet, but they can definitely get some chip on.
Doxy stuck around long enough to get level 6, but it cost him on his recall timing now because his tower is getting pushed. This is one of the things that Graves can do very well, but look, Paranoia wants to come out of the lane. That will force Emp to push out mid lane under the tower. And again, try and deny as much experience here. VP trying to hang with QQ Moore and Pride up in this top side.
Yep. Definitely racing to try and finish off the top tower. They should be able to get it. Doxy's going to show up just in time, but he still has no flash, and even with level 6, there's not enough damage to follow up on. Isurus Gaming, they're going to be able to knock down first tower of the game.
Yeah, that was one of the easier tower first bloods that we've seen on top side come from top laners trading up there. However, mid lane, Creox wants to come in here. Emp gets a lot of distance out of that ult.
Has to burn his flash, though, to get away from Creox at the end. The leap on top was just enough to force him back, so even though Isurus Gaming have themselves a gold lead, they can't sit pretty just yet. Not with Creox waiting in the wings, who is spotted by Newbie. Tried to steal away the Scuttle Crab. Hard to do against a jungler, but still. And another Infernal Dragon, by the way. We haven't really touched on this one this game, but we've been spoiled today, haven't we, Scratch?
We have.
There have been some serious dragons worth fighting for.
A lot of mountains, a lot of Infernals. Now, looking at this bottom lane, Kindless, he's got a Vamp Scepter. Now, Ezreal does typically build Blade of the Ruined King, but it's a third item. Normally, you'll go the Muramana into Trinity Force, whichever way you end up picking it up, and then get yourself Blade of the Ruined King. This could be a very early Blade for Ezreal. We haven't seen that all that often, but obviously the high propensity of AD carries to build Blade of the Ruined King because of the strength of it. Doesn't synergize the best with the kit out of Kindless because he's not quite so attack speed based, but nevertheless, likely will end up slotting into the build. I'm looking forward to seeing how this damage is changed by an earlier Blade, if he ends up even building it all the way. It might just be a stopgap in between his first items.
True. I mean, he did go for the early longsword, so he didn't have the lifesteal available to him in the early on, but that shield's available from Karma. Just trying to play it out safe, it seems, for the time being. Kind of makes sense after last game. A little bit rough for him. However, Blasting does not want to play it on safe. He dashes his way, Relentless Pursuit for a double tap, but Kindless was there to be able to fire back on top of him with a Mystic Shot and force back.
That's why it might be a stopgap. He may just end up going normal build after it, but wants to be able to take these trades, short trades, heal up, short trade, heal up as much as he can. Blasting has got that Bilgewater Cutlass completed himself, but Creox is looking to get into the bot lane here. There is a ward in the lane brush. The Tribush ward has just been killed, and they know QQ Moore is on the top side of the rift, but that means Paranoia coming back towards mid. Creox isn't coming into the bot lane now either. This is an interesting setup.
There we go.
To go.
Oh, Santos, he goes forward. He does have 6, but he's not popping the Glacial Fissure just yet. It looks like the dual lane has managed to escape. Blasting was a little bit low. And Isurus Gaming, most of them are hanging around this mid lane, but in the jungle right now, denying anything that Creox would get. But Creox is still preoccupied by the bottom side of the map. Maybe he's just going to go for the Drake. He starts it up.
That was odd. Kindless looked like he took a full channel of the culling in the bot lane. We didn't see it ourselves, but he ended up on like 200 health. Emp wants to go though, mid lane.
Throws the Time Winder, gets a phase dive in, and that's a lot of damage dealt. However, it's all a cover right now, and there goes Santos in onto QQ Moore. Blasting, gets the stun off, able to proc it down. Paranoia can't get away. Flash for flash, follow through collateral, forces the heal. Blasting
He's still alive.
Can't get the job done. Meanwhile, Emp keeps Santos busy, and Pride TP's in. This looks like we could be in for another couple of kills. Santos He's going down. That's a double for Emp, and it's mid-tower time for Isurus.
In what looked like a very controlled setup to start this in favor of VP, now it's all gone crazy.
Doxy's 1v5 right now. He was trying to get the pick off, but it's just not enough damage. Kriox comes in a second too late. Doxy's down, and there's still a wave to contend with, but Isurus are low health bars. They do not want to tangle with this Kha'Zix.
No, they do not want to go aggressive here at all. It looked like VP had full control of that exchange. I think Blasting flashed over the wall with no mana. You can see he uses a lot of his mana on that exchange there. And from here, does he even cast an ability from this? Took so much damage off that end of the line. Blasting couldn't quite survive. Kindless came over for the tidy up on the kill. And from there, Isurus have Pride in position. Santos has to at least take a step back to try and avoid the cask. It ended up pinning him against the wall anyway, and VP heavily down now. Compare this to game one, where they came out of the gate swinging. They took the exchange in the top side, played with the Blitzcrank, got the hooks. Now VP are on the back foot. They have to try and get themselves back into this game.
It's going to be difficult for them, finding themselves down 2,000 gold. They did get the Infernal Dragon. While all the action was being set up, Kriox was kind of keeping everyone in the dark by taking it out, but that's a consolation prize when you consider all that happened so far. First Tower Blood for Isurus Gaming. A lot of damage on the mid-turn. A huge fight won by them, and they're looking good right now. After that loss, you had to think maybe, just maybe, that could have gotten in their heads against the GIGABYTE Marines, but they have really managed to shake it off, no problem.
You gotta feel like VP having flashbacks to game one of the day. They're like, okay, we got the Talia, everything's gonna go well, we'll just try and snowball bot. Echo's got kills, he's controlling any 1v1 scenario. However, this one's a 3v1.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to get out. Let's see, snap back in towards the tower, but he's going towards the wrong base, stunned up by the concussive blows, and Doxy gets the final shot. Looked like the Riptide got him. However, there's two on mid right now for Paranoia to contend with. Let's see if he can hold him back.
Yeah, this time that tower's about half health. Paranoia should be okay here. TP bot lane.
They can't cut anyone off.
TP from Doxy bot lane to hold the tower. However, there are two people down there, and you just TP'd in lane with no flash, which means, I mean, he's a tanky Nautilus, I suppose.
He will survive.
Has Tabby, has a Ruby Crystal as well, so he's okay.
Well, let's see, Kriox going in onto Kindless. Does he have the damage to finish him off? No more isolation, because Newbie's come to the rescue. Meanwhile, though, he did force the flash away. Drew Shot Barrage, thinning the wave out for Kindless. Paranoia is able to push in a little bit further as well. A couple of threaded volleys. Santa's roaming with Kriox right now. Now, that's a pretty scary combo.
It is, and it's mostly based on controlling the jungle, getting deep wards down, as you would expect. But this isn't the most conventional of 1-3-1 setups out of Isurus, in the sense that, like, Gragas will push the Nautilus in, but not quickly. So the Echo will have control of one side, the Gragas will have control of the other, but it's a little slower on the top side. Pride is a lot more effective flanking into fights, and look, this is the second time Emp is getting picked off.
Yep, and it looks like he won't have his ultimate available just yet. Kriox gets the final hit. And the style ultimate out of Santos. That Echo having a little harder of a time than the last one VP played against.
And this is very smart of VP. This is exactly what you need to do against a 1-3-1 composition that only has one teleport available. Attack the TP. Go in, go aggressive on the Echo. Nobody can be there to help him because they have to defend mid lane at the same time. And that slows down Isurus when you're there looking to set the map up 1-3-1 style.
I want to touch back on what you had to say about Kindless specifically, since he has been hanging around that mid as part of the defense. Instead of it being a stopgap, he did pick up the Blade of the Ruin King very early on as he continues to stack his tier, so we'll see how his damage really is affected by all of that, but for the time being, he's been relatively safe. He's an Ezreal after all, but that's not the focus that VP have had. They're on the top side here. They should be able to get this tower down.
Yeah, this makes it more difficult now. Oh, hang on, Ezreal in the mid lane as well has to be careful.
Is coming. Okay, there we go. That's enough to push him off.
There's a lot of movement on the map out of VP. They were looking for mid, looking for top at the same time, but it's bot lane that Isurus are going. Here comes Talia.
Oh boy, QQmore, he's getting a little bit low.
Oh, we got the hook.
There's a teleport coming in. He gets knocked in. QQmore's going down. Can Doxy stay alive? Pride is taking a few more shots at the threaded volley, but in comes Emp right now trying to get the cleanup kill onto Doxy, looking for more. Can Paranoia zone him off? The barrel's still coming in. Flash forward, phase dive, not the right direction. And the hook is gonna miss. That's the chrono break out of Emp, and meanwhile, Paranoia flashing back in. This is one hell of a skirmish down on the bottom side, and Pride's tagging his way out. True Shot splits the uprights between Doxy and Paranoia. Nobody is going down.
That was a very tricky fight, but very well played out of VP as well. Paranoia puts down the minefield to deny the jump out of Emp. Stops him from going aggressive because Emp knew he would end up dying if he went in like that. Kindless, however, and Emp have enough damage to turn it back onto Creox, but there was a lot that happened over the last few seconds, and it inevitably ended up with VP taking the tower in the top side.
This is how a lot of it started. Paranoia wanted to go on a roam down bot, and we see him about to build a Weaver's Wall up. Here it goes.
Keep in mind, Nautilus has already taken half of Graves' health bar off by now. Lands the hook, gets the auto. Minefield 1 is going to deny Echo jumping into the fight immediately. You can see put down the parallel convergence. VP kite back up towards. Now Pride is out of the fight, but Emp can't go aggressive onto Doxy because it will do too much damage to him. And again, they try and hold on to that minefield. Emp is forced to ult his way out of what would have been a successful hook. And suddenly, VP play very well in what was overall a 3 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, Doxy was dancing left and right. It was incredible he didn't go down here. And all said and done, even though there were no kills on the board, the positioning advantage went the way of VP. So they start on Infernal Dragon number 2. Things looking a little bit better for these guys. They can pick it up, and they can. That's 16% AD and AP on top of it all.
Well, QQ More died to begin that off, remember, and the top lane tower went in favor of VP, so it was looking very dire for the CIS representatives, but double Infernal, tower down in the top side now, evening up a lot of that gold lead. We're just about breaking even on this game. This is back to one of these back and forth games that VP are now finding themselves in for the second time today.
Yeah, both of them starting off with VP in a sizable deficit too, but they've shown they've been able to turn it back around. And I mean, that's a lot of credit to the way they've been playing out in the LCL as well. Remember, this is one of the teams that wasn't dominating their region. They were a surprise contender in the finals because they knocked off M19. And they were pretty much like 3rd, 4th place coming into the end of the split, so seeing them adapt within a game, not just within a series.
Yeah, and a lot of people had talked about how perhaps M19, their opponents in the semifinals, had been figured out. A lot of the world's charm that was coming through from the Crit and his brand didn't hang in the regular split when people knew how to play against it. Now, it's interesting to see VP adapt in-game to things that are being thrown at them, whether it's this Echo, this 1-3-1 that they're now looking to attack. It seems like they're better now at playing against it than they were in the first game, because in game 1, remember, Seiya wasn't going out to the side lane. This time, they're capitalizing every time Emp comes into a fight or puts himself out alone and actually turning things back around. So you can see a little bit of that figuring out at work for VP.
Yeah. And they're putting damage exactly where they need it, right? Like, Creox has been a pretty deadly threat here. With the Kha'Zix up and available, he has shown quite a lot of proficiency on it. Maybe he's not gotten the kill 100% of the time, but he gets the zone. And now they're going to be able to finish off another tower. Yes, Pride's coming down, but at least it's down to half health here. And they're holding the line everywhere else.
Yeah, they do go on to Pride.
1v3 though. He throws a barrel out, but that does nothing. And even Santis was coming to the party. This is going to be a quick push here.
There's
Virtus.pro.
a reaction in mid lane though. But again, they've attacked the TP user that has it available. Look, Emp, his is on cooldown, whereas Pride's is up and available. So go and attack that, take him out, instantly get the tower behind it. Now you continue to push. Paranoia is going to try and hold the mid lane with Creox as well for now, and there aren't too many options for Isurus, but Echo is pushing on the top lane too.
And Paranoia, ooh. Few more thought he had the damage, had to turn around on the shotgun blast, but will Creox turn it around? He does. He gets one. Flash for flash. Kindless isolated. Creox sinking in the claws for a double. It's going to trade a few towers on the top and bottom side respectively, but that jungler, 5-1 on the Kha'Zix, that's not too shabby.
QQ More thought he was letting Freedom ring with a shotgun blast right there, but it wasn't quite enough. Emp is going to push in the top side. We are finding ourselves in an Echo base racing situation now on the inhibitor. Nobody really is pushing on the side of VP anywhere that's that productive. Mid tower would be nice, but Emp has got this tower, and 2 of his teammates are dead. Like, that VP couldn't react in time because Creox is low. Paranoia hadn't respawned yet. Doxy wasn't available either.
That's not the first time we've seen Virtus.pro neglecting their base in a critical moment. 20 minutes now, the base is broken open courtesy of Emp. He's not been able to live through every interaction, but he has certainly been able to get some work done. So now they're going to have to watch that top side of the map for a while. And it's going to get harder and harder. Baron's live. on the map as 20 minutes have elapsed.
These have been some very fun games. Tower pushes on inhibitors 20 minutes into the game, Echo split push. But I like what VP have been doing up until that point, like really working well around the 1-3-1. That time they let the Echo kind of loose on the map.
That's my kind of analysis. I love what they're doing until they lost their base turret.
Hey, we're in the LCS studio. It's the home of, up until the point they lost, they were winning the game. Well, GGU saying.
Yeah, then became Team Coast, but that's your man Skara, responsible for that particular one. But back into this game. We're talking. It's fine. We're into a lot of action here in Group E, and we've had so many high kill games, and a lot of it is thanks to these crazy picks. The Creox coming in for more, looking for another, but QQ More is able to dash over the wall. Exhaust was burned.
Here comes Pride.
Tried to get him. Pride coming around the other side. Let's see if he gets one. He knocks. Blasting into the Baron pit. This was a little bit of pinball, but at the end of the day, it results in Paranoia being isolated from the rest of his team. Can he get out of dodge? No Weaver's Wall up and available. I don't think so. Collapsed on, and Emp's able to get his third kill of the game. Let's see what VP can do from here. They're still sticking with 4 mid.
Doxy finally joins the exchange, but VP, you can see, they're kind of struggling without some of the damage that Creox has been bringing to fights, but Creox got taken very low to start that one off. Paranoia ended up the wrong side of the fight, ends up getting picked off, but Blasting showed himself.
Looking for Kindless, and there's a lot of flashes burned. He's taken down. Santa's even getting the last hit. That's a present for him. Pride now being chased, flashing away from Creox, but he's going to have Hop in just a couple of seconds. Doxy keeping QQ More occupied. Down he goes. Santa's claims another. The scumbag support steal, but give it to him this time, and Culling gets unloaded onto QQ More in the back here. And everybody's backing away on the side of Isurus Gaming as the minions are charging into inner.
Look, Santos is just trying to do the brand for the team. He says, I might not be Pasha, but check out these biceps as I'm flexing on a double kill for VP in the mid lane. And this is how it all came about. Pride Blasting nearly gave the game away on this one, hiding around the corner, but flash, over onto Kindless and the rest of Isurus. And Creox, he thinks he's got his 6th kill of the game. Santos, as you said, playing the right skin as well.
Yep.
I can't believe it's taken me 23 minutes to notice he's playing the right Braum skin.
But it's 23
minutes. A few months early or late, depending on
well, you know. It's okay. They're just trying to play it up for Isurus. You know, winter time's a little bit different down there in the southern hemisphere. Isurus Gaming, though, they're hoping to turn this one back around. They find themselves in that gold deficit. VP may have a gaping hole in the top side of the map for them, but they're definitely showing that they can fight it out in the 5v5. And Isurus have only been able to get towers up there, by the way. They're still outers standing in the mid and bot.
It's one of those weird games. Like, game 1 ended with Lyon getting a backdoor to win the game while mid-outer was still standing. Maybe we'll have the same thing happen. Mid-outer's still standing in this game for now. And VP, they are pushing up in the top lane. Emp tries to go aggressive onto Creox.
Does, isolated for just a second, but he's able to get himself out with Chrono Break. Tower should go down, though. Not a whole lot left. But Auto Paranoia, is he going to pay for it? The barrel knocks him back right into Emp here, and the fight is on. Kindless going to get knocked up, but do they have the damage to finish the job? Santa's trying to tank away, but QQ More has him in his sights. It is now currently 1-0, but Isurus going incredibly low here, but somehow they are able to limp away without a single death.
Full channel of the culling basically makes QQ More rethink everything going through the jungle there. QQ More didn't want any more of that. You can see Flash just now available for the Graves, so couldn't really reposition himself that effectively.
VP not backed off right now. They want to keep the pressure going, even though the tower's done. Pride is pushing up, and he's about to find out.
There's a lot of people here.
No sense in backing.
But this ain't a parade for him.
Okay, teleport coming in. This is going to be a little late for Emp right now, and he cancels it. Sorry, buddy, you're on your own. 40 seconds still on Pride. VP, they might start thinking about that Baron.
Yeah, VP, I think that's normally where they go to, but they're recalling out low on mana, but that typically isn't what affords a recall. It is going to let Isurus ward. 21 seconds left. I think they probably could have looked for it, maybe not wanting to 50-50 on that.
Yeah.
As QQ More was still around.
You could see that Isurus were definitely thinking that was what was happening. Kindless sending a Mystic shot into the Baron pit, but he gets a ward out and is able to clear away the control. Paranoia is still keeping his mid lane cleared. And the waves are pushing in favor of Virtus.pro right now. Things are looking good from the squad. from the Commonwealth of Independent States. We'll see if they can keep it going and cruise to their first victory here at MSI.
So we were tracking Kindless damage. Hasn't really shown the same bite that Trinity Force, Muramana, Ezreal kind of does post that 2 items. Like he's still been outputting damage, don't get me wrong, but really the Ruin King, he's been using it to kite a lot more than just output damage. Now he will obviously have more damage. As we were talking about it, the Muramana just transformed, or Mana Munated. So now has more damage, just used his ultimate to check through that Baron Pit as well. So some of his utility is now a little lower.
Yeah. All the same, even if the damage is not quite to the same level, Ezreal in the late game is still going to be able to shine, and it's a while before we get there. They need to be able to survive. Ward down. Clutch for Emp, as Creox was waiting in the wings, but you can see where VP are focusing. In and around this Baron Pit, they want to make sure it's completely dark for Isurus Gaming.
You can see Creox has got himself a Guardian Angel. Wants to be able to jump around team fights. I wonder whether he's actually put the evolution in Leap. Now, typically, you see Taste Their Fear and then the W. The normal evolution path.
Oh, Emp, he's coming right on in. They found Santis, so they have the damage to finish him off. Glacial Fissure gonna zone away. Emp is gonna have to ult on in, but he didn't go very far, and Santis gets himself number 3. Creox limping away. Paranoia taking out Kindless. Doxy on the front line. Virtus.pro are plowing through Isurus right now. Pride's going down. It's just gonna be Newbie. It's just gonna be QQ more. And you better believe it's just gonna be Barrett.
Yeah, Newbie's even gonna get cut off by Creox here. Newbie thinks he might be okay for now, doesn't realize he's running right into a Kha'Zix.
Oh, this is the horror show right here. Newbie, he's gonna be able to walk it out. Creox has something else in mind.
Yeah.
The Baron's gonna get fired down, and team fighting from Virtus.pro has been impressive.
They recognize the QQ. Oh, Newbie's dead. They realize QQ Moore is still around. Blasting's gone over the back of the wall to try and fend him off, but now QQ Moore.
Oh, he's going in!
He's going in!
Did he get the steal off? No, he can't do it just a second too early, and he donates his life. Isurus Gaming cannot catch a break right now.
That would have been the highlight play. That right there, if it had managed to weave his way past Blasting, blast coned in, and got the steal, but it wasn't to be. So here's how the exchange went. Emp tried to get the double stun, goes right into Santis, gets locked down in place. Chrono breaks back, but demolished again by the massive fireplace. Really didn't leave enough of a present out for Rudolph this year. Pride thought he was tanky enough. Newbie's already fleeing. QQ Moore's out of there as well. VP full health bars for the most part. Only Paranoia was particularly low, and now they have the Baron buff to take down towers.
28 minutes, this is looking grim for Isurus Gaming as the 6th tower will fall on their side of the map. They may have lost all 3 in the top, but Virtus.pro are looking for the base of Isurus. There's a lot of Baron buff to work with here, and they can just siege his 5 members. It's so difficult for Isurus to push back from this squad.
Yeah, consider that like 9 minutes ago, the inhibitor tower was pushed down by Emp. Again, we talked about how VP maybe are adapting to this echo, this side lane split push echo with a 1-3-1 setup. Well, Pride hasn't got the same strength that the Camille did in previous games, and that means VP can just constantly force Emp to come with the team. Make sure that he isn't getting in any kind of effect over in the side lane, whereas now Doxy is out there with the Baron buff, and the rest of VP are just dealing damage, little damage. The problem is, top lane still pushing towards VP. Look at the damage coming from
Creox
Creox.
doesn't care, the Pride is there. There's a collateral. He's going to have to hop the wall. The ultimate is not going to be there just yet for Pride. Now Santis, Doxy, Blasting, all on this bottom side while the rest of Isurus Gaming were busy. They're going to hook in Kindless. Weaver's Wall cutting him off right now. Full channel of the culling, but Doxy gets the Riptide for the kill. The big barrel knocks him back, but that is a minor setback here as VP are looking for the victory in this game.
Blasting finally gets his first kill of the game. A lot of them have been taken away from him, but finally VP have cracked the base. This is what they were looking for. Recall comes out from Doxy. He's looking to TP back into the base and end this one.
All it's going to take is a couple of Nexus turrets, but Pride and Newbie are going to try to stop this one. There is not a whole lot they can do. He tries to pop away, but hooked right back by Doxy. Paranoia with the kill. Only Newbie left to defend. Emp is back to base, and this is too little. This is too late. This is victory for Virtus.pro.
That was the way they needed to bounce back from game 1. A loss against Lyon to start, but they have bounced back against Isurus. They took a deficit early on and managed to fight effectively, attacking the TP at all turns, making sure that they could always have the numbers advantage. This was a lot better out of VP. They well worked their way to victory in this game.
Yeah, can't count these guys out. I mean, you look at just the way that their LCL playoffs went, they had to go to 10 games in the semis and the finals just to make it all happen. Picking off some of the better teams out of that region to get there, and they're trying to carry that flag of CIS's international success here. They get themselves a win on the board, very important. It's rough for Isurus Gaming, but VP, they showed them up at the end.
Looked like Emp was just checking the damage down.
How much did I MVP?
Missed, like, was like, oh, I forgot to handshake. No, come back. At that point, but Emp, you know, the Echo performance we saw in game 1. Seiya was enough of a threat on Echo that made VP struggle. This game, Emp was a little bit more figured out. It wasn't quite the same strength in the side lanes for the Isurus pack, and that meant the VP could very easily pick it apart as the game went later and later. Not without struggles, losing an inhibitor.
They did have some
tower.
A few blind spots a couple of times. It was the same kind of thing that happened to them in that first game, but it was important that they were able to pick up that win. And to give us some more insight on that win from VP, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Virtus.pro coming away with their first victory of the day today. And in all honesty, a very impressive game from them only because of how wrong it went so early and their ability to kind of calmly find their way back into the game and do it smartly at that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like at the start they were playing the Blitzcrank composition again, reliant on a lot of picks here and there, and that seems to be the song that we're going to speak when it comes to Virtus.pro throughout all of this tournament, but a lot more refined. They drafted without the Blitzcrank.
Right.
The Nautilus can still do the same thing.
Right, you mentioned the fact that they played it a little bit like their first comp, but yet in this game we saw perhaps the most meta of compositions from both of these two teams, finally seeing some tanks.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff so far in the play-in stage. This is kind of returning to normalcy, and I really like it on the side of Virtus.pro, especially the Braum pick. When I first saw it, I didn't love it. If you lose lane to Karma really hard, you're just giving up a pressure point. But the Lucian isn't bad into Ezreal as long as you can survive until your first item. Because if you get to the tier and you get your Cutlass, it can get kind of rough for the Ezreal. And then they didn't get abused by because the jungler spent so much time around the top side that they held onto lane just fine. And then as you get into the team fight phase, it's basically impossible to play Gragas into a Braum who's waiting for your ultimate to come in.
Exactly, and they got to pick it last. So last picking their Braum, knowing exactly what it was going to be into for the most part, having the Graves, the Karma, and the Gragas already secured. So it was a good decision for a overall team decision, not so much the very early lane.
But while Virtus.pro came away with the victory, as was mentioned, it didn't start out super well for them, right? 10 minutes into the game, we have ISG turning a huge engage for a 4-0.
And this is after they already took the top turret with a lot of pressure. Good work early on. And then you see they're trying to catch out QQ more after he kind of got himself ahead. And this insane amount of burst coming in from the Graves. He's about to die. Last auto attack on its way. Heal comes in, keeping the team alive. Good team play overall, reacting to where they need to get on the map. And then the TPs
come in. Love it.
Yep. And we saw a little bit of lack of those in some of the other games.
But they come through this time around. But here's the thing. I mean, it's going to raise questions around ISG, right? In terms of, hey, when you are gifted, I'll say, they played it well. When you get 4 kills early in the game like that and establish a 2 to 3K gold lead, why was it they were unable to close out the game? And then on the flip side, you know, same thing for Virtus.pro. What steps did they take to smartly come back into this one?
It was a lot of just not good vision control. EMP starts moving to the sideline. I always want to call him EMP.
All right. I know, I got you. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, Emp just started going to the side lanes. He's like, I'm Echo. I'm going to 1-3-1. This is what I do. But they never had proper vision control. So 2 times in a row in like a minute and a half span gets picked off in the top lane. They start losing some turrets up there. A couple minutes later in the bot lane, once again, they're able to get onto the Gragas and get him down. And as this game stalls out, eventually they start grabbing more turrets. They get the kills and even the gold lead back up. And then they start grabbing the dragons as well. And as we have 2 standard team fighting team comps, if you're grabbing Infernal Dragons, that's a huge, huge buff.
And unfortunately for Amp, I don't even feel like it was his fault if we're relating it to the vision, right? He still broke an inhibitor turret on the top lane. Like, he was starting to get the ball rolling, but they didn't have the 1-3-1. It was just the 1-4, and the vision of the 4 was still lacking whenever they were even grouped up. And VP were consistently able to generate picks or force team fights and get these kills just because they were set up in advance.
Right, and of course, the Acer-worthy replay came 27 minutes into the game. This is a 4-0 going the other direction. In the mid lane, Virtus.pro coming up big.
Right, they had managed to stall the game. They're back in control at this point. And you see and trying to go over the wall, get onto him, has to go focus down to the Braum. He gets CC'd up, takes his ultimate back in, can't really get out. After that first kill, it's a pretty easy chase down. Creox actually had a great bounce back after the initial 2-for-2 that went bad in the top side. And then you see that annoying Braum pick stopping the Gragas from being able to get an engage off, and it's just an easy chase down for the rest of Virtus.pro.
Yep, I also like the itemization from Lucian. Not that it's necessarily so different from what we see Lucians do, but immediately following that play, the first replay we showed where he gets blown up by the Graves, itemizes directly into those Ninja Tabbies, double Ruby Crystal portion of the Black Cleaver first, just making sure he can live through that initial burst, because then, given the standard team comps, can kind of work their way through the fight one kill at a time.
And that was the big thing about the comp. If they survive that burst, they have enough sustained damage. Braum's going to guarantee get stuns off as long as the Lucian is alive. The rest of the team composition doesn't excel at getting auto attacks off all the time and complementing that, but Lucian will. So Braum, following him around, if Echo ever engages and doesn't get the stun on both of them, then you're going to have a really bad time if you don't get the burst. You get locked down, and there was no way out for EMP after that.
Now, obviously, Virtus.pro gets the win here. They had the loss in their first game of the day, but how do you feel this team should be playing stylistically, since we have two, kind of pieces of evidence for how they can play? Do you like them in that blitz, pick all-in kind of comp, or do you like the more standard setup once they warmed into the play style?
I like the blitz, but
I was making faces. I was like, I don't know if I like the blitz.
But I like this one more because it makes sense, right? So it's a similar
there
thing.
it is. So one is fun, one makes sense. It depends what you're trying to do.
Right, exactly. If you want to be successful, the second team comp is probably the better one.
Exactly, and it's more meta, as you were mentioning before, right?
Yeah, they clearly like to group up. They want a team fight. If you just pick a nice 5v5 standard team comp, you got 2 tanks, an assassin who can go and do a lot of damage, a control mage, and Talia, and then whatever AD carry you kind of want to slap in that team comp works. And this time they go with the Lucian, and he played great. So I like this team comp a lot more than a little bit of a cheesy Blitzcrank pick.
Let's jump over to Isurus Gaming then, because again, this is going to be a tough loss for them to stomach, now down 0-2. If you're looking at, for example, Rampage from Group A, if you go 0-3 in a day, your chance of making it out of the group becomes very, very slim. So for them, their third game of the day here is going to be super important. What would you like to see them do in the next couple hours and come back here in their third game of the day to really set up themselves for a victory?
I think they need to actually attack the drafting phase more around their mid laner. Yeah, they had the Echo clearing the waves. We saw really positive signs from invading the jungle of QQ more on the right side of the map. Their bottom lane was winning, but they need to translate all of this together, and their mid laner wasn't really there ever. It was just split pushing.
That's the scary thing for me is sometimes you can say like, oh, they're getting abused in the draft. Maybe if they change their priorities around. This time it really does seem like they are just kind of being the lesser team in a couple of these games in the mid game where they might be close to even, and then out of nowhere it starts slipping away.
Yeah, a couple fights that just didn't go in their favor, and boom, there comes the L, the loss. After a commercial break, the GIGABYTE Marines return to the Rift to take on Lyon Gaming. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the MSI Play-Ins.
Belly bopping, flashing Dox, he's gonna try to get the juke off. In comes Creox. Does he have the damage? QQ more flashing for first blood.
Bueno. Tiramos medio. Dale. Bueno. Flash can.
Bueno.
Will Creox turn it around? He does. He gets one. Flash for flash. Kyla's isolated. Creox sinking in the claws.
Yo, I can go. Yeah, go.
Okay, I'm on J.
Okay, I'm fine.
I'm on Grace.
Here,
I'm on Grace. F is back to base, and this is too little. This is too late. This is victory for Virtus.pro.
Welcome back to MSI 2017, where I am joined by Doxy from the victorious Virtus.pro, now 1-1 on the day, and most recently coming off a win versus Isurus Gaming. Very scrappy, very back and forth, and unfortunately for you guys, it looked like they had the upper hand early. How did you guys turn it around?
Early game, we're usually pretty good early game, but they did some good stuff, especially the 2v2 on top lane. We misplayed a bit, and then they just stood there and attacked the whole turret, and we didn't expect that actually. So they got an early turret and they started slowly getting kills. But I think, I'm not sure exactly what happened. We got a few kills and then we just resetted our mindset and knew that what we could do, and we could find some good opportunities to I got some good flanks off, and yeah.
I was going to say your Nautilus was absolutely crazy. All the hooks were landing. And then when we move along into looking at the day, the first game, of course, versus Lyon was very back and forth, but you guys didn't win that one. And I know that it's your first big international tournament, your first international tournament, especially for you as a very young player. So how did you reset after that?
Versus Lyon, I felt like we had the game in the bag, but then we were doing a lot of mistakes. But one big thing that I did was dying on bot lane, which got them Nasher. And I think if I didn't die there, we had it. But yeah, we did a lot of mistakes, and we just realized, we talked about the game after in the practice room, and we knew that we were just doing obvious stupid mistakes and we shouldn't do them, so we just pulled ourselves together. And you still end 1-1 so far, so you still have a fantastic chance to make it in the end. Now, you guys are the CIS representatives. Everyone remembers Albus Nox Luna from Worlds, but I want to know about you guys. I want to know about Virtus.pro. What makes you guys? What are your strengths? What do we need to look out for? I think everyone on the team can be a carry. We're, I think, a very aggressive team. We can play different styles. So you can't just try to play, ban out some certain champions and just go that way. But as for Anox, obviously they made it last year. They did really well. So losing to this first game, got a bit scared, but hopefully we can pull ourselves together and get out of groups.
And you guys made it up now. You got to win in the bag. So thank you very much, Doxy. And for now, back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back, everyone. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and joining me for the play-ins to get some more plays in is Andrew Vidius Day. I am excited to be getting this.
I'm glad you're excited.
From across the pond.
Lost for words.
They came out from across the pond. We're going to get this cast synergy going, but even more synergy for the play-ins. Our next game has GIGABYTE Marines going against Lyon Gaming. Both of these teams now coming into Game 4, hoping to do what Supermassive did yesterday, which is end that day 3-0. It's got to feel pretty good.
That is the goal for both these teams. Now, Lyon, they did struggle a little bit in the early game in their first match of the day. They did go up against that Rumble. They went up against the Blitzcrank, which definitely caught them off guard somewhat. When you're going up against that kind of an interesting pick, when you're not used to that kind of a play style, it really can be difficult to adapt. And we did see that they had to change up their play style. It became very difficult for them to be able to stick to the 1-3-1 that they wanted to try and excel at. But we did see some standout performance in the form of Saya on that Echo. He really was going to town on those champions in particular.
Absolutely fantastic play. As we see the teams up on the board, we have seen them play earlier today. Obviously watching some Optimus and Levi coming up in this game. Their jungle synergy pretty on point with mid lane.
It really was. I loved watching how much mid-focus we saw in that matchup earlier on between GIGABYTE Marines and Isurus Gaming. And I think that it's going to be a very similar story today. I think it will be very much a battle of the mid laners once again. It's a matter of which mid laner will be able to get that lead.
And it's absolutely been, or we've seen, it's already, I should say, been a pretty chaotic day in terms of how things started off. A lot of love for what's happening in the mid lanes, like you said, for Saya. That's going to mean he gets the party brought to him. Doesn't have to roam, doesn't do too much work. So if he can get something like that Echo again, play safe under the turret and be in and out with safety in the ult, he can get going. But we'll have to see what happens if he has to do something, if he has to be the catalyst and the team can't get that for him.
Well, if he can't, they can just look at White Lotus, right?
There
This
you go.
guy was a
That's the other guy we're
machine
talking
earlier on in the day. He was flashing in aggressively. He was always looking for opportunities to get those outplays. And while a number of times he was able to get them, it sometimes left him vulnerable. It left windows which teams could look to punish because he didn't have that safety and those defensive summoner spells available to him.
So what are we going to be looking here coming in, I believe, from, let's say, the Marines? How do you feel they're going to be playing this one? Feeling pretty good off of what they're victory came from. What else do you think we can see from them?
Well, what I'd like to see a little bit more of from the Marines in particular is I want to see a little bit more emphasis towards the top half of the map, Stark. Now, this guy, he's actually fairly new to the roster overall, and he does like to play these sort of bruisers, kind of trading, split-pushing top laners, right? We saw him earlier on in the day on the Cannon, getting that fantastic flank off, but he does like to play champions like the Renekton, like the Rumble. He's willing to bring out these champions that are looking to bully you during the laning phase, and maybe they can play around that top half of the map. Maybe they try and put a little bit more pressure on Giral, who didn't really have the best performances earlier on in the day.
Absolutely. It's been really interesting to see as well. Like you said, the Blitzcrank pick, that's just kind of to point to the fact that those picks are coming out, but the top lane is getting much more damage put into it instead of those tanks. So as you said, looking up there to see where power can come from for these teams. Ivern, the man, has found himself, I should say, the tree on the list of bans throughout this tournament quite a bit here. Ken and Graves, not too different as well, and the Lulu expected.
So a lot of respect already towards Levi, as well as Stark, both champions that were played earlier on in the day. Lyon is saying, no, you know what, we don't feel like playing against those for the time being. I wouldn't be surprised if Caitlyn gets taken off the board as well. You heard the analyst there talking much about how White Lotus as an individual, what sort of a composition would be great in order for him to shine? Well, how about a protect the AD carry comp, right? So those are going to be taken off the board, unavailable to them. Actually looks like GIGABYTE Marines, they lost a ban.
It will happen.
It shouldn't happen.
Yeah, it does not seem like they turn to the rest. It doesn't seem, obviously, we haven't heard anything as we would have been made privy to information due to a certain situation. So sometimes it winds out. You don't have the time. Also could be a leave up to them to play a back and forth
it's
game.
all
what
the mind game,
it's
right?
Like,
you know, if we
they're
leave
firing mind bullets at each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're blanks, you never know, but you gotta dodge it. You gotta be careful. Looks like it is gonna be a Lee Sin pickup here to start things off. We'll see how Lyon responds with 1-2.
Now this is great for someone like Levi, who is very much playing around, who likes to play around their mid laner Optimus. He's a jungler that can really get in your face. You can look to make a lot of early plays, but you now want to pad that up with a powerful mid laner who can push, who has sort of priority. So I'm still looking at champions like Syndra, who is still available on the board. Champions like Orianna are also up and available. And these sort of champs, you can very readily blind pick, given as to how many positive matchups that they do have.
And it was just forward to me. GIGABYTE did forget a ban there. Didn't seem like the comms made it seem as if they were trying to strategize around what Lyon would have. So with the Kazakhs picked up, it is going to be a bit of initiation in the Ashe pickup for White Lotus. So actually kind of putting him in a utility role this game to say, we'll carry from around the map, but also use White Lotus's power to engage.
Well, even if he does play utility, we saw his Ashe earlier on the day. It doesn't look like that's really what his role on the team. So I think that they are still sticking to comfort. Meanwhile, if you're the GIGABYTE Marines right now, you want to try and match that powerful bottom lane. Varus is still up and available, so you could just pick a pretty safe rotation with the Zyra and the Varus down the bottom half of the map. You could also go for the Caitlyn as well if you want a little bit more pushing power. Absolutely. You don't have the same sort of protection for that AD carry that we have seen over the last 2 days.
And there's, I feel a lot of times when we see the teams here in the play-ins kind of draft a composition, it's very coordinated against what they're seeing, right? You get the Ashe to the Zyra because if the arrow hits, you want to be able to disengage there. Seems like a lot more you'll get teams to can kind of consider more what the other team is picking instead of come in with an idea and try to run that all the way through. It's been interesting to see how they mold their comps.
You spoke about disengage. What's more than that when to add Brag to the list, right? So when you have the primary engage tool from what we're seeing so far of Lyon being that Ashe arrow, it becomes very easy for the side of GIGABYTE Marines to then split Lyon Gaming up in this big 5v5. So you can already see that GIGABYTE Marines, they're already working towards building this team fight composition. They're looking towards that mid and late game, but they are already getting themselves pretty powerful lanes. They're going to have strong pushing power up in the top lane into the Shen, and they're going to have a powerful bottom lane with the Zyra. I
was going to say, so many of the picks left up, as with one being left unbanned. And then some of the other high tier bans still going, or picks going through. Shen gets locked in the first tier here. And we'll see actually what they try to do for Lyon, going for a mid laner and their top, or I should say support, to end things out here. Maybe a flex for them in the way they look at it.
Interesting that Lucian was actually the champion that was banned away from Slay. I do know that this is a champion that he has brought out in the past. However, when thinking about getting yourself a powerful bottom lane, like sure, Lucian can fit into that, but I feel like the Varus is a much safer bottom laner that Slay is more inclined to go towards, especially when they've already built themselves a pretty powerful team fighting composition. Varus would just slot very nicely into that lineup. So I feel a smart ban right now for Lyon would be to take that Varus off the board.
9 seconds for Lyon. Discussing back and forth. It actually is going to be that Ziggs. The respect for Slay, as well as what could be coming into the mid lane if they were to go back and forth. That's pretty good. A lot of AP, so it probably wouldn't be Slays.
Well, no, actually, that was what he brought out earlier on in the day. They had very potent sieging with the bottom lane. They were able to actually get a fair number of kills. They traded pretty effectively with the Ziggs Lulu bottom lane that they were able to run a line and say, you know what, like, we're tired of these new and interesting picks. Like, can we just play normal stuff? We know how to deal with that, right?
We had a long flight. Come on. All right, where are we going here? It's going to be the Karma ban out, so they do realize that a support could go that mid or bot here, so they're kind of taking out 2 for Lion.
I feel like Lulu would be a pretty safe pick here because we talked about playing around White Lotus. Oh yeah, Lulu's banned off the board.
It would be a safe. I don't disagree with you.
It would be a good pick, right? But but other options available to them. They could go for something like the Nami. You would lose out on the push, but you'd have a little bit more sustain to do with the poke.
They take the dive.
Oh, they are going to do it. So they have a fair amount of disengage themselves. Right now, they're looking. With the Shen, it's going to be difficult to make use of the level 6 spike down the bottom lane. But once Ashe hits level 6 as well, then you can look to try and force some of those plays, especially with the bubble follow-up too.
How will they ride the wave on the side of GIGABYTE Marines? The Varus has been in the back of their minds, as it has yours, Vidius. I believe they lock it in. And now looking for what to lock in here. Archie throwing something in the mid lane. What will they have? This could even be crazy. I mean, we saw that Gragas support in the NALCS, so...
Yeah, it could be Gragas mid, man. You never know with these teams.
Syra anywhere.
I feel like Syndra could be a pretty safe mid laner.
Absolutely.
They could also go for the Orianna if they really want to hard commit for that team fighting style, but I feel like Optimus may very well go for more of a split pushing style champion. It is something that he prefers more, and when you're thinking of this mid jungle synergy as well, if he's playing more of a side lane assassin, then you're better set up for Levy if he's able to get you a couple of early kills.
True. So it looks like the Ahri does get locked in for Optimus. He'll be dashing around. Seems like they do have a little single target focus, as well as we don't want that disengage on the side of Gam. The gamer GIGABYTE Marines here. And it's going to be an Orianna lock-in. A bit interesting. Obviously a good champion to kind of round out a composition with, but the fact that it synergizes with the composition is another story.
I think that's just a very odd pick. Not only are you not going to be able to send the Ahri off onto a side lane to match the Ahri, but also typically Ahri's considered a pretty good matchup into the Orianna anyway, right?
Absolutely.
So I find it odd that they would choose to go for something like that. I think that something like a Cassio or a Syndra would have been a slightly safer pick into Optimus's Ahri. Regardless, they're going to stick with it. They will have a potent mid-game spike. We're looking very much towards the 2 to 3 item. But what I'm expecting from GIGABYTE's Marines is, again, playing very much around the mid lane. They have pushing lanes in both bot and top, and so GIGABYTE should have the presence during the early game to set them up nicely for their potent team fighting in the mid game.
That's what I was thinking. Presence, use this hawk shot, get some vision, allow Udi to do some work around the jungle. And hopefully the shockwaves hit. As you said about the Orianna pick, it's always kind of an interesting thing to me when you play against something like a LeBlanc, like an Ahri in mid with an Ori, because in the beginning you tell yourself, ball's on me, I can do some command moves to get some damage, but careful with the shockwave. As that gets later and later in the game, if things have been hitting, you then kind of throw that to the wayside. And then you throw the shockwave at the one she's ready to Spirit Rush. The next one she's ready to Spirit Rush, and that's why that becomes such a difficult laning phase, and then into the mid phase. We'll see how Seiya plays it. Had a good echo game earlier. Ahri for Optimus. These two coming out 1-1 as you see on the top of your screen, and we're going to see how they fare coming in to the next game of the day. Like you said, GIGABYTE Marines with a missed ban coming out. Didn't seem like a strategy thing, but it didn't seem like it affected much of what they wanted to put together either.
It doesn't seem like it, but for the time being, we have 2 very interesting compositions, a little bit different from the styles that these teams are typically used to. But now we get to determine which team will be able to net themselves at the top of Group B.
They said Seiya's echo earlier had a lot of the action brought to him, as we already have a little something going on the screen. So we'll have to see again, back to that, if Seiya gets more action to the mid lane. He was almost gifted a lot of those kills as the team played around the tempered engage very well. GIGABYTE Marines coming off their win.
So the logic behind the early level 1 play from Lyon was that they're expecting Archie to try and move up deep in towards the bottom lane to start getting those the little plants out, the passive, to start you know, growing yourself a little back garden down there. You know, you want to try and get things going early on so that you get enough sunlight to grow the plants. And then once you've gained that control, then it becomes easier to get that early push. So Lyon were trying to preempt that, trying to punish that. But unfortunately for them, GIGABYTE Marines read the play and they didn't fall for the level 1 trap.
Very nicely done. And it looks like it's just going to be a line of scrimmage after that. Even less going in. We see this deep board here just behind Raptors being placed. For now, it's just going to be that vision. I believe they've denied pretty much anything coming in on the side of Raptors towards the bot. Usual help for Odie in the jungle. And everybody's going to pan out on this one. A little aggression from White Lotus and Genthix to start off, but they haven't tacked on too much damage.
So both junglers starting on their Raptors. Very common start after a couple of the experience changes, or the health changes rather, on Raptors. Some junglers have been taking alternative paths, but it's still the most optimal one to take if you possibly can, given it does give you that early level 2, and it makes it much easier for you to set up those early kind of ganks. So pretty standard so far from the early junglers, but the fact that we have the Lee Sin starting on the bot side and Kazik starting on the top means that they can still both very easily go towards the mid lane, which is very much what we're expecting.
Yep, exactly. Towards the mid lane, plus all that information in the early, who gets the lane late, you're going to tell where the jungler is, where they're starting, what their path's going to be. So with that knowledge, it'll be interesting how they start. If they actually say, I think he's going to go mid, let's get in the jungle beforehand. If somebody can get the push in, that would most likely come from the Ahri. Ahri's not a huge pusher early, so we'll see if they can actually get that lane up from Optimus.
But it'll be interesting to watch how they actually set up that mid lane, right? Because as you rightly said, Ahri's not the strongest early pusher, but neither is Orianna at level 1, right? So you've literally got 2 mid laners
just auto your face
wasting all of their mana to push as fast as they can to give their jungler a little bit of more control.
And maybe actually we see those guys going at it, right? And the junglers leave them to be, let them blow a few summoners and then come to play. Going for an audio issue right now as we're waiting on for GIGABYTE to get that fixed up, but I'm sure they can still hear the audio of the fans in the crowd. It's been absolutely amazing there. I, myself, I'm a little sad we do this from here, but we get to go soon, so it's going to be an amazing event to have the feeling the players are getting right now.
The fans are always very passionate, very loud. And even though the Brazilian representatives from yesterday finished 2-1, they're still enthusiastic towards all the other teams here participating in the play-ins. And then we have had some pretty exciting games today. Bloodbaths getting like 20 kills overall in like 15 minutes of a game.
They just keep going. It's like going through the batting order, right? You get back up, you find somebody else to take down, and then you do it again.
And I love what you said when we were chatting earlier, Riv, where it was very much like they're warmed up now, so we can expect more fighting.
We can expect
like they're not going to be
more.
nervous anymore. They won't be a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger. This time they're going to be like, let's go, let's go. So that's what I'm hoping to see, especially from a team like Lyon, who back during the international wildcard qualifiers were effectively famous for their mechanical prowess, for being individually so strong that they would just straight up dumpster their opponents. And the GIGABYTE Marines domestically, they've also been pretty dominant. So you've got 2 teams who, within their own regions, have really been a cut above everyone else that's been competing with them. And so now they finally get to clash against each other, and we get to see who has the edge in this particular matchup.
There is something about that, a team that kind of can just continue to pressure fights. There may be some mistakes here and there, but the audacity they have as they go for it wears on the other team. It's an incredibly risky style of play because losing fights loses you the game very fast. But it's always amazing, like to watch an LMQ or a team like that just continuously, oh, Dragon's up again? Dragon's still up. We lost that fight. Well, let's go back for it kind of stuff. It's just so much fun to watch. And like you said, they're warmed up from before. Let's do it. Let's get some of those fights in here. Gonna go in. They're checking for the audio right now, so we may be in just a few seconds to get this game underway. Game 4 of the day. 5 and 6 still to come from these teams. And we will have to see if we can get another 3-0 coming out of the group. Supermassive, even though they had kind of a back and forth yesterday, at the end we're just surging. And if one of those teams can find it here, definitely kind of put a light on them out of the group, because there really isn't one yet.
From the play that we've seen so far, Supermassive seem to be a slight cut above the rest of the talent. However, I do think that for a lot of teams in Group B, it was like the first game of the day. Teams are still figuring out like the tournament meta. People are getting used to playing on
Getting
stage.
all your bans in.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like there are a lot of other factors that contribute, and I feel like, as we rightly said, throughout the day, teams do get a little bit better at adapting and dealing with it. And now that we are back into game, let's talk about when the action's really going to kick off. And I'm very much looking towards that level 6 mark for both top lane and the bottom lane. Now, commonly, teams will move away from that Shen lane. So what we're likely to see, or what you'd expect to see, is Slay and Archie. While they'll have a lot of push, they'll have a lot of pressure, they may very well, around when Shen gets level 6, just leave bottom lane and move up top, because they don't want to run the risk of this Shen TPing down bottom, an Ashe arrow hitting you in the face, Oddie coming out of the bush, and then all of a sudden snowballing that, what should have been a winning lane.
So is that imperative for them now to reach 6? Because we just saw 2-2 to their 1s. They're only a slight bit behind, but are they pushed out early, or do they have to weather the storm if White Lotus and Gentic hit 6 early?
Well, for the time being, very early levels, White Lotus and Genthix do have the slight edge because the Nami and Ashe trade very effectively, but now that Archie and Slay have gone a few levels under the belt, especially around the level 3 mark, that is where pressure starts to turn on. Speaking of pressure,
slowly, you see the fog of war play out there. Optimus not really having any idea. He's got one right below him. Nice ward, too, as well, the Sea Raptors. Usually you see that one go in the brush, but he wants a bit more vision deeper as he goes for Scuttle. They're going to have bottom side of the map pushed up right now in the bot side lane, so let's see where they go with this one. May just be for a little bit of Scuttle love.
So White Lotus and Genthix using this early power that they have to assert dominance over the lane, and Lyon, they have compensated for this early vision around the river to complement this bottom lane to make sure that there's no real threat from Levi trying to make those early plays, but he's doing exactly the opposite on the top half of the map. It would be very, very risky to try and go for a dive early on into Dural, but he will read the play from Levi.
Oh, there's a nice ward. I was going to say fantastic wards here by Lyon, all the way around, circling Dragon, down into Try, and maybe a few on the map from GIGABYTE Marines here. It's all only good if you use it, right?
Right, yeah.
They're staying safe with it early game. That can still play to the advantage. But right now, the way that Lyon's placing, the way that Odie's moving here, it looks like they want to get something out of this and find Levi in the jungle.
It's impressive that White Lotus has already accrued such a massive CS discrepancy so early on into the game. Like, it takes a lot of confidence to play with this much bravado so early on into the game, especially when you know that Levi is typically known for being this early game jungler, especially on a Lee Sin, who always looking for you to overextend, looking to try and punish that kind of aggression.
And look at this, bot side doesn't have anything top, so he's actually going to be looking for those Krugs if he hasn't timed it out yet. And it's going to be pushed up in the bot lane. So he's got so many things to think about right now. Is Seiya pushing in mid? Are they getting pushed in bot? Do they need help? We'll see how Levi does this.
Well, he is posturing around the middle lane. But Seiya, he's playing super defensively. He's very aware of the tendency of Levi. And he's going to show a bit of respect towards his opponent jungler.
Just flashing the shield. It's all right. The authority is in this lane. A move up here from White Lotus and Gentrix. They're saying, it's a little scary. We lost that Scuttle, so we want to get vision. They're actually very on top of vision. Impressive so far. Easy to remember in the first few minutes of the game as you're like, hey, things are going our way. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, though.
Now, one thing that I love to do over in EU is look at Ahri builds, largely because a lot of Ahris love to rush Abyssal, and it really upsets me, right? It makes me really sad.
She's got a ring.
Yes, that's good, and she's also working towards the Lost Chapter. Oh, we don't have time for that.
Oh, a flash through from Odie. Actually, a flash as well, Levi. You see Odie not too happy with that one. A little distraught on his screen, but has the idea of where the jungler is, and he's actually been planning that. Maybe that's why I got to him so much, because he's like, I have been tracking you forever. Comes up short.
Odie asserting his dominance in the early game, demonstrating that this bug also has a bit of a bite. And now here, look, the level 6 mark in the bottom lane, though.
Ooh, Slay, low. Evan Flow comes out, they get a nice heal, but coming out, no summoners blown on that. Just a face-to-face with not even minions there as the wave was cleared out. Seems like they get the Marines to stay. Rather let them back.
That was actually a really good ward from Genthix as well, because that'll delay this back from GIGABYTE Marines, and they want to go back and they want to make this map moving up to the top side of the map to avoid this level 6 from the Shen. So they're going to stick around for another wave, and this could be a big gamble. But look at the positioning of Optimus. He's ready for the possible gank.
Chiral's also slowly in and out of lane, got himself a ward to play safe, but can be bumped by Stark out of that TP or his ultimate. TP's down, so it will be that stand united if there's a play. Flash forward for the grasping root. That was against full health. I don't know if they're taking the fight overall.
I love the aggression, though. The fact that Archie's just diving in and be like, I don't need mana, I don't need health. I've got damage behind me. And he just goes straight in for it in the 2 versus 2. He does miss it. Now the flash is down. Let's see if Lyon can punish it.
Is the exhaust there? I mean, that was the saving grace. Archie was ready to say, I can take a few hits with exhaust on, but he still has it up. May come into a play if they get dove. And they are going to have the time to back. Levi is hovering bot side here as Krugs come back up with Archie, so.
Now the advantage that the GIGABYTE Marines do have, hang on a second, as we do see Oddie getting spotted out.
This is getting pretty hairy here. Odie's trying to do as much as he can. And then Levi's finding him just at the last second or on his coattails to get out of there.
Now the irony of this is that 8 minutes into the game, no one's died, so a bit of a slow game so far compared to the other games that we've seen today.
Interestingly enough.
Yes, but coming back to this point earlier, so Stark, he actually has constant push over the Shen.
Yeah.
He's always going to force him underneath this tower. So every time Giral wants to try and look for this level 6 play, his tower is actually is very vulnerable to being taken down, or at least taking a lot of damage, especially seeing as he's always having to deal with all these minion waves hitting his tower, and the fact that Stark will be primed and ready to just start knocking down that structure.
Absolutely. It was almost helped in the beginning by Adi just at the start. We saw Giral come down to ward. Levi was up there, so he had to kind of pull that pressure off. And then Levi's been working on anything down here that Adi's been doing. So each jungler pulling each other back and forth at the start of this game. Blue buff's now going to go over to Optimus in that mid lane. Seiya should get the same thing as Adi has done with his red buff.
Now with Mountain Drake being the first dragon on the board, the fact that White Lotus have so much pressure down on the bottom lane means that this could be an early objective that Lyon look to try and prioritize. I think they'll be waiting for Seiya to pick up his first item, which should be based on his itemization, the Morellonomicon. So once he's got that under his belt, he's going to be feeling a little bit more knowledgeable and insightful about being able to force these kind of fights.
Look at my book. I'll show you what it says inside. Get closer. You see Vampiric Scepter on White Lotus. Looks like he's just going to farm himself up nice and big as he goes for the boots first. Keeping that attack speed up. Under the turret's not going to be a problem. They're actually nice and safe in the bot lane. This gives Adi more time to do things. He's still going to head down there, though. Get that blue buff over for Seiya. But now Levi, top side. They're going to try to get a kill here on Giral. First blood possibly, or like you said, the wave's been pushed up. The damage they've been looking for on that turret.
It's always a gamble trying to dive a Shen, though. You have the Spirit's Refuge to mitigate a lot of the damage. You also have the Taunt. And if two members get torn on the tower, then nobody does any damage, but the tower certainly does. So it's always a gamble that you have to be very mindful of. So I think that it was more of just a possible respect thing coming out from Levi. He didn't really see any other opportunities on the map.
In the end, you get the kill on Adi.
Exactly. So right now, though, we see Adi, he's actually hanging around the bottom lane himself. Now look at all these level 6 marks. Ultimates are now being primed and ready. This is what I want to see from Lyon. Let's see what proactivity you can make. Remember, Archie, he has no flash. You have a Shen ready and waiting to dive in, force a play down in the bottom half of the map. So this is what I want to see from Lyon now. Let's see if they can make anything happen at the 10-minute mark.
GIGABYTE Marines have taken control of their jungle just behind that Dragon Pit once again. So this could be scary from Lyon if they go a little too deep, a little too long. 4 members are here, so it's definitely a party on the bot side and should be a fast in and out. But things can still get messy.
I love the fact that White Lotus is freezing this wave right here, forcing Slay to burn all of his mana just to reach the farm. But it's also GIGABYTE Marines saying, we are too scared to move up. We do not have any control over the river.
Exactly.
You can see how hard Adi has been working throughout this entire early game to just maintain control around this dragon, to make things difficult for the bottom lane of the GIGABYTE Marines.
Well, he's hoping he can get something soon. Well, it has been Raptors and Krugs for Levi. He is trying to farm himself up to items. They're a bit even right now, because he has armor kind of to boot in his inventory. Optimus with help mid. It's a bit of that jungle pressure we actually haven't seen too much of what we were looking for.
But also a lot of respect, I feel, coming out from Seiya.
Yeah.
He's very much aware of the style that Levi likes to play, and he's also very mindful of the fact that this isn't Ahri, now level 9, very good at finding these picks and being able to dash on top of your face. So I think just very smart awareness from Seiya. He is praised as being the strongest, not just mid laner, but player overall in Latin North America. So he does have a lot of praise, and I feel like that so far he has been demonstrating that in this tournament.
Has the matchup versus Ahri, not doing too bad. That could actually get pretty scary even right now with just one gank. Summoner's up in the mid lane. That is actually an exhaust for Optimus. Interestingly enough, if he gets dove on from maybe a J-Roll and then an Adi.
Interesting that you would actually choose to go for the exhaust. Perhaps his intention is that when he dives onto the backline, I mean, it will guarantee that he'll win out on the trades. But it does mitigate a little bit of your burst. You know, you lose out on the split pushing power that you would get from necessarily an Ignite. But when thinking about summoner spells to run. TP isn't really optimal. It's not something that you can use as effectively on a champion like an Ahri. So going for something like an Exhaust, it just has more uses, right? It has more variation than something like an Ignite does.
Possibly get a huge hit on that Shockwave, and then even Adi coming in. So from Archie and Optimus, they really could shut down a lot of damage once we get to this fight phase. 400, just about 500 gold here for Lyon over Gigabyte Marines as it continues to tick up at a slow clip. And we almost have those finished Blade of the Rune Kings down for our AD carry. Still 123 to 93, our biggest discrepancy in the game, with a little love towards the mid lane now, 3v2 situation. And a big rotation actually as well for Marines through the backside of their jungle that never made it. It would have been a hell of a fight.
That was a very odd TP from the Gigabyte Marines, because now they're going to lose a lot of pressure up top. Dural has his ultimate, which Stark will not be able to follow on. With the Dragon now being started for Levy, this will be a very difficult situation for Gigabyte Marines. I feel like Lions, they want to try and force a fight right now.
If they know, Gragas just walked back topside. They're not going to have much.
That's it.
Flashes in, gets the kill. That's going to be the tidal wave. Levy goes down. That's first blood as well. And Adi comes up faster. Giral didn't even have to come all the way down. Walks back to his lane and won't lose anything either.
And this is the risk that you run trying to go for that Dragon. They made a play happen in mid lane. Gigabyte Marines thought that, hey, if we force Seiya back, we can just quickly transition over to this big objective. But they don't get the pressure that they want. The TP does not work out for Stark. And it's just an easy arrow into follow-up, into steal from Lyon, naming themselves not only first blood, but also the first Dragon of the game.
Work cut out for him. Adi has been over Levi all game long. Optimus, I don't know if he wants to do this. He's not going to see Orion on the backside. Shockwave is still there. Puts it in the brush, but not able to pull the trigger. So Optimus stops that. Slay is going to pick up the red buff. Goes over. Levi's not able to get his own jungle. Everybody else does. We'll see this one more time. Ult to flash.
That was actually a beautiful smite from Adi. You can see that Levi was just about to get that Dragon down. His Q was primed. He was ready to pick up that objective. Unfortunately for him, he was not quite fast enough on the trigger, and Adi was able to successfully take that away. Meanwhile, they went for an invade, and Gigabyte Marines, the aim was just a little bit off. They weren't quite able to land either the charm or the ultimate from Varus, excuse me, and it will result in no red buff being stolen away, but a lot of ultimates used. So now, Lyon, they have a bit of a window with which they can play around if they want to try and force something.
Impressive they've kept the lanes the way they are for now. They haven't really taken too much down. They're saying, you know what, Slay and Archie, we're getting this lane good. It's allowing Adi to do whatever he wants around the map. Let's take it down slow, it seems like, right?
But Riv, that's not what I was promised.
That's right.
We're here at the play-ins. Lyon Gaming, they were in one crazy bloodbath earlier in the morning, and I was expecting like, oh, you know, they're all warmed up, they're ready, they're good to go. Maybe they'll fight more. Maybe they'll try and make more plays. They have Ashe. They have a Shen. They can do stuff, Riv.
Have we seen an arrow?
We've seen one arrow.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I want to see more. Like, I feel like I've been betrayed.
It's all right. We have 2 more games after this.
We've also got plenty more game left.
Hope to promise you at least 1 more arrow in this game. White Lotus sure will. As they take down the bot turret, that's going to mean the arrow chances go up even more. And the expectancy of Gigabyte Marines goes down as they start to invade here. There's the arrow going up across Stark, just dodges that over his shoulder. And an invade after bot went down. Maybe they thought the focus was a different place. Levi goes into a very dangerous spot.
A few questionable decisions from Levi. Not only did he go for the Drake alone, but he's also invading without any real support from the rest of his team. It was so much easier for Seiya to be able to collapse when he was spotted out of position. Dural also ultimated in, and now Lyon, they have priority over this mid lane tower, and they're going to gain even more control over the map.
Interesting choice. Lyon sends the AD and bot back down to the bot lane. It seems like they're going to get some more kills. This time, actually, they're taking the kills. Adi gets taken down. It will be good farm for White Lotus as he meets the minion wave there, but it will slow down their movement across the map as they've been stopped in mid as well.
And this is exactly what Gigabyte Marines need. They've
Yeah,
been under
for
a
sure.
lot of pressure down in the bottom lane. The fact that Adi, he just straight up hands over a kill to Slay, as well as getting themselves a tower in the top lane, will mean that the Gigabyte Marines do not fall under any serious gold deficit. Now, looking at the play, I feel like that Adi, he wanted to try and get a collapse down onto Slay, but his AD carry is too far away to really effectively follow up. The Ashe Arrow ultimate wasn't even there, and I just think that that was Adi just being too overzealous. He was a little bit too eager to try and make that play happen.
Everything has felt good for him, right? I mean, you just flash smited the dragon away. You can do anything. You can do anything.
He believed that he could fly, and instead he was in fact shot down from the sky.
Partially. If they have a fly swatter, you're not going too far. 2-1, 18 minutes in as we're coming up on 20 minutes. That lead is somewhat shrinking between Slay and White Lotus. Obviously, it's not going to mean as much as we get more in golden items, but that has not been used. They really just pushed the lane in and did not find much. The kill, however, going over to GIGABYTE Marines, did go on to Archie, so it almost plays well for Lyon there.
That's a very good point. We all know that supports are the true carries of the game, so
I wasn't going to say it.
So giving a bit of extra gold over to him is definitely not a bad thing. But the big difference right now is the fact that GIGABYTE Marines, they did lose that tower down in the bottom lane, but they were still able to trade it back up top. So in terms of overall map control, they're still in a good position. But now we need to start seeing the rest of the map start to open up. Lyon, they got a chunk of damage down onto that tier 1 earlier on after Levi ended up losing his life in the top half of Lyon's jungle. So I feel like that should be the next big point of contention. You should move, you could move Gerald down to the bottom half of the map if you want to add a little bit more pressure towards the top side. However, with the dragon spawning in about 50 seconds, it would be better off to send Seiya down to the bottom side of the map. You still have the tower for a bit of safety for that Orianna who doesn't have the ability escapes, and then Gerald can still join the fray the moment that objective becomes available.
It's like that one moment we can get Seiya off on the side as an Orianna. Just farm away. This is great. Doesn't have to be the split push play. And we still have you for the fight. They take down mid. Good for Lyon Gaming. Their mid's also hurt up, so expect GIGABYTE Marines to come back very fast and grab up their own gold. This is what I actually have liked about MSI play-ins here is when these turrets start to fall, it usually happens for both teams, or one team goes all the way down to the Nexus, right? But when it happens for both teams, that's that influx of gold. That means more fights, more invades, more vision, so people can go crazy. We see one right there, but everybody gets out with their life on that one.
GIGABYTE Marines, not as effective as they probably would have liked with these skill shots. It's the second time now. Slay's ultimate didn't quite hit the mark. Regardless, it will result in an advantage gained for Lyon Gaming. They've now forced 2 members back. Their eyes are on this Baton Drake, and this will likely be their second of the game.
Not too tough of a smite on that one for Adi. A Mountain Drake as well, like you said here. So GIGABYTE Marines are going to try to do what they can to get this Rift Herald. It looks like Stark's going to come down, bop that for himself, so he can have that for an extended period of time on the top side and say, hey, I'm going to add a little bit of my own pressure now. Ooh. Good time.
Efficiency. That is good prime
timing.
Efficiency. Just before the Rift Herald ended up dropping.
Pros take notice.
So now the map is a little bit more open. We actually get to see a replay of an exchange happening up top. Did we miss a kill?
Ooh.
No.
Flash.
I'm not entirely sure why we got a replay of that.
And then the barrel. Those are two big things. Barrel's almost going to be up, so you can see how much time has kind of elapsed between that. Still have quite a bit, almost a quarter off of the flash. Or quite a bit to go, I should say. What are we looking at around the board? Quicksilver stash for Adi, so he can get in and out. A little afraid of a charm or a lockup there as he does this, so that spells to me I still want to go in hard.
Oh, yeah.
And he's waiting for Gerald to have that stand united on him.
That's for sure. Meanwhile, it looks like the Seiya is going for a second item, Luden's Echo as well, so we'll definitely give him a bit of an early spike. Fascinating that Optimus instead decided, rather than the Morellonomicon, to go for more of a burst build. You do get a bit of added mobility. The cooldown reduction is also pretty valuable, but it really just adds to your ability to assassinate those key targets. And I think his eyes are definitely on White Lotus. He's very aware that he doesn't just have an AD carry to kill, but he's got to get through that heal. He's got to get through the Gerald ultimate too. So adding a bit of burst to his belt will certainly add when trying to shut down those carries.
Yep. Mid lane still low. Lions using this as their bait. If they can pinch the team of GIGABYTE Marines in on that mid lane. We've got the top-down swap. Girol and Stark now in the bot lane, farming it up together. Dragon has quite a bit of time, so this roam here from Stark means he wants some inside vision for the team. Let's see if they can make some plays in one of these lanes.
So the difficulty that Lyon has right now is they want to be playing around that tier 1 in the top side, but GIGABYTE Marines have full control around the river. So if you're Lyon, the standard play is actually to start pushing up mid, move in towards the river and get this vision, but then going for a fight.
Arrow hit Levi. Adi tries to get out, bopped up by the Stranglethorn, and the Shockwave pulls in too. Levi actually jumps in, gets himself to safety. Archie's down, and Adi has actually lived throughout the fight.
Love the decision-making from Adi to just dive in the moment he spotted out Archie. He knew he had the support from his team. We were talking about that QSS earlier. He didn't even need it, as he's just about to lose his life, but he will be fine. Now, GIGABYTE Marines will try and contest.
Oh, they go in. Stark should be able to die immediately. Levi knows he has to leave. There's no chance. There's Slave flashes into the pit to try to get the kills. Here's one on Giro. That's going to be the team coming up with 4. After Lyon get Baron.
GIGABYTE Marines, they stop Lyon from walking away with everything. They're able to get themselves 4 kills. Only White Lotus walks away with the Baron buff. And GIGABYTE Marines, they're feeling confident.
Slay doing just that, giving the team confidence. You saw Levi turn from the fight. Slay's like, nah, no, this is a go-in button. And the team does. Baron might have gone over to Lyon here, but going to be a bit of damage put down onto these turrets. Nami's coming out. They still have Optimus to come up from the side. They may be able to route this turret. It'd be very dangerous to keep an extended fight here, though. Seems like they'll do the damage they can. Get themselves out.
And this is the back and forth that we were waiting for. This is the expectations of these kind of games. GIGABYTE Marines, they've now been able to pull themselves a gold lead as they take that tier 2 turret down. But Archie, he may have just overstayed.
That'll happen. Nice grasping route, though. Get some stop out. Oh, you gotta believe. You gotta believe in your team. There you go. He said, Adi, you knew I was gonna hit that.
Oh, good shot there from White Lotus. Now Lyon, they're the ones with the numbers advantage. They've got the Baron.
Were you just talking about something?
I was talking about something. Lyon came in. They're looking for a tier 2 themselves.
And now there's the other back. I guess it's the 4th to the back, right? Back and forth. Now we have the 4th. What a game, exploding at 20 minutes. And the Baron lights the fuse here. It's going to be a pretty long fuse, as I do not believe the fights are going to end anytime soon. Optimus hasn't even backed. He's still hovering on the other side of the map. And I wonder if he will get out alive. This is going to be a party chase coming in from Lyon Gaming.
Ooh, they want to try and get the collapse down onto the Wily Fox. But the question is, she still has the ultimate available. No flash. Will she be able to get out of this trap?
All right, already taking turret shots. There's one. Oh, look at those.
There's
gold. He's getting 2, 3. There's Spirit Rush. And that's going to be it. This is an execution.
Oh, White Lotus.
Wait, he's actually going to try to get out.
I don't know.
Oh, it's over. What a mission impossible by Optimus here. Tried to roll out, couldn't do it. Finally gets taken down. But look what's been happening on the map. GIGABYTE Marines have been able to push all the way back up, free vision placement, and now they have a setup again.
But look again at Saya, because now the GIGABYTE Marines, they've invested all this vision into the bottom half of the map. Saya, he's going to try and answer by getting some control over top, get a bit of more of these towers down in favor of Lyon Gaming. But this is the back and forth that we wanted to see. Remember that this whole action started back off at the Baron. That was about 2 or 3 minutes ago. And that's really where this game opened up and started to be a little bit more even. Because Lyon, they were in full control for so long. They'd find so many effective picks, already punishing the mistakes coming out from the side of the GIGABYTE Marines. But then they go for that Baron. They felt a lot more confident than they actually really should have. Because there were a lot of low health bars. They were not ready for the answer from the GIGABYTE Marines. They ended up losing a lot of members. And now they're looking to pick up their 3rd man and break of the game.
Quite definitive decisions so far.
He gets
execution. This time over to GIGABYTE Marines. Levi is out. And that is going to be the confidence he has needed this game after being knocked down more than once. A tough early game, the steal, and then the Baron snuck by Lyon. Kind of all just gets reversed.
Definitely a nice consolation prize there for Levi. Definitely makes up for the lost smites that happened earlier on in the day. But now the map resets. Right? Now we're at a time of peace and tranquility as both teams, they want to try and reset these waves. They want to spend the gold. But it doesn't sound fun, but it's the prime, it's the setup, it's getting ready. Because remember that Baron is the next objective. It's going to be spawning in quite a way, so we have time now. Both these teams, they're going to be working towards this 3rd item. Because remember, a lot of these 2-item spikes have now been completed for the side of GIGABYTE Marines.
Top side Optimus, Summoner down and Flash. He has that exhaust up if things get a little too hairy in an engage, but he was waiting for White Lotus. Not overstepping his boundaries on that Ashe. 005, support Ashe in the bot lane. That's how it goes, right?
Not what we would expect from White Lotus. He'll make up for it later. His Flash is up right now, so he knows that he has that aggressive summoner spell available to him.
Exactly. He's the sleeper right now.
Yeah.
He's just waiting to get those items in. But Quicksilver Sash as well for him. Very, very reliant on out-positioning, being out-positioned, if you will. You're going to get thrown around by a Gragas Barrel, like we said. The Stranglethorns going to place you all over, and you want to be able to move in your spot ASAP.
Now the win condition for GIGABYTE Marines is keeping Optimus off onto a side lane. They know that right now you can't really send Seiya to go and duel him. Geralt,
Right.
he has a fair amount of magic resistance, but even he is going to get pushed in the tower. There's no way he has the same sort of wave clear that Optimus has. So he's always going to be under pressure. And you have Stark on the other side of the map who can do exactly the same thing. So GIGABYTE Marines, they can just keep this 1-through-1 setup if they want, and they just have to avoid the full-on team fights that Lyon have been trying to force. So remember all this disengage that GIGABYTE Marines have available to them. You have the Gragas, you have the Lee Sin, you have the Zyra. So many tools to stop Lyon from really setting up these fights and making them happen. So all GIGABYTE Marines need to do is be patient, rely on their side lanes, and just keep pressure on all 3 lanes of the map, rather than trying to run it down mid like we saw earlier on.
Buddy system to clear out wards. Great for Archie. Feeling good to have that camaraderie as he goes around. Bot lane getting pushed in now by the Titanic of Giral. See, he's actually going to start roaming himself up, making sure he can clear out any wards that he sees right away. Grabbing any buffs he can. It looks like GIGABYTE Marines is kind of relegated here towards the top side of the map. 1 minute on that Baron, so both teams will have eyes up here. Optimus working off the ball, calling over pressure every so often that has to be respected by Lyon, has been slowing them down. And actually, that's the kind of thing that creates the scary scenario for you, is when your team that's pushing is when you find yourself stalling out without any results.
Exactly, especially when you really can't get the vision control that you want, because now that Seiya's been dragged up to the top half of the map, GIGABYTE Marines are going to have full knowledge of his positioning, which means that, look at Levi, he's basically saying, hey, look at all this free vision I can get, woohoo! The Baron is now up to me and my buddies. We can look to try and set this one up relatively soon. And with it spawning in about 10 seconds, it's going to be the big point of contention for both these teams. Now for Lyon, they want the full 5v5. They want to try and bait you into this little choke point where they can have their way with you. However, GIGABYTE Marines, they have to play it slow, they have to be patient, and they have to rely on these side lanes in order to really get ahead over Lyon Game.
Levi's purchase kind of tells the story you were just talking about. Backed for those 2 control wards. That means the priority towards the top side will have to be used. The control wards are to stay there. It's not one place and defend. They're getting ready to use that, have it taken down to the fight, and play again. So, like you said, the 5v5 is what Lyon wants. GIGABYTE's trying to find out how to get that without it being all 5.
Exactly that. Guinsoo's Rage Blade actually picked up for Slay. Not a conventional build that you would normally see. Definitely something that seems unique to the Marines AD carry.
Interesting. Speed up, get a little like passive synergy, right? You kill a unit, you get attack speed. You hit something, you get attack speed. Is it
I mean, I don't think it's optimal. I don't think it's
of course.
But sure, like it's unique and fun, and it's different, and that's what we want with these games. We want a bit of variation. We'll have to see how well it does work out for him as the game progresses.
Just making sure it says Slay and not Genja. We'll be sure. Or maybe he becomes the new. The Slay builds will be now of 2017. We have to see. The fight has not happened yet. 2-0-3. Seems confident in the build, especially with the amount of gold he's been getting to stay on top of how White Lotus can scale. They're going for this. Remember, this has been the push of Optimus on the top side. Having those minions up in the top.
They don't know.
Hold Adi back, hold the team's vision back, and now they get the sneak of Baron with 0 contest.
This is the best case scenario for the GIGABYTE Marines. They didn't have full control of the river. That play would have been far too obvious. Instead, they just abused the fact that they knew where the vision was not for Lyon Gaming. They had already set up control in the Baron pit earlier on. They knew that if there was going to be a ward anywhere, it would be in that little bush in the river. So they took advantage by sliding all the way through in the top half of the Baron pit to take that objective down. And now the 1-3-1 of the GIGABYTE Marines becomes so much harder to deal with.
Patiently waiting. Exactly what you expect a team who was able to go through their gauntlet from 4th, pretty much crush, have the patience to do everything. And even weather an early game where you're bot down a lot of CS in a very aggressive bot, and your jungler was having quite a bit of trouble. Now on top of the game, everybody's feeling like they're on Cloud9. They're gonna see where they can go with this one. 2nd tier in the top or bottom, maybe bottom with Baron down.
Now Lyon starting to feel the pressure, a little bit worried. They were caught with the pants down a little bit there. We're not expecting that swift Baron take. So they have to be ready. They have to try and get control over their own half of the jungle because that's what they can use to find these picks. Remember, you still have the Ashe arrow in your arsenal. There are actually only one QSS picked up onto Slay. So Optimus, he'll be the key target for those arrows to try and hit. But very swiftly, Lyon have already lost full control of their jungle, and they're likely going to lose a tower off the back of it too.
Yikes.
Yikes is true.
Slay is just crushing right now. The attack speed immediately skyrocketing every time he starts pulling the trigger and pulling arrows out of that quiver. Down the mid lane is going to be Optimus. This actually allows him to really utilize that exhaust if he's going to get hit by someone like Adi in a 1v1 situation. Jungler back, or I'm sorry, top back. Giral is back to help the team now. And the only thing that GIGABYTE's going to have to worry about is bot lane respect. They have time to play though.
They do, they have plenty of time. They are continuing to play the slow game. We had a bit of an exciting 20 to 25 minutes. Then the game slowed back down again. Both teams, they reassessed. They realized, okay, let's not run face first into each other. Let's reevaluate how we can win this game. And to be fair to GIGABYTE Marines, they have been playing this beautifully. They haven't been grouping up as a 5-man unit. They haven't been giving all these free fights. And they've been making it very difficult for Lyon to really find the picks that they want, which is a big far cry to how the game really started, where Levi, he was being way too over-ambitious with his invades. He was in positions where he didn't quite have the vision that he needed. And it's just great to see within a game a team reevaluating their failures and then acting upon them.
And no, I was going to say, interestingly enough, a low kill game. There's a Quicksilver sash flash, easy enough to say, as they get themselves back to safety here. But a safety where they feel good enough to push again, even after blowing summoners.
I mean, think of the resources that were invested. This is exactly what Lyon wanted. This is why they were fighting so hard to maintain control over their own jungle, because if they get a pick, this Baron effectively becomes redundant. But if they don't find that pick, you're now leaving the rest of the map open. So Stark and Levi, they have all of the minions in the bottom lane. They have the Baron buff too. It becomes another structure falling to the ever so quickly rising GIGABYTE Marines.
Very interesting. Take time here to whittle away at the base. What kind of factor, or what variable, I should say is a better word, could you put into mid lane opposed to that Orianna? Something else that would have kind of synergized with this composition a little bit better for Lyon.
I feel like that they needed something a little bit stronger to either match the Ahri off in the side lane. Like, they could have gone for an Echo. I've heard a lot of
he played that earlier.
Of him. Alternatively, like, I'm a big fan of Kassadin right now. Like, I think that Kassadin is pretty strong during the laning phase. It can really hurt him, and he does get pushed on the tower a fair amount. But Ahri isn't as oppressive that Kassadin wouldn't be able to get through it and turn into this late scaling menace. Would be much better, especially with someone like a Shen too, is always a possibility.
Yeah, because we're seeing Lyon just run back and forth, strung very thin between trying to control these lanes that are being pushed. That Optimus is having a field day, soaking up all this CS. Now a 25 CS lead for him. One of the first arrows we see hitting, it does get back onto Slay. Quicksilver Sash is up. So maybe now with that QSS, which is a Mercurial Scimitar, will be down if they can get another arrow quick enough.
Look at the pings from GIGABYTE Marines. They're looking at this bottom wave. They know that top is actually pushing against them with the slow wave that is building in favor of Giral. And now Lyon, they actually have priority over the mid lane, so they can either look to re-attain vision control over the river, or they can just look to try and run it down mid.
Routed through, they have quite a minion wave. One cannon there, top should actually be a turret takedown. If Lyon can actually pressure this and then kind of play a yo-yo, they're actually going to move off. Maybe they'll just drop all together, play it safe, because they don't see what's actually coming through the red side of GIGABYTE Marines jungle.
That was a smart play from Lyon Gaming. They saw the window and they leapt through. They did not want to let that window close. And it's good because you don't want to try and react to the forces that GIGABYTE Marines are making happen. And now they'll get themselves a structure as well, so they'll be able to close the gold gap a little bit.
I mean, what happens in the other situation is you guys get in a fight and Giral has to teleport in, right?
Exactly.
So you don't get anything. Turret stays up, mid stays up. So the final outer is cleared here. Definitely a little bit more room for Lyon to get in. Put easier wards to go cross lanes. See if they can get some pressure in. The crowd is absolutely awesome at this event right now.
Static, very supportive of all the teams playing. But they want what I want, which is bloodshed. We want the teams to start killing each other. Fire the arrow. Let us see the violence. Like, we're at 4 items now, Riv. Like, that's a lot of damage.
I was going to say this earlier, but then we got into a fight where, again, nobody really died. For the amount of fighting we've seen, it's 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Like, there's not been that much action going on. I'm sorry, kills.
Whoa!
For the action there, if it's going to happen right now, like you said, 4 items, it's going to happen in a split second. These guys haven't fought each other in a while, so they're not aware of the instant power that's about to pop off.
Oh yeah, the arrow did end up hitting onto Archie. He wasn't even able to flash away. And think about this now, Baron spawning in 20 seconds, and is going to be up before Archie's even alive.
Real quick.
And now we get the replay. Ooh, he was trying to clear vision alone, Riv. The classic, he doesn't have his buddy there ready. And there's no Shen ultimate on his team. He can't do anything about it.
I feel for him. Everybody does it. Sometimes you need that buddy, though. Levi has been with him. We saw a bit of an invade there as they were on the bot side of the map. But like you said, things have to be done as a group. Elder for Baron is going to be the trade. They are fine with it. And I think it's going to work here for Lyon because they actually haven't had a good time pushing. I think Elder would actually get them pushed in. So that was a good trade, I believe.
I feel that overall, Baron is always a stronger objective to get over the Elder anyway, simply because not only does it last longer, it lasts a full minute longer, but it also just helps you siege, which is something that the Elder really does not quite have the same impact with. And now with Lyon having all this control around the map, having taken all of these outer towers down, with only 1 remaining in the bottom lane, it just better suits their composition because they can really maximize the use of this Shen. Start a slow push up in the top lane, group up as 4 in the mid, send that ninja down into the bottom lane, and then just start working your way into the base of the GIGABYTE Marines. But don't fight him, because that Elder Dragon can be nasty.
The Elder Dragon that's going to come up and bite you twice. GA on Stark and Levi. So that'll be difficult. You got to go through more than 1 kill. And you can only Quicksilver Sash once. So a lot of these things are kind of compounding on each other to just become harder for the guys that are building defense on the side of Lyon. Looks like GIGABYTE Marines to set up. Slay. They cast the bait out. Nobody takes it. They just join them to farm out the minions.
Still no QSS for Optimus. I mean, I can understand it on an Ahri. However, it is relying on his own individual prowess to not get hit by that arrow. But still, he has completed a lot of the damaging items. He's also completed his death cap now as well. So the assassination power of this Ahri is very, very potent. Even if he misses the charm, he has his ulti, he still has the Q. So he still has a lot of that threat that White Lotus always has to be mindful of. And he still has his flash. I'm surprised. I think this is the longest I've ever seen White Lotus with an active flash. Like,
both of these guys are ready to flash forward. We saw Slay do it earlier into the Baron pit.
Oh, yeah.
And White Lotus ready to do it as it is up. 0 and 6 for him. The flash forward. Resonating strike into Sonic. I don't think they're going to get the kill here. No, they finally go in on him. There is the ultimate from Giral. Stays alive. They pull the ultimate out of Levi and Optimus. And here's the tidal wave back. Is the team ready to rush? Down mid lane goes White Lotus to try and prep the team for mid. He is backed and met by Stark, but is it quick enough? Yes, it is. And with another pressure play, nobody goes down with more action.
Just a couple of ultimates ended up being used. A flash, you're here and there, traded. So nothing really gained. And in all seriousness, Lyon, they really have not gained a huge amount off the back of this Baron buff. But they still have a minute of it left, and the Elder Dragon has now ran out. This is the big window that Lyon need to try and push. This is the avenue with which they can try and close out this game. But they are afraid as Stark goes in.
Double ulti. Genthix Seiya back. Looks like Adi can just get over the wall. Chain of Corruption to him, arrow onto Slay, and that's Giral into the back. A 4v1 for Giral. Stranglethorn goes down. That's going to pop the rest of the team of Lyon up, and Giral's in a bad spot. 3-man shockwave coming in from Seiya. Nobody's able to capitalize on anything, as the lowest members are the ones to start peeling out, which are the ones that can do the killing blow.
No one died, Riv! Why is no one dying? That was such a good shockwave from Seiya. All the choke points, all the key targets were exactly where he needed them to be. But they just could not land the decisive blow. Giral's been so long, tanking up so much damage.
Stark was all in. He's like, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, like, they were ready, right? You can see such a great ultimate coming out from Stark, knocking the members in, but there's just no follow-up. The arrow lands on the Slay, and you think this is great. But now just look, it's a battle of the front lines, right? Lyon can't get through Stark. GIGABYTE Marines can't get through Giral, and then you get this fantastic shockwave onto multiple members. White Lotus, dude, you still have your flash up. Go in, like, that's what we expect from you. Instead, he holds back, he restrains himself. He doesn't go for the hero play. And Lyon Gaming, they don't end up in any kills, but neither do the GIGABYTE Marine.
That was something I was actually just going to mention last time we kind of saw Optimus. As he did a bit of a hero play earlier when he went off by himself, but as you said, he has these massive items. He could pop Genthix. He could pop White Lotus. Now, they haven't left each other, but they also aren't like edging and looking for that opening just every so often. It's very scary. We're asking them for kind of the 110% moments here, but these are the things you want to see from these guys. Those hero plays, making the name for themselves. So far, this has been neck and neck, and we're looking for that person to explode.
Another very long game for Lyon Gaming. We're starting to see, like, domestically, remember that this is a team that dominated. These guys only played a single game, so now that they're being challenged, now that they don't have that early snowball, they're being forced into these late game scenarios where they don't have the same amount of experience.
Big old belly right out front.
And so they do some crazy stuff. They just throw the arrows out, they hope for the best. It's a bit of a zoning arrow, basically saying, hey, this is our tower now. You may not come near, but still. The game now slows down. We start to reset. We're looking again at like the Baron and the Elder Dragon, and we're now completing the full 6 items. The full charade is here. Parade, rather.
But yeah, it is a parade. See where they take that. Which lane will it go down? Might be down mid. A push up top from Optimus. He's been able to keep that wave semi-primed and prepped throughout the game. We have 1:40 left on Baron. GA is pretty much just coming up right now. Zanya's finally to be finished up on. Optimus feels like that's a good final item for himself. Same thing though for Seiya here. Everybody's getting their extra life in towards the end of the game, if you will, in our full builds.
But still, some control wards from the top and the bottom lane. The good guys of the team, making sure that there's always some vision.
That's a great point. There's so many times in the NALCS and other leagues where you just see such a late game where people have recipeed everything together, and where's your vision?
Exactly.
Where's your vision?
It really does start to fall off, and Lyon, as well as GIGABYTE Marines, they're demonstrating like, yeah, you know what, I'm tanky enough. And as I say that, look at Gerard, look at what he did. He gets rid of the control ward, and then he goes and gets his 6th item, just as we were praising him, Red.
That's all right. He knows what he needs to do. He'll go back and forth, right? Sell it. Buy back a control ward.
Maybe he can be the ward.
That return on investment. There it is. Moving sentry. That's what Shen is. Get around. Help your team when they need it. Yeah. It's like a light bright. It's like they just strung up a bunch of lights straight through the jungle. All those red wards. Nicely placed. I like it. Connect the dots. One mid went down. It broke. It's over. 45 minutes on this one as these teams are actually taking each other quite long. As we said earlier, they're warmed up. We might expect these plays to kind of result in some kills, which then the kills lead to the turrets. Here they've been whittling each other down, and only a kill here, a kill there.
TP flank.
And the kills aren't on the best of people. See 6 assists onto White Lotus. Stark again. A 4v1 situation now. Tidal wave on the full team of GIGABYTE Marines. Shockwave miss. How will it end up? Seiya goes right in the middle and he goes down. White Lotus drops immediately. 64 seconds on the clock for these death timers. Genthix is going to be next. And Stark, starting off the second fight in the last 5 minutes, is the one that clicks for GIGABYTE Marines.
Unbelievable that this whole game is likely going to be decided on a fight that just happened instantly. Stark, he gets himself the teleport, he makes the play happen, and now with 3 members dead, GIGABYTE Marines, they're looking to go 2-0 in the group.
Straight down the mid lane like a freight train, 45 minutes in, GIGABYTE Marines on the back of Stark's engage are looking for the Nexus turrets. 3 members still dead. It's Adi and Jiro. Not the biggest damage to get these guys out of your base, but they're going to do their damnedest as the tanks and a bit of damage dealers that they are. The next Nexus turret there for GIGABYTE Marines. Like you said, Vidius looking to go 2-0 here on the second day of play-ins. Will they be able to do it? They're looking for the kills. Pad a few stats, get a few more. Quicksilver yourself out, Adi. But Solace on the fountain doesn't save the Nexus. And GIGABYTE Marines come up with a victory.
It was so close for so long. And then that one pivotal shockwave doesn't hit anybody. The engage from the GIGABYTE Marines initially looked haphazard because we saw such a great tidal wave, completely dissuading GIGABYTE Marines from getting a successful follow-up. But then they get themselves a turnaround. It just all happened so fast. I didn't even catch how White Lotus even ended up losing his life in that final fight. And it just, with both Seiya and White Lotus gone, that's it. The fight is over. Like, that late into the game, your 2 primary damage dealers, there's no way you're coming back from that.
I looked at Stark. I went where his cask went, and then somehow Seiya was in the fight right next to White Lotus bound on the backside. And I was like, that's bad. Red health bars disappear. That was instant. We were just mentioning who's going to make that play. We're at this many items, and you guys have a team that you built to kind of disengage, which has better engage now. You got to use it at some point.
I mean, they did it very effectively as well. The fact that Stark was able to find that TP, they finally say to the rest of the team, you know what, guys, let's just do it. Let's go. Let's go for the fight. Look, forget Baron, forget Elder Dragon. We're going to win this fight, and they do it in such style as well.
We see these coming through the games. The one thing I continue to think about is the consistency of how they go in, how they plan their attacks, and how much that will be attacked by other teams as they make it through the play-ins. So these teams definitely have a lot to think about as they continue to get their wins and continue to get their losses. To get their thoughts on that win, however, send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. We had a decent, or rather, we have a decent opportunity now to look at these teams in a very different way, through a different lens, because everything seemed to slow down here in Game 4 as compared to the way that this entire tournament, both Group A and Group B, had been going up until this point.
I think this is the first time you can really look at these teams and just say they were playing scared. And I don't know what changed between like games 1 that these guys played to this game. Maybe they like had a moment to relax and they had trouble getting their energy back up to where it was at the start of the day, but they definitely came out totally flat. It didn't feel like they wanted to force anything. They were going for objectives as passively as they could, just hoping the other team wouldn't show up. And when they did, it was just smite steals, or if someone got caught out of position, you would punish a mistake. But no one was looking to actually engage.
Yeah, there was a lot of focus on actually stopping teleports as well, so top laners weren't involved. There was a Shen on one team with an Ashe. They weren't really forcing these fights or engaging these things. And I do just want to echo that. I feel like it's being scared, but it's also not knowing when they should be aggressive. They were just defaulting to scared.
Right, and that's the thing, because both of these teams here are winning teams so far in the day. So you would think, if anything, they enter with more confidence, with more willingness to maybe make plays and go for those game-winning moments. And instead, both playing maybe with their lead very cautiously, afraid to give it up to anyone else in the group.
Right, you can say maybe GIGABYTE Marines are being a little bit more aggressive early on. We had those early invades coming in for Levi. He gets caught out once, gets caught out with the Dragon, and then from there, you can say, okay, maybe GIGABYTEs will slow down. But then there was no reason for Lyon to keep playing that scared over the course of the game. There were times where they had TP advantage or they had a flash down on the Zyra, and they don't go for a repeat force play. They just sat back and were happy to grind them out, but they never actually did anything to get enough of an advantage.
I mean, we were kind of, counting Ashe arrows, and just within the first, maybe 15 to 20 minutes of Game 1 today, Ashe arrows were flying on cooldown. This time around, a much more tempered in their willingness, rather, to look for those picks. But let's go ahead and dive into our first replay, which comes 22.5 minutes into the game, which is about that halfway point. 4 members going down here for Lyon after the Baron.
Right, they're able to finally pick Archie. They grab the Baron, but they all get really low over the course of doing this. It was not well coordinated either, where you saw Audi jumping in and out at low health. Eventually, they all get caught in the pit, able to get cleaned up there by the side of the GIGABYTE Marines, and it just leads to a bigger stall out. Someone finally picks up a big neutral objective, but then almost no one's alive to use it.
And I'll steal the word coordination from you there, because the engage in that fight was a Kha'Zix just going ham. Like, he just jumps in and everybody, and there was no Ashe arrow used to actually engage that one. Like, it's just the Kha'Zix, and it works because he has a team to protect him. But that's also, he literally does the same thing to the Baron buff itself, which is why he dies at the end of that.
Yeah, and we talk about this is why we like shield comps sometimes for some teams that lack that coordination. You see a Kha'Zix engage a fight just by jumping in. Well, you get an Ori shield, a Shen shield, a Nami heal to keep you up over the course of that fight, which is how they won that fight where they get the first kill, but they did not coordinate well after that.
It's so peculiar, though, because both of these teams are set up quite well to start fights if they so choose, right? When you look at both rosters of champions, Lee Sin, Gragas, Varus, Ahri, all 4 of them have a way to start a fight, whether it's a single pick or a full-on team fight engage. On the flip side, you've got Ashe, Shen, even a Nami wave and an Orianna ball with a Kha'Zix jumping in. There are ways, there are tools to start fights, and yet this was one of our longest games of the tournament, the play-in stage so far.
It's one of those situations where the flash is up on the AD carry, and you don't want to overcommit onto him, so you don't actually go to start a fight, and then because you're not starting fights, the flash is always up, at least this chicken or the egg kind of situation where because you're playing playing a little bit scared and you don't think you're that engaged going to work, you keep waiting for the perfect one over and over, and it just never shows up because you're not going to find the perfect engage. Just pull the trigger once, get the flash out most likely, and then look for another one.
And then, of course, what this does mean, Rusty, is that you eventually, stall out the game to a point where a single team fight decides it all. And that's what happens 45 minutes into the game. We have the game winner here. We'll take a look in just a moment. But overall, it's like, is this really what teams want? To get to that point where you're flipping a coin in the late game for the 50-50 or possibly winning a big team fight?
It's not where you exactly want to be, but for what it's worth, the GIGABYTE Marines, when they are there, excel in these situations, right? A really good teleport from Star, coupled with individual plays from the mid laner, the jungler of this team. And that's exactly where you want the carries to be. But in future, if you are looking at this, you're taking a step back and saying, well, 45 minutes could have been 20 minutes when we could have made the exact same plays. Could have been 10 minutes if we collapsed to protect Levi a little bit better to accelerate this game more so.
But now let's talk about where the group stands as a whole, right? 4 games into the day, GIGABYTE Marines, I mean, let's be honest, that's not necessarily who we thought was going to be leading this group, and yet they have impressed so far today.
Right, I mean, coming in, we heard some grumblings about teams who have been scrimming over there had been saying they might be one of the weakest teams in the group, and now they're the team in the lead. And I think you can kind of say that this is why the play-in stage is so fun, is because you have no idea what's going to happen. Day starts with a ton of crazy picks. We fall back into standard champ pools, this time getting a slower game, but just even in the previous game, it was another 2 standard team comps going at it, but higher action.
And of course, the day's not over just yet. So now I'll return to you, Rusty, with Lyon Gaming here. All right, they played scared, but outside of playing scared, what do we want to see them, do in order to return to form? Because I think a lot of people were looking at them as possibly the front runner for getting out of the group.
I think the first thing that we could look at, and we said this even after their victory, is to work around White Lotus as a carry and to actually change up the style of play that they're currently working with to empower him, not just have him on the Ashe. He's already shown in this tournament, if you set him up for success, he will actually be the person to go forwards, be aggressive and carry. He won against a Blitzcrank. Like, his life was to die, but he'd still take 2 people minimum with him. Like, he's going off.
Yeah, I think, we talked about how Gerald doesn't TP in that much. Put him back on a carry again. Like, I didn't love his Camille performance, but at least if you're going to get into this stall-out situation, at least it then favors you instead of just being tank versus tank, doing nothing versus each other.
Yeah.
At least if you have the split-pushing threat, if you have something that's going to take over the game as it stalls out, I would prefer to see that.
All right, it's almost made more peculiar that they chose a champion that's got 2 teleports for the...
I can ignore 2 ices hard!
For the player that doesn't love to teleport. I mean, it's a good point, right? If you set up that 4-1 split where you have an entire disengage and supporty type group of 4 for that ADC, and then just a hard winning top lane, it could be the recipe for success for Lyon Gaming. We're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break. When we return, we'll see if Lyon Gaming can bounce back versus Isurus Gaming. It's the 2017 MSI play-ins. Coming right back.
No, Gragas just walked back topside. They're not going to have much.
That's it.
Flashes in, gets the kill. That's going to be the tidal wave. Levy goes down. That's first blood as well. Oh, they go in. Stark should be able to die immediately. Levi knows he has to leave. There's no chance. There's Slay flashes into the pit to try to get the kills. Here's one on Gerald. That's going to be the team coming up with 4. Wave miss. How will it end up? Say it goes right in the middle and he goes down. White Lotus drops immediately. 64 seconds on the clock for these death timers. Quicksilver yourself out, Adi. But Solace on the fountain doesn't save the Nexus. And GIGABYTE Marines come up with a victory.
Empecé a jugar LOL con Seikro, que es un player de nuestra región, que es un ex Isurus. Bueno, yo jugaba casualmente y él se interesó mucho en la escena y fue jugador profesional. Entonces después, al verlo como él, que era mi amigo, y al verlo que era pro player y todo, me motivé yo por jugar, empecé a subir en el ladder. Yo era main de carry, subí en el ladder y llegué al top 1. Me creé un equipo, jugamos el circuito de leyenda, lo subimos a primera división. Isurus Gaming como que obtuvo nuestro roster y en verdad como que yo filié, me cambié a support, no funcionó y después como que nos faltaba un mid laner y me cambié a la mid lane. Creo que si voy a competir contra los mejores para ser el mejor, no para quedarse en menos porque si no sería un fracaso. Así que eso, creo que esa es como mi mentalidad de pro player, seguir escalando siempre.
Welcome back, everyone. Emp and the rest of Isurus Gaming still looking for their first win on the day, and that's really what I want to hit here. As we spoke before the break about Lyon Gaming and what we'd like to see them do to bounce back from the loss they just sustained. On the side of, Latin America South, they're still searching for that first win. So what do we want to see out of them to maybe grab it here?
Some energy. I mean, you look at what just happened with Lyon Gaming, where they basically were on the back foot the entire time, not really looking to make plays. If you come out early and make a lot of plays happen, maybe you can overwhelm them. QQ Morris had decent early games despite receiving some attention in his game, so I wouldn't mind seeing them look to do something very aggressive centered around QQ More and Emp.
I would say the biggest thing that they need to do is transitioning an early game into a mid-game strength. That they still look like a fantastic team early. They were doing those invades you mentioned, but how do they actually get themselves to a period where they could scale team fight late game, utilize their leads? It's where they've always looked good, but they haven't really made that work.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a little bit of input from the Brazilian casters in the venue there in the background. I'm assuming that's what it was. But ultimately, I mean, do you feel, as we kind of expected Lyon Gaming to maybe be the front runner for the group here, do you expect them to maybe bounce back in a way that they'll view that kind of slow bleed as an unacceptable loss and maybe they'll fire back even harder?
It's a little bit of a balancing act because maybe you say, okay, if Isurus comes out really, really aggressive, then that's playing into Lyon, who clearly was struggling to make their own plays. Now you're just letting them counter you. So maybe you want to play a little slower too. Personally, I'd rather see the aggressive approach, especially coming into the mid game where both teams had different aspects that they were struggling with their vision control. One around objective play, one around side lane split pushing. So I would rather just see Isurus try and come out and grab this game and take control of it from the very beginning.
I mean, personally, I just worry that Latin America, they're good players, but their team is lacking because they've just dominated their region so strongly.
Alrighty, well, game 5 on the day here. Time to send it over to Riv and Vidius to get us into that game.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are about to get into the match. Lyon Gaming trying to shake off last game, but I know if I come out of a loss, it doesn't happen often, but if I ever come out of a loss, what do you want to do? You want to get right back into game.
Yes.
You want to make changes and you want to make sure that you are feeling good about your play.
When you fall off said horse, thou must climb above horse and then dominate horse in order to ride forward. I mean, you want to try and get yourself 2-1 on the day, right? You want to try and end on a high note. And this will be Lyon's last game of the day, so it is important that they're able to net themselves a win against Isurus Gaming, who are also just trying to get their first one of the day.
Absolutely.
So both teams desperate to try and pick themselves up a win here, and I think it's going to be very exciting because we have two teams that love to play this 1-3-1 style. We've got two teams who are looking to try and set themselves up for success again around this mid-jungle combo. We talked about it at the very start of the day where all these mid laners are kind of like superstars in this particular group, and when they are able to succeed, that is where they really thrive. And we saw right at the end of that game, that Ahri play from Optimus, landing that charm onto White Lotus in order to get themselves that big teamfight win is what enabled them to close out the game. So I'm excited to see what both these teams bring out. And we heard some words of encouragement from Emp, the Garen one trick. See what he's able to bring out today.
Climbed to #1 with Garen.
Climbed to #1.
Glad I didn't play against you at that time. That would have been annoying. But also, looking at Lyon, Isurus can say that, hey, we've seen it twice now. They like to play an aggressive bottom lane. We just saw, even with a loss, how good they were in that bot lane with their Ashe composition. So good to come in for them from Champion Select to be able to knock that out and get the lanes that they want to start off. Isurus, as you see, going to be on red. Lyon will switch over now to the blue side as they just played red against GIGABYTE Marines. Here we are, Lyon versus Isurus in a Champion Select. And we have the Nidalee Kennen, Fizz, and Shen to start things off. Ban phase 1.
Now, this is a respect ban towards QQ more. What I'm expecting from Isurus is they actually leave the graves open because they want to try and get it for themselves. Then they have a tendency to actually pick up both their jungle and their AD carry in duo because they want to try and guarantee that they have that strong pushing lane, not only in the jungle, but also down at the bottom half of the map. And the fact that Obby, he's actually going a little bit more towards comfort, making sure that he's on that playmaking jungler in order to set up Lyon for an early game lead.
And what he did last time on Kha'Zix, he can have even more fun early game jungle with Elise in and safety. Elise is going to be on the other side. Great early game aggression as well. Can spam that farm if QQ more really just wants to stay in his jungle and the lanes don't need his help.
I wonder if Isurus now goes for Lulu, a champion that has actually been pretty high in priority into a number of different compositions. Would be pretty easy for Isurus to pick it up instead. Their focus is on the AD carry.
Smiles and camaraderie on the team as they start seeing the picks that are getting locked in here.
So now, if you're Lyon Gaming, do you go maybe for the Ashe once again? White Lotus has demonstrated his proficiency. Previous game, he was a little bit hesitant to throw out those arrows. He wasn't quite ready to try and force these fights, but instead he's going for the Lucian. You are correct. This was taken off the board. If we wanted to see White Lotus on a champion that he can carry, he can make plays on, then this bottom lane combo is the one to do, right?
You got Lulu banned last game and Lucian banned. Now you got the Taster's Choice composition together. It's got to feel good for Lyon here that they were able to put that one in. It is going to be a Talia lock-in on the side of Isurus Gaming. A little map control coming in for Emp. Been around a while. Says he likes to have that control over the game. We'll see if he can do it with the Wallmaker.
Now, normally, I do not like an early rotation of Talia because of the number of counters that she actually has available. Like earlier in the day, we saw what an Echo can do in that kind of a matchup, especially Ahri as well. But now you actually have the freedom to ban those away because you are the one that is able to get yourself the first rotation on the next time around. And you also can just ban away a lot of the counters. So I wouldn't be surprised to see champions like the Ahri and the Echo just taken off them.
There's the Rumble long-range engage for Pride. Gets taken out. The LeBlanc gets banned, so mid-focus as well. Giving Emp a little bit better of a matchup here, as you would expect their first round last pick to be their mid laner. Last ban for Lyon here, still possibly something in that top side. Just crush that champion pool down as you're already looking at the jungler.
I wonder, oh, okay, nice.
Kled's dead.
Taken off of Pride. This is actually one of his most played top laners. He certainly has a lot of comfort on it. And Gerald, he's saying, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. He may very well go for something a little bit safer now.
I feel like Kled plays to this tournament so much for having a team that continues to fight these long fights, being able to throw off a fight with dismounting and remounting. So that is a very good ban from Lyon here.
Also, like, if you think about it, ooh, nice. We did see the brand come out yesterday, in fact.
Absolutely.
Down in the bottom lane. Didn't quite have as much success as one would have liked. However, today perhaps things could be different. You have a powerful bottom lane. I am surprised that they wouldn't go for something like a Zyra, who typically has a few more utility tools in her kit. She's a little bit more powerful during the laning phase. But, Lyon, okay, this is a fun draft. We get to see the Galio again. We're going for the Protect the Oddie comp. I wonder if they're going to round things out with an Orianna. Orianna's fine into the matchup against Talia. You have all this protection built around Oddie, and you're basically saying, you know what, Mr. AD Carry, you can be the superstar for our final game.
So ready to see it. Got one yesterday. Very fun to watch play, fun to watch teams kind of consider the engage and then be able to use it, since you're not just diving in with Galio to be a hero. It's about how you can save your team. There's the Ahri. They didn't want to ban it. Or on the other side, rather, so they could pick it. And Lion's happy with that.
You can pick yourself a good matchup for top lane. Galio is a pretty versatile, but he still struggles under the same sort of pressure top laners like Renekton and Gnar. And so Pride, given that he does like to usually play these kind of bully top laners, it's no real surprise that he has moved towards the big lizard man up in the top lane.
Interesting. White Lotus from the Ashe 006 game to having just about all the support you could need on a team if you didn't have Ori in the middle too for another shield. But having that Galio jump on top of you means a lot of safety. We'll see how it plays around it. Isurus has a team that could probably kill you before that Galio gets there, though. A very volatile fight coming in from them. We'll have to see how they decide to play it. 20 seconds before we get in.
And what I'm excited for is the fact that Isurus Gaming were actually very well known for this Renekton Elise combo up in the top half of the map. They love to just constantly dive and dive and dive, and you can do it because you have such powerful pushing with the Renekton. You have the ability to set out these early dives. Remember that Elise level 2 roam up top lane to shut down the Shen with the whole Darius combo too. And I feel like that Isurus game, and they're looking to repeat that. They want to try and shut this Galio down and net themselves some control over the top half of the map.
All right, 2 more games to go on the day. We're going to be loading in right now. Lyon Gaming versus Isurus. As we get on to the Rift, still one after this, Gigabyte Marines versus VP. So don't be going anywhere. You can see smiles on the screen. I know you're smiling at home. We've had some crazy games already to start the MSI play-ins. And we're about to give you one more. I guess 2 more.
Yeah,
well, one more right now.
The action is about to begin. We got a Lucian, we got the Playmaker. I'm just thinking back to Sven at Worlds with Origin. Do you remember where he was the front line? He was the one running into the fights, having the Lulu backing him up. That's the sort of expectation that I have for White Lotus. He had flash too much in that last game, and I want to see him going back to his earlier plays in the day.
Also ready to see Adi come out with some of those plays. He was in the face of the Lee Sin all game of his opposing jungler, but just could not find the results. Lyon now a little bit warmed up from that game. They'll go back-to-back now versus Isurus for their 3rd game of the day.
Both teams need a win. Both teams very much want to win. They want to end their day on a high note.
Yeah.
And so now what we will see is, again, we talked a little bit about Isurus Gaming. Their very much game plan is, let us kill Giral. Giral, I feel that his impact so far throughout the tournament has not been the greatest. So if you put him behind, that's going to be even harder for him to have the same sort of impact in this game. Whereas Lyon Gaming, I imagine the investment is going to be around the bottom half of the map. You're going up against a Brand, the dude that's going to be looking to get in your face, trying to give you a couple of burn marks. You also have a lot of pushing power in the form of the Varus as well. So this is a violent bottom lane for Isurus Gaming. They have push all across the map. So I feel like that what we're going to be seeing a little bit more from Lyon Gaming is just like deep vision in the bottom half. They want to make sure that White Lotus and Genthix can play as aggressively as they want. They can look to try and trade like they did in the previous game.
The Doran start versus the Longsword start down towards that bottom lane. I did see both of the guys last time going for their Blade of the Rune King. So we'll see how they go for their tried and true builds here. And we'll make sure how Imp is working that ground in mid. If you start to hover top or bottom, you can almost kind of read where the jungler is going. It's always good if Atilia can kind of mix that up and confuse the opposing mid laner.
Now this is a really interesting pathing from Oddly, because he did not get spotted out by the ward. QQmore has no idea that he's here, and he's going to get his blue taken away from him.
Now, he actually has Raptors to go back to if he wants, hover to Wolves, or he can just hang out. To get himself over the wall. He might even start his Krugs and say, watch for that blue. It's already warded, so he's got time to play.
But QQmore is expecting... instead, he's not going to bother. Oddie going for a level 2 gank.
Yeah, I think that was as soon as you said that, I think the call from QQmore was, hey, the jungler could be down towards the bot side still. The play push from Seiya gets Emp to go down towards that bot side. They get a good flash out of him, and now QQmore trying to make a move, trying to look for a bot side gank.
I feel like it's going to be dangerous, though, except I did not notice how much damage Mr. White Lotus has taken. He does still have a lot of his summoner spells, well, all of, in fact, his summoner spells available to him.
That's what you get out of this Brand and out of the Varus damage and piercing arrows coming through. Even though that damage isn't as much there, they are making it stick. No healing in this bot lane. Again, the Pillar of Flame under turret. Oh, he's trying to hit the Seers as well.
And that is super obnoxious to play against.
It's incredibly obnoxious because especially once he gets E, it's even more AoE.
Yeah, it really is. So every time you walk up towards farm, the Brand is going to be in your face. It's really difficult to trade back against him. Lulu's going to be forced to put a couple of extra points into her shield, where normally you do max it. However, it's going to be even more important when trading up against the Brand.
And the annoying thing is even if he does pillar like the back caster wave, you're still getting not enough damage to push it too hard, but enough to harass on the enemies.
Exactly.
It's, like you said, super annoying.
Whoa, okay. I was not expecting that skin, and then Renekton was like, has he got a tan? He is looking way greener than usual.
Not feeling well, a little seasick as he runs through the river. Towards the top, like we said, we got the push in, but QQmore actually hasn't been able to deliver love to the top side. We heard the analyst as saying QQmore does get a bit of that aggression towards him early, has trouble handling it, and here again, he's going to have to try and recuperate and call an audible off his original pathing. Little justice punch to the face as the Cull gets pried out with some HP.
So, very steady early game so far. Adi with the moves in order to steal away some of the camp's experience away from QQ more. You can see that he is suffering right now in terms of mana, which is hurting his clear just a little bit. Means that he's not quite as ready to go for these early dives, but around the level 5, level 6 mark, that's where I'm thinking, well, maybe QQ more can look for a play up in the top half of the map. They really want to do shut down this Droll Galio as soon as they can and start snowballing Pride on the Renekton.
And something we're very used to seeing is once the jungler sees that, they're over on the other side, taking blue. The mid is adjusting to make sure that happens. Top is adjusting because Pride was pushed in, right? So they actually could have been over, but the 3 buff start here for Adi, doing very well. And we'll see how he continues it.
Very early magic resistance being bought for Seiya. Identifying the high amount of magic damage on the side of Isurus Gaming. So he's just compensating for that. And interesting that we saw this yesterday as well, the actual prioritization of the I forget the name of it, the little blue cannon thing that squirts out ice.
Oh, GLP.
The GLP, yes.
I was like, the little blue can. Oh, ice, ice, got you. I thought you were talking about the minion, Hextech GLP.
That's the badger. Right, so we've been seeing a lot more recently. I'm actually not a massive fan of it because when you weigh it up against the value of a Morellonomicon, I feel like that it's not as strong. It means it hurts your roaming because you don't quite get the cooldown reduction. The immediate power that you get is decent, but I feel like you could also get the same sort of effect from a Rylai's. I suppose the advantage is you don't now need to build that Rylai's. Instead, you can just diversify your itemization, perhaps go for an early Liandry's, and then you can also get yourself an early Void Staff too. So go for more of the penetration build rather than the AP sustained poke damage build.
See what his choice is. This game, obviously, the belt. Seen it more and more. Allows you to get up close, get those kills, but right now he has not got any action as well. Seiya hasn't seen too much from pushing him in. The flash blown onto Emp has left him alone. Thought there'd be a return. But right now, I think Adi's just having fun with the amount of control he has over the jungle as he continues to get himself built up. No forward wards are going to let them know where QQ is in the next few minutes. That gives him the option to possibly make a play. His bot lane has been putting damage onto Lions, so maybe that's the entry.
Just looking at the vision right now in the bottom half of the map for Lion Gaming. They have the control ward in the entrance to the mid lane, along with in the tri-brush. Whereas not quite as much vision invested into the top half of the map. Very much expecting Gerald to be the one suffering from the pressure, and so you can see that ward just at the entrance to his tower. So they're very much aware of what they're expecting from the early game from the side of Isurus, and we actually haven't seen very much from QQ more. After his blue buff got stolen, he made his way down the bottom side. He wanted to try and steal away some of the camps, but besides that, like, he really has been on the back foot. He has now actually still at a level deficit as Genethix takes a fair amount of damage.
Woo! That passive. There's extra damage always coming in, still burning from the corruption as well. But like you said, QQ more trying to get himself built up. Did go get that trackers early so he could fly through the jungle. Get a little bit more damage and sustain from his camps. And now he's down to the blue. Maybe able to deliver this over. He might take it for himself here since 6 is not the biggest deal.
But we are seeing White Lotus and Genethix get a little bit more push down in the bottom lane. Feeling more confident after getting that first buy, and now with some life still under his belt, which is what I'm expecting White Lotus to get for himself. He'll be able to deal a little bit better with the poke coming out from Isurus Gaming. And I feel like this is a bit of a window where Isurus Gaming may very well struggle, because you would expect with this bottom lane to be netting themselves a pretty big advantage. And while they do have a pretty big CS discrepancy, you want to try and keep this pressure on. You want to be making sure that you can get damage down onto this bot tower, so you can call QQ more down later and be like, yo, I want to take the tower now. With your presence, we can either set up a dive, or we can get ourselves the first objective of the game.
It's almost really, really hard to get the kill if they didn't on the scenario we saw before. When we got to the bot lane, we said, oh, whoa, White Lotus is low. Because sometimes you can just play under the turret. Oh! Sometimes you can play under your turret, but then you get kicked out. QQ more just on the edge of this one. Seiya's going to have to take damage on the work ground just to get himself moved. Repel is up, but he does not have very far to go. Weaver's wall is thrown out, but he might have got himself hurt. Gets the flashes from the other team. Thinks he was safe to stay and engage. M goes down, and that's first blood going to Genethix.
We wondered when the return was going to come from Adi. He did come at one the flash was already available for him, but it doesn't matter. The job was done. He flashed behind, gets a very nice kick to set up the Lyon duo for an early lead, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from the side of Lyon Gaming. Get Saya on an assassin, move on to a side lane, get him rolling so that he can move into a position later on where he can be that big damage-dealing threat. And while earlier on in the game before we saw him on the Oriana, like sure he had a great game, but he wasn't super impactful. And now that he's started rolling.
And what was he playing against? He was playing against that Ahri, playing against Optimus, and now he can start to make the plays, be in the side lane later. Here it is once more.
And we can see the value of getting just some of this deep vision down early on where Oddie was gradually moving these wards slightly further into the enemy jungle. He gets this control ward just above Emp. And because they had that control, they knew that Isurus Gaming had no idea he would come from that angle. It became a very easy setup to get themselves a kill. They had a bit of help from Genthix too to stop that escape, because it would have been a sick escape if Emp got out with his ulti as well.
One thing I got to give these guys credit for, maybe it just looks like a lot, or they're keeping them up if they're cleared, is Lion's early game wards are always there. I said it last time at 5 minutes last game that it's always easy to do these things when everything's in your favor, but here in another game, they're keeping the wards up. Total vision of this rotation down mid. Have to blow flash, but still, that's you being alive.
The thing about the trade, right, that's a flash on an AD carry for a flash on support, right?
Very,
like,
very true.
I think I would be fine with said trade. It's like trading their Charizard for my Squirtle, you know? Like, hey, I'm fine with that, you know? It's a pretty good trade, especially a shiny one.
I always go like a pawn and a bishop, but that works too. It works. Everybody knows what you're talking about. Easy farm here at the turret. The method to the madness is known at this point by these guys on the worst ground. So M's not getting as much damage. Finds himself where he hasn't been digging too much, but he might have digged himself his own grave. And that's dug, not dig, but he's down, and that's another kill. 2-0.
And Oddie comes in, steals the kill after all of Saya's hard work. But still, he's just sharing the gold, you know, sharing the love, and they will be able to get a lot of damage down now onto this tier 1 in the mid lane. QQ tried to get some kind of response down in the bottom lane. Now we get to see whether or not they will be able to get this tower. But Isurus Gaming, this is not the early game that you wanted.
No, it's the fundamentals that Lyon is playing off of. So many times a team will be happy with blowing a flash because it allows their mid laner comfort to play against that guy, right? But now they're tacking on those advantages. Come back for the kill twice in the mid lane with this flash down, and they have a turret prepped in mid lane for first turret blood as well. We'll see this one more time. Saya's setting it up too.
Great charm from Saya. Like, he's confident he's able to get the solo kill simply because Amp, he does not have his summoner spells available. He was ready to get the kill. Like, Oddie. I would be very frustrated if I was Saya right now, but he knows, like, it's for the team. It's fine. My jungler, he needs the extra bit of gold. If he buys a control ward and puts it mid, you know what, I can forgive him.
Yeah. I mean, he could have made now. I was gonna say he could have safeguarded to him real fast, but may not have had time. Either way, kill secured. That's what KS stands for. As QQ heads back to his jungle here to clean things up. He's done a pretty good job on the bot side, just because they had some time to live. But the bot side is being hovered by Adi right now for a third return on this flash. Here's the charm as he pinches himself in between the turret.
Oh, no!
Just makes it. A very scary pathing move, but Emp is able to dodge out.
Both skill shots end up missing. Good sidestep from Emp.
Yes.
Yeah, let's give it to Emp. Good sidestep from him.
Well,
the dodge out from that.
Honestly, he looked to pinch himself in the turret, and that's a for sure death. And you say, whoop, nope.
Yep.
So
just using that rock surf passive too, you know, right next to the turret.
That's true.
Just sidestepping out the way.
Everything.
Like the slide and glide, good awareness.
He's getting that one in full.
Let's see if QQ can respond with the dive mid.
You say, whatever you can do, we can do better. Let's see if they can put that on the plate here, just on the right side there, being clear. QQ says nope, and it's a good choice. Gets him on the work ground. Gets back to safety.
So now, let's go back to what we were talking about in the early game, right? Remember, Isurus game, they had push up top. They had the push down bottom. They also had push in mid early on, and they needed to try and utilize these pushing lanes. They wanted to just keep wearing down onto these early turrets. What we saw is Pride, he actually ended up getting pushed back a fair amount, like didn't get the damage down, as Oddie now is in trouble.
Oh, the charm went past! They're gonna be able to get both in the fight now. There's the kill coming in into Emp. That's gonna be another falling. QQ is literally just trying to keep Emp alive, but finds himself falling now in his first death. and the heroic flight comes from Giral, but it's in the after party. They're just gonna get dragged now.
That was so cool! Audi is able to get himself the kick, combined with the charm as well. Like, Kyukimore, if he didn't repel, he was going to end up dying to Seiya, but he does repel, and then they just set up Emp to be the target focus. The Lion get themselves 2 very swift kills. They're going to get themselves the Dragon 2. Mid lane goes down, and this was the Lion Gaming that we were expecting in the game before.
Start off early, control the vision, and they are not letting QQ breathe.
Oh, no!
Kindness backing in not a good spot. Ignite goes down. Is it enough to finish? The forward flash from White Lotus. And if it's up, he will go forward.
And Ginless, he still has his flash, isn't quite able to use it. He thought that he would get away, but ends up losing his life instead. But let's backtrack to how this all set up. Audi trying to get some vision. It looks like he's in a serious situation. He gets the kickback, and there's the charm.
Oh,
perfectly set up to get onto both targets. Means that it is an easy double kill. And Newbie, all right, I like the idea. He wanted to try and get the bounce on the ultimate.
Yeah.
He uses the blast cone to get out as well, but then with his flash down, Audie's easily able to get the chase, and they get themselves 3 swift kills.
There was like a 0.5 seconds there as well when Emp laid down his ground, but Audi flashed just before. Had he done that, he probably would have exploded. Whew, so many things happening in a fraction of a second there, and I feel like that's almost well coordinated. Lion saying, okay, that was great. That happened in our favor.
Here we go again.
Sure. Oh, right back onto him. Pops him up against the wall to make sure he's placked up, and they lock him down. The cleanse not coming up. The flash not there enough. And even Genthix can take a few front-end bursts here from QQ to get the team back into position. Kindness rotating through the jungle with Newbie. It's going to bounce, but it's not going to do enough. Body low. They're going to get an extra attack there coming in from Newbie, but the team is out. Pride comes in for a kill. Sliced and diced. Now White Lotus and Seiya here. Which way will they go?
Oh, no!
Relentless pursuit right into Dominus Nicole, but there's no lockup from the Ruthless Predator. There's the W. Here comes Seiya. Gets the charm over the shoulder of Pride, and Pride has to run to save just that. He goes down to White Lotus. QQ and Kindness now trying to get in here. Will the fight go down? A few more shots. The charm in, and there's the Foxfire.
They're gonna do
Burn
it.
up, and in the frying pan, the flash out from Seiya draws in QQ Hook, line, and sinker as they bait in another one. Triple kill for White Lotus.
The 2v3 from the Lion duo is able to get the turnaround. They get themselves the kills that they need, and everything is going so in favor of Lion Gaming. At first I thought Audi, man, he played with fire. He ended up getting burned. You can see that he got a little bit too cocky trying to get this kill. He doesn't respect the amount of damage that can come from the support brand. He ends up losing this life, and you think at this point, all right, Lion, you've overextended, you've made mistakes. And you think that the collapse is just going to come out, but then the way in which they kite, the way in which they buy time, it's just so good for both Seiya and White Lotus. Notice that Pride, he gets locked up in the animation of his W, which makes it easier for Seiya to be able to land the charm. And then Kinless and Cucumber just disengage at this point. They don't even realize that Seiya still has his flash on this entire play. Another charm lands from Seiya, and they're able to get themselves a triple kill.
Oh. So many on the edge plays that start to mess with your mentality, especially if you remember on ISG right now, as those are the ones you want to keep going for, but then come up in the favor of Lion Gaming to make things like a 5-0-0 White Lotus right now. 1-0-7 Seiya.
He's literally flipped it. 0-0-5 Ash to 5-0-0 Luke.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, look, I was utility last game. I've done my job, right? It's my turn now. It's my turn.
I mean, they really have drafted a huge composition, and we haven't really seen Giral be a part of these fights as much. He came into that one a little bit late, was able to rough some people up for the kiting, but overall, this team just battled with 4 and were able to come out on top of 5.
Yep. I love the way in which Lion have been playing. They brought this mid lane style of just trying to shut down Emp, and it has worked beautifully. The Morello Nomicon being completed for Seiya, working lightly towards the Abyssal Scepter second. This is the build I love to see on Aries. It really is an effective snowball kind of build, being able to get that early AP early on. And now she can just sit in a solo lane and really be a big damage threat that no one on this game can really handle at this point.
The GLP finished up. 0-4 and 0 Emp, though, having trouble getting those items in, and now kind of relegated to using that to clear the waves as they come up. Pride making sure there's no dive behind the turret. It gets that much scarier. The last fight ISG was just put in was basically because they didn't have a jungle to rotate through. It's all been warded up. Lyon Gaming has such a security force in here.
And the thing that surprised me about Isurus Gaming is the fact that I was expecting more from QQ in the top half of the map. I was expecting him more, maybe even in the bottom half of the map, because they had so much pressure with these hard pushing lanes in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
But after QQ lost his blue buff right at the start, we saw nothing from him. This guy just got put behind from a very small deficit, and he just didn't know how to come back.
Absolutely, and we see Audi now 2 games in a row. Kha'Zix last time didn't really come to fruition for him, but the Lee Sin this time, now that he can be a little bit more of a nuisance in the jungle and get himself out from the dangerous spots, has been able to throw the team for a loop. And like you said, it's shut down what we expected to see from that Renekton and Lee's top, shutting down the Galio, getting some dives in. It's been non-existent. Baron up now at 20 minutes, but it's 10-2 and just about a 7,000 gold lead you're looking at.
Things are rough for Isurus Gaming. When we look at avenues to come back into the game, they really have to rely on the mistakes of Lyon at this point. You have a great pick composition, you have a fair amount of CC and damage, but you have to just try and find windows with which Lyon Gaming are not properly set up in the right position, where then there are small avenues, perhaps when they're moving around the map, like when White Lotus is by himself up in the top. Maybe this is where you can get yourself a pick, but they're going to need a number of these picks, or maybe even a Baron steal, in order to really gain control back over the game.
But now they're able to flex the muscles of the fundamental 1-3-1 that they love so much. Yeah. They're rotating a little bit just to make sure there is a lot of pressure, as you don't usually 1-3-1 the AD top. But the power they have is they're almost able to do it at this point.
I mean, Lyon can literally do whatever they want at this
point.
They have such a big goal advantage. Going for a Baron now would be a little bit risky, because then you give Isurus Gaming a window back.
That's true.
So I think the smart thing is to just play the map right now. Take your time, use your gold lead to take down these tier 2s. Then once you've gotten that, then it becomes much easier to control the jungle, and then that's when you start playing around the Baron.
Just gotta make sure your confidence doesn't get you in trouble at this point. Very easy to feel like a second tier turret is diveable. Great shields. A lot of abilities just used, and you hardly see any HP downed on the side of Lyon Gaming. Spells good things for them as they go to siege a turret. Already Gerald rotating from bot to mid here, as Pride is trying to do the work, but nobody's going to respect the first tier outer bottom to save. He's just going to keep pushing mid.
Here he comes. He's got the ultimate.
Going to dive in a little farther in the back. Seiya gets locked up. A nice hit there from Newbie as they're able to get things controlled. Second tier turret's going to go down though. Pride with the walk all the way up, and now mid is prepped for whatever Lyon wants to do. They can come back and blow on that.
Everything is being set up beautifully for Lyon Gaming. Both tier 2 towers in the bottom lane and the top lane have been dropped. The Baron is going to be the next port of call. Well, let's see how Lyon are able to get this pick. Audi. Oh, that's a very easy kill.
Seems like Audi taking a cocoon from somewhere is the initiation.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, where it's very much like, oh no, I've been hit by a web, but I'm the one springing the trap. Ha-ha!
You're in this fight with me and my team. They are always there, and they are moving power and numbers right now. And like we said, that mid turret very, very low. Get some shoulder wards on each side, top and bottom. And 11-2 means that turret is not long for this world, with possibly more kills on the side of Lyon Gaming.
Cloud Drake being comfortably ignored by both teams. They're much more focused on the larger objectives. The blue buff will be handed over to Seiya, but a convincing performance overall from Lyon Gaming. We talked about how it was great to see the shift and the fact that we wondered how they would shift their mentality coming into game 3 of the day. And they definitely seem to be much more of a, you know what, let's go. We're ready. We're primed. We're going to be going back to our old style, back to the style that has worked for us in the past, which is netting an early lead and then snowballing it throughout the game.
It did not seem to temper them whatsoever. And mostly Audi, right? We saw him last game. We saw him this game. Stealing the Baron, or I'm sorry, stealing the Dragons, feeling pretty good, but also had his own knockdowns and his deficits. So be able to go around, get the team going, really helps them catapult this game. White Lotus been doing his own thing in the bot side. They've gotten some interesting rotations throughout the game to actually get that bottom lane fed and make sure they keep QQ more down. Again, something we heard from the analyst desk, that he kind of has to have a good game for ISG to really flourish in the lane, somebody to come out on top. I mean, Pride's going to be up there doing what he can, probably not kill it, but if he had that help of QQ more, as we said before, could have had an early game where they would accept fights like this, where you just the AD carry is taking Dragon.
Yeah, my expectations were a little higher from Isurus Gaming this time around. Woo. Regardless, Lyon definitely put up a strong performance, which Isurus were not able to handle. Ooh, very swift flash from White Lotus. And here we go, engage from Lyon again.
Adi gets hit up. Wild Growth is there. Whoa, Pride's gonna take this one all the way in. Feels like he has the exit. Play to the Rune King, flash in. Here comes the Heroes charge, and no, it's gonna be the hit from Gerald. There's a crater in the ground with Pride's name on it.
And Lyon, they're feeling even more confident than ever. They have 5 members strong, and they're going for another fight.
Blast over the wall, gets the taunt in on Kindless. Newbie around the corner with QQ more. They have to run opposite side of the base to get out of here, and they don't have much else, nor anywhere else to go. The chase from Jiro is going to keep Newbie from doing anything, as well as backing. And now they're going to be chasing QQ more to the top side. The team pushes down mid, and we're going to see how this one ends. Adi picks up the kill. Jiro still on the chase that is never ending. And we'll be back to that in about 5 minutes. Yeah. Push mid.
Oh, just a bit of fun between both.
They throw it up.
Newbie.
Throw it up. What you got? What are your skills? The zombie brand. He can see your footsteps.
Smash from Gerald.
Takes him down. I actually didn't know it was going to happen there. Baron is going to be uncontested unless the Weaver's Wall flies all the way through. And Emp comes up with a huge hero play, 15-2. Baron is locked down by Lyon Gaming. 50,000 gold, just about for themselves.
And I just love this engage pattern from Lyon, you know? Walk up, get hit by a web, team is good to go. Like, look, every time, Adi is just ready and waiting to get hit by that web because he's just baiting. Isurus Gaming in, ready for the rest of his team to get the collapse. And again, now we're seeing the forward play of White Lotus. He knows he has the support from his top laner, Gerald, and a hero's entrance certainly was just when you get that slam dunk down onto the Renekton. And then from there, it's just cleanup.
That's the first kill I've ever seen from the hero's entrance. Absolutely awesome. Great taunt to start to. Not too many Galio plays coming through the MSI plan so far, but the two have been quite nice. QQ more to run. We know what happens on that one. Mission Impossible by Newbie as he ran away. And now White Lotus back to the split push with a little bit of assistance from his team in the jungle.
Well, he knows that a hero will arrive should he have.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like just in the nick of time to steal away the kill in the first instance. And now we get to see how easily Lyon can close this out. 26 minutes into the game. They have the Baron. They're primed and ready. They're looking to get themselves a 2-1 to end out the day.
Final badge flares go out as both teams now going to go for Brogue. Oh, he says, Seiya, jump in, because I will too. Jiro comes in on the play. Everybody is behind the engage on this one for Lyon. And now they're on to Kindless. 3 go down, looking for a 4th. A little too crazy coming in from White Lotus on that time. Flash was not up for him. And now they're going to be going for the Nexus turret. Worth on the side of Lyon, I feel they say, and they'll get an inhibitor out of this.
The damage was done. White Lotus was expecting that hero to save him once more, but was not available. They get themselves 3 for 2. They're going to get an inhib. They're likely going to make it a second as well. Lyon just demonstrating their dominance over Isurus Gaming.
Pushed up just about all over. Overstaying their welcome would be top lane for them to rotate. So, like you said, should be maybe the inhib. There it is. Drops there. I didn't see the health bar going down too quick. And now this would be a pretty scary one that would make them wait a little too long. They're going to head out. Nicely done by Lyon Gaming.
1-0-4 for Seiya. He felt like, hey, you know what, maybe I need a death. Let's be the engage tool. Once again, the initiation going out from the Cocoon, but this time Seiya, he lands the charm, and then the follow-up is just bloodshed everywhere. We see the classic White Lotus move of, hey, I can get this kill. And this is what we wanted from him game 2 of the day. This is what we wanted to see from his Ashe in the previous setup. In his first game of the day, he never had Flasher.
Just empty the quiver, man. Just keep firing.
Exactly. But this time around, now we're seeing more of the White Lotus, and now we're seeing him really go back to his traditional play.
He feels more, it almost feels like there's a gate for him on that. Obviously, the team's going to play different with his 006 Ashe on it, but it's like, Lucian can unlock that ability to go forward. I will go forward. And it seems like he 110% knows.
He has the support from his team as well, right? Exactly. Like how many times have we seen Gentex always there ready and waiting to give him that ult, being like, I got you, fam. I got you. I'm ready.
So kind of on Ashe, it's not there unless I'm in the position, unless they put me there. So he plays it a little more tempered. The Lucian, however, 7-1 and 3. Right behind that mid laner with 1-0 and 14. Adi goes in, gets QQ more, and under his skin as well. Pride coming in, just tried to get to the backside of the team fight, but he's going to get dropped before he can do too much. One last shot. It is going to be Seiya to get it. Adi goes in with the wild growth onto QQ, kicks him away, but no resonating strike to follow. White Lotus straight for the shot of Kindness, turns around, gets another one as the Itsy Bitsy Spider drops from the spout and goes down. Just Newbie left. No summoners for him. He's going to be on the fountain, and Lyon bounce back to look to go 2-1 here as they start their plays in the play-ins. 22-4, making a great comeback here in game 2, and they will finish on the Nexus 30 minutes in.
Swift demolition from the side of Lyon Gaming. Isurus could not handle the unrelenting pressure from Adi in the mid lane. And from the team of Lyon, just getting such a massive advantage early on, spreading it across the rest of the map. I was expecting a little more from Isurus. I wanted to see the classic Elise Renekton combo that they have brought out during the regular season. The plays where they always try to snowball the top, transition that throughout the rest of the map, but we did not see that come out. And unfortunately for them, Lyon were feeling proactive in this final game.
Yep. Great start coming out of the jungle. Adi again playing hard. As the players say GG, you can kind of tell throughout that game the discombobulation and the structure coming out of the jungle, getting any assistance when it was necessary, being able to transfer buffs. Those were necessary for QQ being down so far. I think he took 2 or 3, then they were able to transfer some off, but at that point, they already had invasion in their jungle, and the transfer was very tough.
It surprised me how far behind QQ got put just after losing that first blue. Like, we just did not see any kind of activity from him, just responding to the pressure of Adi, and honestly, just not quite matching it.
Well, great game by Lyon to bounce back and to break down that win from Lyon Gaming. Let's send it over to Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Absolutely a great game out of Lyon Gaming here. And where was this team 1 hour ago? I mean, we just watched them have a slow bleed 45-minute, 50-minute kind of inactive game, and then this time just a whole new look for the team here in game 5 of the day.
I don't know where it came from. Maybe it's because they had the first game, then they play the 4th game. There's that kind of 2-hour gap where they're not doing anything, but something kicked them in the ass because this game they came out swinging.
Yeah, they had the added bonus as well of watching Isurus play beforehand, perhaps downloaded their style, but definitely went backstage, had their coffee, they were ready to go.
Well, yeah, and with that, we came out with a new look in terms of team comp as well, right? We had asked, put some resources behind your ADC. This guy has been going off all day long, and what do? We finally get the Lulu Galio to boot.
I mean, I think the other thing, too, is that they have resources, or playmaking champions that can do their own thing. When we saw them all relying on a big, grouped-up 5v5, sometimes they can be hesitant, but this time around, an Ari can go in, Elise can go in on his own. Even a Lucian, a little bit like you said, with that Lulu enabling him, knowing that he has that extra protection, can dash in and go crazy. And we saw that's kind of what happened, was a lot of skirmishes in the early game.
I know you guys haven't seen much of Galio just yet, but in the LPL, there is a couple of combos that is absolutely legit. One of them we did see here with the Ari is the Galio backing him up, because you can actually engage with Ari and then know you're going to be a safe player there. You don't have to go zone use, you have to trust the damage reduction out of your team. But when combos like that connect, you've got the Lulu Lucian for the exact same thing, and Lee Sin, his own man.
It's a synergy I hadn't necessarily considered until you pointed it out. The idea that Ari as a mid laner can be aggressive with her first and even maybe second use of the ultimate in order to give Galio a target to jump in with. At that point, you can still reposition as you want as a damage dealer, and now your tanks are in and acting as a frontliner. So very cool synergistic relationship between those champions, and we saw it play out quite perfectly here. Before we get to some of those team fights, though, I want to talk about a specific player, Acer replay worthy here in the mid lane. Seiya on this Ari individually was playing like a rock star.
Right, him and Adi popped off together in the early game, getting a lot of skirmishes around the mid lane. They get that first one. Here comes a solo kill. Shortly after that, they were able to get the flash down off Emp, and then they just abused him over and over with this kind of fighting that they get in. It is Adi actually who comes in and steals this kill. There should have been a solo kill, but that's that jungler mentality. And then they get into another crazy skirmish, this time around bot side blue jungle.
And the moral of the story here is that no matter how hard you try, Seiya just will seem to hit every single charm that he was throwing out. Every single time there was a fight or a skirmish, he just managed to connect that.
All right, and so that's just a small little highlight reel for him. Of course, he played phenomenally throughout the game. I want to take a look at another replay, 16:30 into the game. This time, starting, here we go at the Wolves, all the way down to the bot lane, but both him and Lucian together.
Yeah, White Lotus feeling like he was getting a little left out with all that skirmishing, wants to get involved with it. This one getting a little over-aggressive, and it looks like Isurus might come around and turn this one, especially when he hops the wall here right into an ulting Renekton, but then he's like, hey, I want a Nacer replay. He's trying to get his own right now. Tries to turn this one back with the help of Sia.
Yeah, he may need to change pants after this because he dashed into a Renekton, but he's got the partner in crime of his mid laner there. So between Saya and White Lotus, throughout every single game they've looked strong in, they've been able to complement each other.
Flashing the icon throughout the fight as well, while landing skill shots.
That's when you know you're feeling pretty good about your game.
Absolutely. So good on them for stepping up both on the individual level, but then once again, also illustrating to us that they do have other directions they could go when it comes to style and team comp. If anything, this just makes this group, Group B, that much more interesting for me. If you consider the fact that they did lose to GIGABYTE Marines, but in a game where we do feel like it really could have gone either way, with these two teams out to the front of this group, possibly two horse. I'm not going to count out the other two teams just yet, but makes for what could be a very exciting finish here to the group on the second day.
Especially when you look at that game where they were both playing these two really standard team comps and going for full 5v5s and neither really pulling the trigger. This time around, a lot more comfort champions. It's fine to play an aggressive style. If that's what you're used to, then pick to it. Don't just go for this. You know, their team comp before was a great team comp, but if that's not what you're best at, don't play it.
All right, well, this game was plenty exciting. We got one more game left to go. Coming up next, our final game of the day, GIGABYTE Marines versus Virtus.pro. Come join us and see who comes out on top after this break.
Weaver's wall is thrown out, but he might have got himself hurt. Gets the flashes from the other team. Thinks he was safe to stay and engage.
Trouble.
Oh, the charm went past. They're going to be able to get both in the fight now. There's the kill coming in into M. That's going to be another falling. QQ might go down. A few more shots. The charm in, and there's the Foxfire.
They're going to do
Turn up, and in the frying pan. The flash out from Saya draws in QQ more. Hook, line, and sinker as they bait in another one. Girl comes in on the play. Everybody is behind the engage on this one for Lyon. And now they're on to Kindless. 3 go down. Looking for a 4th. A little too crazy. White Lotus straight for the shot of Kindless, turns around, gets another one as the Itsy Bitsy Spider drops from the spout and goes down. Great comeback here in game 2, and they will finish on the Nexus 30 minutes in.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sao Paulo and the MSI 2017 play-ins, where I am joined by Lions Gaming top lane Giral, just victorious over Isurus. And, well, I have to ask you, besides the importance for the standings, this was also a regional clash, so how much added importance is that for you guys?
It wasn't too much pressure, but it's always nice to, beat our, broader region in Latin America South, like for the memes. And they usually like to make it like, kind of a rivalry of who is a stronger LAN or less. So I don't think it has to be that way, but Lion fans love when we play against Latin South and we beat them. So that feels pretty nice.
Well, you guys also beat them quite convincingly. A statement game, I would say. You guys are now 2-0. The only team you haven't been able to beat is the GIGABYTE Marines, and it looks like your biggest opponent to advance. So how big are the chances that you can beat them the next time, and your chances in general to advance?
I think we have pretty good chances. Honestly, the Marines were a lot stronger than I thought. I think we made some pretty crucial mistakes, but overall, I would assume they will be weaker than that. So it's pretty good that they are showing good level. So I think we got good chances, but we definitely have to do our homework tomorrow, and we'll hopefully beat them on Monday.
Yeah, a lot of people are depending on you guys, and also here in the crowd, the Lion chants are pretty loud and insane. What's it been like playing here in Brazil in front of these people?
Well, yeah, it's a different server, Brazil and Latin America North, but at the end of the day, it's still like Latin America, the region. So they usually cheer for us. I think they like us for some reason, and I'm really happy about this. We can always hear them chanting for Lion, and it feels pretty nice. It feels like we're playing for local, like playing home.
Yeah, well, they are definitely excited to see you guys play. Thank you very much. Good luck on your next matches in a couple of days. And now back over to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Giral there admitting himself that the team may have underestimated GIGABYTE's Marines coming in here to the day, just as we had to some degree, and have been surprised by the performances that they've put up so far. That being said, they will be playing in our last game of the day here up against Virtus.pro, a team that is sitting at 1-1 currently. Thoughts going into this matchup so far? I mean, the fact that GIGABYTE's Marine is sitting in that 2-0, if they can close out cleanly, they will be solidly in first place. We also have that option for a 2-1 three-way tie.
Definitely looking forward to that more. Not because I prefer Virtus.pro or anything, but it's a lot more interesting for the group heading into Monday. And just talking about Virtus.pro a little bit, they are still an enigma for me, because the first game they picked this kind of weird comp with a Blitzcrank, get ahead early, and then kind of lose the game over time. On the other hand, the second game they play, they pick a pretty standard comp, fall behind early, and then claw their way back into it. But it was against Isurus, who seems to be the kind of bottom of the table at this group. So to me, I'm not exactly sure what to make of Virtus.pro quite yet.
I will say the one major piece of identity that they've at least shown their hand in is trying to have vision and making picks. It was a Blitzcrank, so yes, that's going to happen, but then they get rid of the Blitzcrank and they still play the same way. So when they are looking good, when they are getting teamfight victories, it's about finding the pick first, bursting somebody out before something happens.
But I think there is truth to the fact that, Mark, if we're sitting here still confused a little bit in some areas about how it is that they want to win or how they best can play the game, that there is still some, work to be done, at least in terms of showing us that they deserve to be at the top of the table. Now, on the flip side for GIGABYTE Marines, is there anything that they changed? Because of all the teams in this group so far, they are sitting in the best position, which would say, or rather dictate, that they probably should just keep doing what works.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit was that game, that long game with not much happening going on between them and Lyon. I think you would want to see what they did in the early game, where they tried to make aggressive moves, didn't work quite for them. They got picked off a couple times, but if they can actually turn those advantages, I would like to see them play that way again.
I mean, that said, of course, we're looking at Levi, Optimus still as kind of the two main carries for this team. I mean, when we look at kind of the jungle matchups as they've developed today, Ivern completely off the table throughout Group B's performances, whereas Graves, Lee Sin's, and Elise's much more important to this group. Specifically within this matchup against Virtus.pro, where do you think Levi should be going?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, because I think it comes down to the champions quite a bit. Krayox had a great game when he was on that Kha'Zix pick. Didn't look so hot in game one. And so you might want to force him off the Graves again and get him back onto the Lee Sin, a little bit higher mechanical barrier of execution. Falls off a little bit more in the mid to late game. That was a game that they actually ended up losing. So if Krayox is actually that important in their team fighting, keep him off something that's going to become relevant late game.
Yeah, I was going to suggest along the lines of Lee Sin, most importantly to take that from Levi, but to see it for Krayox, just because if you want a playmaker, you want to actually generate picks, then that'll work for Krayox. But Levi's a superstar player. He should be able to get a personal high mobility carry.
All right, well, there's a couple thoughts on what might be the case for either of these teams come away with a win. I want to look at the mid lane, though, as well. Optimus versus Paranoia here. Paranoia has gone for that Talia. What are our thoughts there? Because, I don't know, Talia to me feels like such a high execution champ. You actually have to get her out of the lane and let her affect the side lanes, as opposed to, say, something like the Orianna, which is just about laning and getting to that team fight phase.
And to put it simply as well, the Talia is hard to execute, but he's now playing against Optimus, who might just pick Ahri and might just destroy him, especially if he tries to go to those side lanes, because the 1-3-1 is something that the GIGABYTE Marines can do.
All right, well, we've arrived at our last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time now to send it over to the casters to bring us into Game 6.
Thank you very much, Dash. The last bit of action here on day 2 of the MSI play-ins is about to go live. The players are getting ready, and VP Virtus.pro has had some time now, a few games, to see what the competition has been bringing to the table, because GIGABYTE Marines have been strong.
Yes, they have. They brought out the Ahri earlier on in the day. We saw some great mid-jungle synergy. We've been seeing some cool stuff come down in the bottom lane. Like, earlier on in the day, they brought out the Ziggs. Like, it has been a fun team to watch. Yeah. I'm very excited to see them play up against it. But what I'm also really excited is the possibility that VP get a win, and we have 3 teams sitting at 2-1. That means the group becomes a little bit more contested, and we get to see some very important games coming up later on Monday.
Absolutely. Have to see VP come out early, control the game, because making it to the late game, making it to a 45-minute kind of, as I call it, a down mid fight, isn't something that's been happening for them. They have, as the analyst has said, a little bit of vision control has been there early. They need to use that to catapult something into a snowball, though, because GIGABYTE Marines, they can play from the deficit, as we've seen, but mostly just from the get-go. They have the early fundamentals, and they win the laning phase.
I'd also like to see GIGABYTE Marines not forget a ban this time around. I feel like that would be a valuable thing to pick up if they possibly can.
Playing hard mode.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is adding a bit of difficulty to your drafting, but it seems like when we look back at their draft, they definitely did draft themselves a bit of a team fight composition. They had a lot of disengage with things like the Gragas, the Lee Sin, and it does feel like the Lee Sin is becoming a bit of a priority jungler for a lot of these teams, and I'm expecting it to be one of the more contested ones coming into this draft right now.
Yep, well, they were obviously watching that last game. Galio gets banned out first from the side of GIGABYTE Marines, and they'll see the Zillion. Can't kill in the Zillion, so they take it out right away. 18 seconds here as we're in phase 1 for Virtus.pro.
Now, that was played by Optimus earlier on in the day with the whole Ziggs comp that they had drafted for themselves. He was pretty good with those ultimates as well, so he was keeping a lot of his team members alive. And the fact that we're seeing the Galio taken away from Virtus.pro definitely means that they do not want to be playing against any of these protect the 80 carry comps.
So far, 3 members of the composition we just saw coming in from Lyon Gaming. Almost. The Kha'Zix, however, is different. There's the Ziggs banned out from Slay. Definitely grabbing respect from that. It feels so good to get a champion like that on an opposing team's ban list when it's Ziggs. You free up your other 80 carries.
Yeah, think about what is available right now. Ivan was something that the Marines banned earlier on that now is up and available. In their game versus Lyon, they had Graves banned away, they had Kennen banned away. Like, there are a lot of champions that Lyon felt that GIGABYTE shouldn't have, but now they have access to them.
Might have gotten 1 or 2 Iverns already. I only remember the call because they threw it in with a Jarvan.
I feel like they should just pick up the Graves right now. I think it's a good champion for Levy. We saw it earlier on work out beautifully with the Graves and the Zillion combo that they had. Their very first game of the day. I think it's just a very well-rounded champion, and he's pretty safe as well.
He's gone on the Lee Sin for aggression, and now even more aggression and damage on that Graves for early. Little hover on that Sona, the usual for Doxy.
Shout out to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who's a Sona main.
There you go. Isn't that nice? Got a nice interview with him earlier talking about the team with Efia. Shox is on site giving us the lowdown on how the players are feeling. It seems crazy. Obviously, they've all been saying the crowd is amazing, but it must be stressful here. The travel and to not find results. As other teams are climbing in the standings already, and you got to face people like Supermassive that are 3-0 coming out of A, and a possible 3-0 here from GIGABYTE Marines.
But that's the question, right? Like, who can let themselves win? I feel like I've seen a lot of positives from Virtus.pro, as well as a couple of negatives, especially when they play around Vision. But right now, Virtus.pro, they are getting a lot of comfort picks. Cryox likes to play on these early playmaking junglers, like the Lee Sin, like the Kha'Zix, like the Elise. And the most played top laner for Doxy is this Nautilus. It's something that he's very comfortable on. It enables him to make a lot of great plays. And I feel like that after they got surprised in their last series, or in their last game rather, by having that early tower play happen and early tower taken, they've adapted and they've been able to learn a few more tricks that they can then better adapt to coming into this game.
It won't be the easiest thing, but seeing a Kennen top now that you have a Lee Sin in the jungle makes it a little bit harder for him to kind of just beat on that tank that Nautilus will be. So I like the composition switch up there. Leaving the Kennen open, they may just focus Stark in the top side to get him down. His Gragas was kind of the catalyst to GIGABYTE Marines win last game. Oh, locked in. I thought it was just going to be the friendly hover.
So this is actually something that I believe it was Archie has actually brought out. Let me have a quick check of my notes. Like, this is a jungler that is very well, a support that is very much about being able to play aggressively down in the bottom lane. A lot of poke, a lot of harassment can come out from Sona, but we have not seen it in such a long time.
Well, go ahead.
One of the biggest risks that you have is that she's so squishy and so immobile. Like, sure, she is great for setting up a lot of these big plays. You've got the flash ulti, you've got all the poke and the sustain in lane. Right. But if she gets caught out of position, she has one of the lowest base health stats in the game. She is squishier than a piece of paper, my friend.
I mean, we're looking at the Nami a lot. We're looking at the Zyra a lot, the Brand a lot. All of those bring poke. One of them brings sustain. And like you said, with the kind of the scare of picking it, now you have that poke sustain again in a different champion. We'll see how they play it. Archie always likes to diversify, as we know.
So now for Virtus.pro. Like, the thing is as well, you don't actually know where that Kennen's going to go, right? So this could be a Kennen Sona bottom lane, which is a bit of an obnoxious bottom lane to have to deal with. And so Virtus.pro are under the assumption that that Kennen is not on the AD carry position. They're banning away the Ashe, very likely to ban away the Varus as well, so some of the big power picks are taken off the board. And this means that Slay can either go towards the Caitlyn, or he can pick up the Kennen himself, and then they can look to try and get themselves a bit more of a powerful counter pick in the top half of the map.
Hit up Optimus. Optimus still has his Ahri to pick in here. If it is not taken away, still a safe pick that can be grabbed by Virtus.pro without really seeing what's in mid. And it has been a big pickup for teams here in day 2. Final ban, 13 seconds. GIGABYTE Marines knows this situation. They're going to use it.
Let's not forget, Santas picked Blitzcrank earlier on in the day into a Karma.
I thought you were going to tell me don't forget Santas. I was like, all right, I won't.
But, like, there is no better pick than a Blitzcrank into like a Sona, because you can nuke her down so easily. Like, if you want an immobile, squishy champion to very easily catch out of position, the alternative is you go for a Thresh. A little bit more utility, a little bit more playmaking, which is a little bit safer in lane as well.
So those few lanes where you're like, just focus the support. Don't even worry about the AD carry. Just go for the support. Yeah, there's the Ahri. Gonna do that blind, as it actually is a very strong pick for Optimus. And that's how they were able to split a lane and really spread their last team thin.
Now, it's Lyon. Thinking about good picks into Ahri, you could go for Syndra. I've always considered a pretty decent matchup. The problem with Syndra is she can't really go into a side lane later on and match it. Other possibilities are I think it's risky to go for...
Still have the Echo, you can play safe. Oh, no, you don't?
Echo's been banned away, You could go for an assassin like Talon or Zed, make it a little bit more of a skill matchup.
Yeah, you have a good amount of AP around the board, you're right.
Yeah, you do. But instead, he's just going to pick it safe. Yeah, this was what we were talking about a little bit earlier. In terms of laning phase, Syndra's absolutely fine.
Wave.
Every time Ahri tries to jump in, she's instantly going to get nuked down by the ultimate.
What will the last pick counter be?
I mean, there's a real good possibility that it can come out.
No, I think it should be the Blitz as well for that bot lane. However, people do kind of see the Blitz. It's not as it used to be, as Mistake would take it, right? And then kind of control the game. But the Blitz is kind of that one-off, you're gonna pull somebody in, but it doesn't make the composition. So it looks like they decide to go with something else. The Gragas gets put into support. This is what Stark used, as we said, They're going to flip it. I mean, it could go either way.
It could go either way.
They're going to flip it. More strength and CC all the time from Santos on Nautilus.
You still have the hook. You still have the all-in down the bottom lane. It does result in a powerful all-in bottom lane for the side of Virtus.pro. And the Gragas holds out a little bit better into the Rumble because you have a little bit more sustain. You can trade a little bit more effectively. So I think Virtus.pro, they're pretty happy with their draft overall. They have, they've got a great setup around the map. They have a favorable bottom lane in terms of all-in, but they will sustain a lot of harassment, and that'll be the same for Rumble. So in terms of early pushing power, it's definitely in the favor of GIGABYTE Marines. And what we saw from Levi earlier on in the day was he is an individual that knows how to use pushing lanes. He will come into your lane, he will stand there, and he will chunk out your turret using the effectiveness of this Graves.
We'll have to see how fast the junglers go off. In this one, it's been a lot between them in the first 5 minutes. The laning phase has kind of relied on them. And it's been all about 3 buff starts or just denying buffs to start. Final game here, day 2 of the MSI play-ins. GIGABYTE Marines 2-0 versus Virtus.pro 1-1. Their victory here would give us quite the tie in Group B to start things off.
And I'm excited to see a Sona, Riv. We haven't seen a Sona in a while.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for the Flash ulti, into Rumble ulti, into Cannon ulti, into the, I don't know what you'd call that, the slicing, I don't even know what Sona's ultimate is called.
The slicing crescendo.
The slice, oh, that is so cool!
There you go.
This is why you're the play-by-play. You're ready.
All the knowledge just pours out of the beard. GIGABYTE Marines versus Virtus.pro. We are going into game, and this is imperative for Virtus.pro. They've been off for 2 games now on the day. They've been able to watch the last 2 of GIGABYTE Marines, Lyon, and then Lyon facing ISG. So they have an idea of what GIGABYTE Marines' play style is. And here they go to the bot lane. They're thinking, we can already get the Sona. The Slay is just on the outside, and they miss his coattails.
Good respect there from Slay, aware of the possible map movement from the VP lineup down to the bottom half of the map. But GIGABYTE Marines, they're going to very swiftly use this as an opportunity to get a bit of deep vision down. They want to spot out where Kreox is starting his jungle pathing. Stark wants to know how much he can push before he should consider a possible jungle gank. Well, they may very well go for a pick themselves, as Doxy could very well drop a ward to see if their buffs end up getting stolen.
This is the kind of stuff I like. We see a lot of gentlemen's agreements to where somebody will hit raptors, you'll mess with a raptor, you'll hit something, switch it up. Everybody showed bot, try to show in the jungle, all right. The auto attack hits it up. Doxy's like, thank you very much. He's going in again! He's gonna go back. He's safe. He's safe. He knows what he's doing.
He's good.
He's doing that drunken master. Just gonna waltz in and waltz out.
The drunken fist style.
So great wards by
GIGABYTE. Good deep vision coming out from the side of the GIGABYTE Marines. They used it pretty effectively. Were able to punish Doxy. He's now going to lose one of his health pots, which will make sustaining in the matchup a little bit harder. But regardless, the damage has been done. GIGABYTE Marines, they will steal away the red buff. And you can now look at the pathing of Kreox. They know that the GIGABYTE Marines were a little bit slow. He's feeling pretty confident that he can move into the enemy jungle. And as long as Paranoia looks to play a little bit forward in the laning phase, he can feel confident that Syndra won't rotate down.
And you can even see him, he's hugging down towards where Kreox is. But also coming is Levi, looking to get this flash out of Paranoia. Every time he tries to get that flash out of the opposing mid laner, this time it's an easy walk out, as Paranoia was already playing a safe side.
Well, the question is, Levi, could he walk into Kreox? No.
Whoa. I wondered how many autos he was going to get in there, not knowing exactly where Levi was. But Kreox is saying, I'm going in if you're going in, and the jungler's here.
Message was sent.
Message sent.
He wrote a lovely handwritten letter. Dear Optimus, I wish to pay you a visit, and now I will leave.
High five.
Great seeing you. Until the next time. So still level 2 for both junglers. Levi has, in fact, just picked up level 3. Let's move back to the bottom lane, because we actually haven't had a chance to talk much about it, seeing as we are actually running with a Sona Kennen bottom lane. One of the rarer bottom lanes, something that you don't very often see. And as we talked about early on, it's actually quite oppressive in terms of the amount of harassment that you throw out. Sona going to be taking a couple of early points in her Q so that she can get this damage down, but there might be a kill in mid.
Oh, the exhaust comes down immediately. Paranoia's going to get saved by the safeguard. He goes down to the last hit from Optimus. This will be a cleanup, though. It is first blood, but a little bit of gold to Kreox, a little bit of gold to Paranoia now.
So, Unfortunately for Paranoia, he stayed around a little bit too long. Optimus was able to get that solo kill, but Kraux, he was reading the setup. He was understanding what was happening around this middle lane, and he was there relying in waits. Now, this could have been very bad for Optimus, because if that wave had hit the tower and bounced back, then that would have resulted in a big experience advantage going in favor of Paranoia. But Levi, he comes to the mid, he makes sure to push in the minion wave.
Levi.
And the minion wave is now going to get soaked up by the tower, so it's not that bad as Archie now gets hooked up.
Teleport topside, so that
he's
will
dead.
be coming bot. The auto travels with the flash. One of the most unfortunate events, and they will be able to play on that again.
Riv, do you remember us talking something about, like, I don't know, Archie being, like, thinner than paper and, like, being super squishy? Like, that's what happens when you get hit in the face by an anchor. The all-in power of this Ezreal.
And what happens to paper when it gets wet?
It crumbles.
Exactly. It's even worse. And that's what Santos is doing. The slows, the hits. You were right. The lane is playing out in the way that they just focused Archie. And that flash down, summoner heal down, they're going to keep going.
But this is exactly the way in which Archie didn't want to be playing the lane. Like, he should be using the minion raise as like a shield to harass, right? But instead he walks up too far, he ends up getting punished for it, and now VP, they're not going to be too afraid of actually the sort of pressure that Slay and Archie are looking to put out. You can already see a big CS discrepancy starting to develop in the bottom half of the map.
They have that pushed up to the turret. Luckily for Slay, he's happy to get back and soak it up. We'll see what these first buys are. Obviously, building in lane scaling items for blasting, but that doesn't mean Santos can't get in again once that ignite is back up and just take down Archie. Kriox in his own jungle, able to kind of just pick everything up. Levi not having as much of aggression game inside the opposing jungle.
Meanwhile, Stark, he's being as aggressive as he likes up in the top lane. Now, as an individual, Stark is very well known for playing these sort of champions, right? We talked earlier on about how he likes to play things like the Renekton, like the Kennen, like the Jace. Rumble really does fit into his repertoire where he likes to have control over his laning phase. And along with Levi, while he doesn't necessarily get a huge amount of jungle attention, Levi is very good at taking advantage of this pressure, especially on champions like Graves. You do not be surprised to see him move up to the top side of the map when Stark gets around level 6, where they'll try and look for a dive, or they'll look to try and get themselves an early turn.
And they're both bash buddies as well. They'll go in together. That's the way Stark loves to play. The champions you just mentioned, Jace, the Gragas, now Rumble even. You face first when you're going to initiate. You throw the equalizer down, you say, here I come, right? Gragas body slam, Jace to the skies. He loves that all-in play. And Levi helps to be the catalyst with those plays. The one kill so far to Optimus in the mid lane. That Syndra pick was last. To see what he could do against the Ari in mid. Hello?
It's just, he gets stunned.
He got the end of the line against the wall. It doesn't come back. I thought it hit the wall, but absolutely gets taken out. He was waiting a minute, checking the map, and stood right in front of Levi.
Yeah, there was a moment where Krox literally just stood there, and he was like, wait a minute, and then all of a sudden Levi comes out of the brush. Optimus gets the stun.
It's like he was standing on the bush. He goes,
yeah.
Like, what was that?
Yeah.
What was that?
Guys, did you hear that? Paranoia, is that you?
All right, so VP's going to head back towards bot. Getting a few plays for themselves now here as they try to gather what's happening to the top side. We'll see if they can add the damage back down to Archie and Slay in the bot. 5 and 4 are the levels, so it's going to be a 6 and 6 on the side of VP for a possible all-in first once they reach it.
And now we'll really start to see a big level difference between the junglers as well. So while VP got themselves a bit of an advantage down in the bottom lane, that will be returned with the advantages that the Marines have in the top half of the map. Level 6 for Levi, level 7 now for Stark, with a pretty significant CS advantage over his lane counterpart. Look at all this vision investment as well. You can very clearly see that the GIGABYTE Marines are saying, I think our next objective will be the top lane.
Yep. Also the team that has no trouble going for the Rift Herald if they have time to. We're able to give that to Stark previously on his Gragas game. Just made him that much bigger. Levi now to suck up the resources in the jungle to make sure they can make some forward plays. Looks like if he even goes for Krugs, they'll be able to get to a lane just after this, and mid is pushed.
Keeping my eyes on the possibility of a Drake right now as Levi. He's walking over all the vision.
Yeah, he's hatching wards.
They will be timing out just about now, so it does look like GIGABYTE Marines. They know they have the push in mid with Optimus. They know that Levi is the stronger jungle right now, and they probably feel pretty confident to maybe even force a fight, especially with Stark being level 7, knowing how potent that Rumble ultimate is, that Dragon is a big target for them to try and get.
Mid lane just on the reset, calls both mids back. That was a push by Optimus, but Paranoia was able to clean it up. So things fizzle out here as they say, I want CS. We can fight, but I want my CS. We know how mid laners are.
Stark actually taking a bit of a bad trade up in the top lane, very nearly having to force his flash, but Doxy asserting his dominance over his opponent. Now, bear in mind there is a ward, but I don't know if it'll be too late.
Yeah, he quickly gets himself out. Oh, very nice equalizer, hits it. Will they get the scatter? He does, throws down the unleashed power. What a dodge! The heal from the ability use. He's gonna pick up a kill for himself too. The final few plays from Doxy gets himself a kill.
Best case scenario for Doxy. That extra tower shot, the side steps, the W, everything coming together in order for him to get himself the return kill. And now the pressure comes out from Virtus.pro onto that mid lane tower. But also worth praising Optimus. He flashed in, reading the flash from Doxy. He knew the play that was going on in his mind. He's able to get himself the stun. But they were just expecting a little bit more damage to come out off the back end. They were expecting to just nuke Doxy down before he can get away. Now a dive happens in mid.
One good play to match another in the top. So will we get one here in the mid? Teleport comes in as Stark says mid's pushed, or top's pushed, sorry. Mid needs to be pressured. And Creox does get out alive. That equalizer is down halftime right now, so waiting on the engages, but GIGABYTE is playing very fast to make sure they don't lose any pressure. See this again for the top side.
Now you can see that the path that Optimus takes is a slightly longer one, but it also gives Doxy the least amount of time to respond. And notice how well he predicted the flash coming out from Doxy. The small bit of health regeneration that Doxy ended up getting, Stark felt like he had to go for the flash, but it didn't end up costing him his life. And when you invest two members into a single gank, if you're able to get a return kill, that's absolutely fine. And now he's the one in a CS advantage. He's the one that's actually getting himself a very early cowl. And now this laning phase is going to be a lot more optimal for the strong top laner of Virtus.pro.
One big thing that really helped there was that was his first TP back to lane too. They've kind of been hanging out there. So he got to get back and get the wave at 4 or 5 caster minions that had not cleared out. 200 gold lead as we're pretty even on the home front here, 11 minutes in. Junglers having an assist in the kills, and also bringing that pressure to the mid and top side. What we've seen in the bottom has been quite the bottom today. Really not a lot of jungle pressure coming down there.
Nope. We talked about it at the top of the day where really from all these teams, it's all about those mids and jungle, right? Like that's what we're expecting to see. You've got players like Paranoia and Optimus, along with individuals like Emp, as well as a fight in bottom lane.
Slay going down, possibly gets a good heal, gets the hit. There's the crescendo, slicing Maelstrom just on the outside, more of a stun bot than doing damage. And you can see Archie trying to stay in front of Slay, but the Mystic shots can't be matched by the shurikens.
So just a lot of summoner spells burnt, the all-in power coming in strong from the side of Virtus.pro. But now, GIGABYTE Marines demonstrating their all-in isn't too bad either. We see Creox and both junglers, in fact, moving towards the bottom side. They're primed and ready, and you talked about jungle presence in the bottom half of the map, Riv, but it looks like they want to get involved.
Whoa, well, Midnight might not be joining that. If it is, it's Paranoia. Optimus, with the blue buff, still has the power to make this fight happen. He might try to bait that in. Little smoke screen over the wall, as that has been a push-up by Creox in the bottom as he's hatching that ward. Now notices as he gets a little minion love.
So VP not able to find a successful gank, and Levi just hanging around the mid to basically say, you know what, I'm tired of you harassing my mid laner. Now we have an all-in the top.
Throws the Leandri's equalizer down, not doing as much damage as he wanted. And thought he would just be able to kind of stall out Doxy on that play. Nothing came of the bottom play. Creox already going to the mid lane as he is just moving. Him and Levi get some freaking flyer miles on this game. They are everywhere.
I wonder if there were a bit of mind games in that top lane all-in, because Stark, I feel like, should have died, but Doxy was just afraid to commit because of the possibility of a jungler. Now we see an all-in from the bottom lane of
threads it through the minions. Casters to melee. Crescendo's down about 75% on that CD right now, so they'll be able to walk this one out. And there's the sustain. Kind of, you would get that from a Nami, but now you can do a little bit more damage with this Sona, and they just push him off.
VP, they did what they wanted. They're able to get a bit of chunk damage down. They ideally would have wanted a kill, but with the presence of Levi and a big minion wave, they decided that they cannot commit. So returning to normality. But keep your eyes on Crux. He's hanging around the middle lane. He sees the mid wave being pushed. He's not going to find any avenues. The Dragon's still available, Rev. These teams already putting much value on getting that early Cloud.
It's a windy, windy day on the Rift, Phidias. It seems like it'll stay that way with Cloud Drake. Clean up in the top side as Stark has his lane pushed. He looks for a little bit more. Almost got the charm. Collateral damage as well over the shoulder of Optimus from Levi. And Paranoia is literally getting everything GIGABYTE Marines have to offer today. He is having a rough mid lane.
Now he has been forced back, so the GIGABYTE Marines feel confident to go for this play. Crux gonna make a cross-map play.
Yeah.
He realizes, you know what, I can't really do anything in mid, can't do anything bot, so let's try and get ourselves a tower up top. And the fact that Doxy has been playing this matchup so beautifully enables them to take down this structure and get themselves an even further goal advance.
Doxy absorbing that pressure. We just spoke about Paranoia having a rough lane, but almost even in CS and only died once to everything that actually has been in his lane. So some early game praises sung to Virtus.pro as GIGABYTE Marines still making their own moves and still getting their own results. Here possibly stopped on the bot side by the turret. Gonna knock him back right into it. Oh my word, Levi is just stuck under the turret for an extended period of time. Very nicely done, and the teleport alert wasn't even enough for GIGABYTE Marines to get out.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, but great decision-making from VP, realizing an opportunity and taking it. Unfortunately for them, though, they still lost their support. They still ended up losing their tower, and now Creux is trying to push in mid lane, but Optimus is already on the move.
See how much he can get. He may be able to just get a few kicks in and head out towards the top side once he sees him. And I think that will be all she wrote for that.
So Virtus.pro, they tried their best to defend that bot tower. They didn't want to sacrifice it after already losing the Dragon. And the setup was actually beautiful because you get a great flash to lock Levi into the wall, the ultimate followed by the Nautilus ultimate as well. But then you have the slicing crescendo to shut down the Nautilus, preventing him from being escaping the equalizer that was just burning through that heavy armor.
The end of that fight shows not a bit of life. Both teams are very much in this, but life to the fights for GIGABYTE Marines. That crescendo paused everything for them to turn it around, and that's a scenario they'll likely have a lot. It's almost like playing a Cassiopeia disengage at this point.
Exactly.
You get hit, you blast right back.
And it's this powerful disengage tool along with an engage tool, right, where the moment the enemy team try to force something onto you, you just turn it around on them instantly, and it's always something you have to be very aware of, and clearly Archie has an element of proficiency on it. And so VP, they have to always be wary of whenever they try to force those all-in engagements.
See what sonnets he can write us. Beautiful songs as he plays amongst the Rift and his members. Just still very even on gold right now. That Cloud Drake was picked up. Felt the breeze. GIGABYTE Marines himself a little bit more movement speed as sonic booms start to fly from their rear.
So now things have slowed down just a tad. We're approaching the 17-minute mark. The game is incredibly even. And for GIGABYTE Marines, they're actually steadily getting to a point that they want. They have pretty potent team fighting. They have good skirmishing power. The fact that they have this big wombo combo available to them is something that VP always have to be wary of. But VP, the fact that Paranoia actually going for the Gunblade first, very interesting itemization choice. Very similar to the build path that we saw from the likes of a LeBlanc. And it is very much a dueling, split-pushing style of play. So they're likely going to be looking to move Paranoia off to a side lane. They've already demonstrated that Doxy knows what he's doing in the 1v1. He's holding his own very effectively against Stark. And so we're likely going to be seeing this overall map movement of all three lanes from the side of VP.
I think they're going to pull themselves into a fight in mid regarding the fact that they only see 3 VP members. They back off, though. Virtus.pro. Doxy makes his way to the bot side to start farming it out with Stark. We'll see what Optimus and Levi can do here in the mid lane. They should be able to get a good bit of damage, but is it going to be Doxy's ult? Well, she's actually down, so it will not be his ult. He used it to disengage the last fight we actually just saw in that river.
Any Ahri players, by the way? Ooh, flash engage.
Santa scattered as well. The ultimate goes over the wall, puts the shield down. He gets himself safe. 3 ultimates taken by Santas. What can happen here for GIGABYTE Marines? They might have to back off, but can VP find a way back in? Scattered away, Paranoia has nothing to offer with half cooldown on a Spirit Rush. Top lane's gonna get taken by Gigabyte Marines, and while things are fizzling out, they're playing such a nuisance game that VP is not in the right spot.
Think about all of the different plays that happened there that went in favor of Gigabyte Marines. They forced a flash onto Santas to try and get themselves a very quick kill, because even if they don't kill him, he's forced back to base. Blasting is now left in a 1v3 effectively. It gives Gigabyte Marines full control over their jungle. Paranoia is forced underneath his turret, which means that Gigabyte Marines can very effectively take down that tier 1 in the top lane. They've now gotten themselves a tower advantage and more control over the map. So it doesn't matter if they didn't get the kills, it's all about the pressure, and it's all about the ability to take these structures down, because at the end of the day, that's how you win the game.
Yep. Doxy's gonna have to very much so play a Gragas reminiscent of Starks just a few games ago against Lyon Gaming. Be able to go in every initiation, whether your team likes it or not, they'll follow you. And we saw that being the victory. Here, Doxy 2-1-0 is able to absorb quite a bit, but we still have a while before it seems like they can set up a fight. Dragon in 45 seconds, Baron in 30.
Yeah, Slay's gonna have to clear this minion wave out pretty quickly and start making his way down. Surprised that they would actually send Stark down to the bottom lane. Because, I mean, he still has his TP available. It'd be much better to have him going up against the Gragas. And sure, while Slay could very easily out-duel the Gragas, it's going to be difficult for him to get involved around this dragon fight. You really do need him when trying to set up vision control around that area. So, very important dragon coming up, especially for Gigabyte Marines, who have this very potent team fighting composition. And so if they can get themselves that objective, they're setting themselves up nicely for the mid-game that is fast approaching.
Bit of rotation from Doxy. Might be able to route right around Optimus here. Good vision coming from both teams. Santas is out. Able to get a shield on to deny most of that front end burst. You can see the vision wars going down. VP with a lot of control wards. The few last control wards being set by Gigabyte. But if they're already in place, that's what gives you the power. And that's why Gigabyte Marines again to the Dragon first, and now with hardly any contest coming in from Virtus.pro.
Oh, and now the fight starts. The equalizer goes down.
Nice disengage as well. Doxy over on the side, as a lot of things are happening from the fog of war here for Virtus.pro, but they can't find the members they want to engage on. See if they can work around the ball. A good quick 3-stun there from Slay to stop that pressure. Mid's still going to go down.
Which is a very good advantage. Now the fight continues.
Depth charge, double hit, Levi and Optimus on the back. Can he get the ult through? Tries to scatter, finds his target on Paranoia. Threads that needle, but can the team get behind that damage? Virtus.pro is doing what they can now to drop Stark. And it looks like Creox will be able to find himself a Levi in the jungle. Even though they might have found their targets, Virtus.pro just had too much power to start, and they're able to end it on their own terms.
Even though they end up losing the dragon, they're able to get everything that they want. 4 kills go in the favor of Virtus.pro. They're likely going to be able to get this tier 1 down in the bottom lane as well, but keep your eyes on Slay. He set up the top wave earlier on. There is a big minion wave that's either going to get soaked up by the turret or going to get a chunk damage down. He's also sitting in the mid, and Blasting is very slow to respond. So that's going to be a lot of chip damage down going into that tier 1 as well. So Gigabyte Marines, they should still be able to get something back after what was a great engage from Virtus.pro. Locking down Archie. Notice he lands a great stun onto Paranoia, and then a follow-up stun from Optimus. So it looks initially pretty good, but then it's 4 members versus 3. There's no way the Gigabyte Marines can really turn this fight around, especially with Slay being completely out of the fight. He already used his flash earlier on in the mid lane. He was forced to take the long way round. But now they're saying, you know what, we lost a fight, but we're feeling confident. Let's go for the Baron.
But here comes Creox. He's going to be just on the outside. It feels like he knows what's going to happen. Uses the Scryer's Bloom, gets a ward in. Teleport's going to be coming in as well. What are they going to be in there for? 1,200 on it. It's going to be smited away by Levi, and the fight ensues. Creox on the back is low. Levi looks for Paranoia as he is looking at the back line, but there's no engage. Doxy falls. Here comes Blasting in from the side. Will the Mystic shots fire true? He gets blasted out. Scattered by the weak, and a double kill for Archie on the Sona. The sustain is keeping everybody on their feet, and now they're on to Blasting. The only thing VP can do is scratch their heads as he heads for the base in a Baron for Gigabyte Marines.
Such a swift decision from Gigabyte as they immediately go towards that objective. They know that they have full control around that objective, and they take it down so quickly with the cannon, with the grave. They feel confident enough that they can get this smite. It's a gamble going for the 50-50, but they're able to get it. In this narrow choke point is where you see the power of this team fighting composition. They are all grouped up. Heapy are all split apart. They walk away with the objective. They walk away with the kills. And they also walk away with Optimus losing his life.
It's always too good, right? It's always too good. You want a little bit more because the plays are feeling great. And why shouldn't it? We saw the fight that VP won kind of down at Dragon to take bot turret. But like you said, Slay had the top turret push. He took down mid. It racks your brain to feel like you get that play and then look at the other side of the map and everything is pushing in as you wished you had that set up too.
And this just demonstrates the skill that GIGABYTE Marines do possess. They understand about not only just playing around a single lane, they actually understand how to play around the map. The issue that we're starting to see is their team fighting is not actually the strongest. Their coordination doesn't seem to be exactly on point. And that is a strength that VP certainly have. Their ability to make these fights happen is wonderful. But then they're not really playing the map properly. They're a little bit too slow on the trigger. Now Paranoia, he's going for the hero play.
Oh, he does have a few on him. All he has to do is buy some time here. One more Spirit Rush, get some distance, looking for the minion block. He's gonna have a bit of the HP back on his Orb of Deception. But now it's the team. Can they capitalize on this? You lose a member, you want to get revenge, but they play it smart. And they're actually gonna have to back as they're getting routed to their turrets.
You would think that with a name like Paranoia, you would show more respect and no vision. Instead, he ends up losing his life. And the Marines, they end up walking away without losing any members. They're gonna get themselves, the turret. And they're looking to break into the base of Virtus.pro.
Still looking for Blasting to fly under the radar and come out in these fights. 5-0-4, but the team of GIGABYTE Marines stays together so strong that Blasting is forced to be shooting different full HP members as they micro themselves in and out to get the right plays. Now the turret's not even really there for them as they start to siege and engage under them. Equalizer goes back with Graves coming up. Levi's able to drop those super fast as well.
Optimus?
And Levi cannot drop the minions fast enough. Turrets are gonna go down as Blasting is just a little bit stronger on that. Levi gets locked up. He's the damage they need to drop the damage dealers, but it's not gonna be enough. Kriox falls. There goes Santos and Paranoia. Stark lives with a sliver of health as he gets himself to safety, and it's a triple kill now coming in for Slay. Also flying under the radar of game. Now exploding behind his team.
And the fight isn't even over yet, Slay.
Looking for the heals. Mystic Shot gonna take him out completely. No slow to Archie there, but he doesn't have the movement speed for the spells to use. Now we're gonna be locking this one down. It's always staying a bit too long, and both teams have that problem.
Now, while Virtus.pro have the kill lead, unfortunately, they have no control over this game. Optimus even ends up dropping, but just look at how much damage Virtus.pro end up taking. Archie with an ultimate down onto Kriox, not really the target that they want to be landing on, but then Slay, he's free to do all the damage that he wants. The slicing Maelstrom onto 3 members, really able to just shred through the lineup of Virtus.pro. They want to stick around for the inhibitor though. They feel good enough that like, we'll be fine, we got this. And then Doxy comes back. They end up losing a couple more members, and the bloodshed continues.
Oh, does it? 28 kills.
Oh!
There's the hit on Paranoia. Redemption coming in. Zanya's is going to be there, but it's only going to be for so long. Oh, Paranoia's going to burn down. He just stays. He knows what happened. Stark coming up with a beautiful setup for the team fight there. Kriox looking to get onto Levi, but he's not going to have enough distance, and he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Was hoping to use Doxy's ultimate, but pulls the team away so his team can get away safely as GIGABYTE Marines again come back from dying to start the batting order once again.
And it doesn't matter if Optimus dies because you still have Levi, you still have Shy, and you still have Stark. The GIGABYTE Marines have been dominating the rest of these fights. Virtus.pro have not been able to get the setup that they want, and now picking themselves up another dragon. There's still an inhibitor taken down. GIGABYTE Marines are free to do as they please.
Whew. Almost at 30 minutes on this one. We have max 31 kills so far. 52,000 to 49. We'll see this one more time.
Such
the
a good
flash into the scatter. There's not much you can do about that.
Really love the play from Optimus. He still has been a standout performer for the GIGABYTE Marines. And again, even though he loses his life, just think of the resources that were invested into trying to get that kill.
Yeah.
That just set up nicely for GIGABYTE Marines to get themselves a turnaround fight. Kraox, he's on the back line, but he can't do anything. He's level 15 Levi, and they are in full control right now. They're starting to spread out across the map. They know that they can start playing on all 3 lanes. Group up as a 4-man unit top, keep Stark in the mid, and just slowly whittle your way into the rest of the base of Virtus.pro.
Ooh. Void staffs now for Stark and Optimus. Basically rushing through, blasting now. He's actually gone with the Ninja Tabis to stay alive from Levi. And Slay, what they're doing in the fights is actually giving a lot of people the idea for Ninja Tabis this game on the side of VP.
You know, blasting, a bit of the hidden hero for Virtus.pro. 7-0-6 this game.
Unsure how.
He's just been a consistent performer, never really getting caught out, except for Stark, who might be caught out right now.
Yeah, but they're gonna fight on top of the equalizer. Optimus comes in huge with another play from himself. And now they're gonna be going. It only takes 2 members to turn an entire VP fight. That does not spell good things. Spells great things for GIGABYTE Marines as they head into the base. The second inhibitor now in their eyes to take down. They have a 2nd-tier turret in the top. I don't even know if they'll go back for it.
GIGABYTE Marines, they have 5 members strong. They have 2 inhibitors down, and they are looking to go 3-0 in the group.
Supermassive made their mark on Group A with a 3-0. Can GIGABYTE Marines do it? The final touch is being put. The nail in the coffin 30 minutes in onto Virtus.pro. And it looks like the final Nexus turret isn't even the focus. They know how ahead they are. They are confident in their play, and they are looking to make a beautiful 3-0 on Group B.
Another great performance from the GIGABYTE Marines. Somewhat defying expectations when coming into this group. My eyes weren't necessarily set on this team. Like, for sure, they were dominant in their own region, but then you sit there and you wonder, like, how well would these guys really be able to form? They were considered to have a better understanding of how to play the macro in their own region.
Right.
But to the rest of the world, how would that compare? And what we've seen is they do actually do a great job of playing the side lanes. Even though Virtus.pro won that big fight in mid, they were still getting other objectives across the rest of the map. And while sure, some of their team fighting, I would argue, is a little bit shaky, when they get themselves those significant advantages, the way in which they collapse, the way in which they coordinate, just demonstrates the strength of this team and why they now sit at the top of Group B.
It also kind of clears up my idea earlier of the teams are drafting teams by what they see. We saw a lot of, all right, I'll take this because you have this, and not teams coming in to say, this is what we plan for today. That was GIGABYTE Marines doing that, saying, whatever you're going to have, we're going to take a Sona comp this game. And I think that you need to throw more teams off with that, because you're looking at the same teams in your group all day long. You're going to be able to figure each other out. Got to spice it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, in defense, the Sona bottom lane probably wasn't as effective as they would have liked.
Exactly.
But there were a lot of really cool ultimates. There were a lot of really cool game-changing fights thanks to the setup that they had. And really, the GIGABYTE Marines as a whole, it's nice to see more standout individuals, because we talk a lot about Levi and Optimus and how they're playing really well. But Slay, he had a fantastic game.
Yes,
we also saw a lot of fantastic ultimates up from Stark in the top lane. And I feel like you're now starting to see not just the individual strength, but the team strength that the GIGABYTE Marines bring to Group B.
Well, 3-0 coming out. It's got to feel pretty good for them. Right now, we're going to send it over to our analyst to break down that game and close out the day.
Thank you very much, Riva. I'm sure that they are riding a high there over on GIGABYTE's Marines. Finishing the day 3-0 is going to feel fantastic moving into the final day of play for them here against Virtus.pro in our 6th game of the day. And once again, we have some new picks coming through. We talked about it. We teased it at the beginning of the day that some of these teams do like to lunge for that Sona pick. It comes through here. Maybe not, you know, showcasing the most brilliant Sona play in the world, but it's effective next to that Cannon ADC up against a Nautilus Ezreal lane of all.
I mean, the way they picked it's a little surprising to me. They basically blinded it early on in the draft, something that they hadn't done all day. And it's one of those things where, like, if your priority is that high on Sona, if you really think it's blindable and a strong laner, you would be picking it most of the time in that situation if it's like a Karma or a Lulu. And the fact that they hadn't been doing it, it's surprising to see it here out of nowhere. I don't know what they saw that was different in the draft that made them want to do it. But at the very least, they show that they can play it. A little disrespectful to the Nautilus early in the laning phase, gets caught out once, but they were good after that.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the draft from VP was a bigger question that we had to talk about there as well, because they don't pick their support. It was actually the Nautilus, but saving the flex, getting completely banned out, could have been a cute strategy from them, but it's not like they put themselves in the straight winning position with the way that they drafted. They could have cleaned it up a little bit.
And yeah, the other thing I want to say is just the mid bans that came in was really weird. They ban out the Echo. I thought they were setting themselves up for a Syndra, and then they take the Ahri, handing over the Syndra over to the side of GIGABYTE. So that was very surprising to me.
Also very peculiar because, well, I mean, of course, the Ashe ban came through not knowing necessarily that cannon was going to be flexed down to the ADC position. So we kind of see there with the one mid, one ADC ban that maybe they themselves weren't entirely sure of what to be doing in that second ban phase. But if we push ourselves into the game, you mentioned maybe some disrespect or overconfidence out of GIGABYTE's Marine in that bot lane. Actually netted some early kills over to Virtus.pro and made the early portions of this game quite even.
Yeah, the big thing for me as well, not just that Virtus.pro got the early advantages, but they got the Lee Sin for their jungler. That's a big pick for them. They have the early aggression to go with that Lee Sin. And by getting the lead again, we put themselves in a position where Virtus.pro, they have an advantage, but then they hit the mid-game one more time where everybody seems to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, everyone's struggling with that. This group, scrappy early game leads to what was a decent kind of setup for this mid-game team fight that ended up kind of crazy.
Yeah, we're going to run two fights back-to-back here, one going to each team. The first one coming 21-24 into the game. Virtus.pro going to come out on top on this one, 4-for-1. And then we're going to have the GIGABYTE Marines run it right back.
Yeah, so what happened was you see the GIGABYTE Marines picking up the Dragon. That gives the inside track to VP onto the mid lane, and then they catch them out trying to get under the turret and collect the CS and stop that from going down. And obviously, it goes horribly wrong. Nautilus able to hook out a couple members there and start that fight off. Something that's nice to see out of the support, a little extra beef that sometimes is lacking with a lot of the current support meta picks.
But one thing I can appreciate, Rusty, is the fact that GIGABYTE Marines run it right back. Not a minute and a half later, we have another fight developing, this time around Baron with a really awesome, kind of forcing call here out of the GIGABYTE Marines.
Pretty much no hesitation. After losing a fight, they go straight to the Baron buff. You could say it's desperation, but they have the window of opportunity, knowing that VP had gone back to base, catch them with their pants around their ankles, and just actually find their way into this. Unfortunately, Mark, they didn't actually go around the right way, VP. They could have won this.
Yeah, I think we were both talking about how, you kind of get baited into going for the 50-50 smite steal, but if you play it a little bit calmer and realize that they are burning all their resources trying to take this Baron down, you just wrap around, force them into the Baron pit and collapse and kill them all, which we've seen happen a couple times where teams go all in on that Baron, and then they're the ones who end up all dying. That could have been a situation for VP to sack the Baron and go for cleanup.
Especially given the fact that GIGABYTE Marines weren't running a tank composition, right? We saw how much damage they were taking just from the Baron itself. And then to that point, though, I do feel that GIGABYTE Marines in some of these fights did play it intelligently around the fact that they didn't have a tank, right? So we saw them, they're dancing in and out, trading who's going to be the frontliner and absorbing damage at times, barely snaking their way through that fight. But we've mentioned in the past, we want to see Goldgrass, that trend all the way up. This one didn't do quite that. So if I'm GIGABYTE Marines, although I'm happy with the 3-0 victory on the day, having a game this close against arguably the weakest team in the group, given standings at this point, I've got some concerns still going forward in the group stage or in the play-ins.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where you can't expect to win every early game, and one thing you can at least say about the GIGABYTE Marines is that they are decisive in the mid and late game. When they were able to beat the side of Lyon Gaming, it was a long stall-out game until they finally get that TP flank off, and it's a situation where maybe you're not the best team in terms of your individual play and always smashing early game, but they do at least seem to have this kind of shot calling advantage where they were able to force that Baron, and that's really what turned the game around.
All of my solo queue teammates think that we should win every single early game, so I'm glad that you make it clear
Sometimes
to them
it doesn't happen.
Sometimes that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you can't guarantee the early game going your way.
All right. Well, that's going to close out, of course, this 6 games of the day with day 2 in the books. Let's go ahead and pull up the standings, see how the teams are stacked. Group B has GIGABYTE Marines in first place at 3-0 with Lyon Gaming close behind them at 2-1. Virtus.pro will look to fight back from third, while Isurus Gaming end the day unable to find a win. They'll have that chance to fight back on Monday, but tomorrow, Group A returns for their chance at the MSI group stage. We start the day with Japan's Rampage trying to find their first win against Brazil's Red Cannons. Follow that with the 1-2 Dire Wolves looking to hand Turkey Supermassive their first loss. Now, once again, all teams in Group A will face one another, with one team coming out on top and promoting to round 2 of the play-in stage. That's a total of 6 games tomorrow. Gentlemen, with Supermassive out to that 3-0 lead, Red Cannons right behind them at 2-1, and what was a very exciting and close game between them just yesterday. How do you guys feel about this Group A going into tomorrow?
I mean, every game's going to be important tomorrow, but if we make it all the way, the 5th game, of course, between Red Cannons and Supermassive will be the most important. I am looking forward to seeing that one happen.
I think you have to be a little scared if you're a Red Cannons fan, though. They have been a little shaky in their games, and if they drop one before that match, they're basically going to eliminate themselves, because I think Supermassive is going to sweep their way up until at least that 5th game.
Now, what about for the other two teams, right? Because we can't necessarily count them out. Mathematically, no one is eliminated just yet. But if we look at a team like Rampage sitting at 0-3, but given how close some of their games were yesterday, even if they're not going to make a run for first, they could really do some damage to the other teams with how they play tomorrow.
I mean, you can always hope that you make the run. They have to beat a couple teams and then become massive fans of other people, depending on what matches are after them. So they have a long road ahead of them, but they can also just look at this opportunity like maybe it is a really long shot to get out of your group, but you can still go up against much better teams than you're used to playing in your own region and learn a lot over the course of the last day.
I mean, you could look at the Direwolves. They'll probably tell you they're still going to make it as well. I'm sure the confidence is still there.
They're coming for the Koreans.
I hope it is, to be honest. I want to see all these teams come out with fire tomorrow. And, of course, it will make for a more interesting day if we start to see those standings even up. But only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew here at Riot, thank you for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
We're in to game number 1 of day 2 here at MSI 2017. Virtus.pro and Lyon Gaming. Straight up top of the mini Nagger, but all of a sudden the dual lanes arrive, and that's first blood for the Blitz. Lyon Gaming, they right in, sneaking into the base, and at 45 minutes, they put away the game. All of a sudden the action was back up. He's got a 3-man stun for you, said, and there goes the boom. Redemption was there. Pride trying to push back Stark on an all. Levi is able to take down Newbie in the back half of it, and QQmar goes in. He has to go golden because he was exhausted down. M's going to get taken out for a double by Stark. That's going to be the game. GIGABYTE Marines flexing their muscles. And Santos gets himself number 3. Creox limping away. Paranoia taking out Kindless. Doxy on the front line. Virtus.pro are plowing through Isurus right now. This is too little. This is too late. This is victory for Virtus.pro.
Oh, they go in. Stark should be able to die immediately. Levi knows he has to leave. There's no chance. There's Slave flashes into the pit to try to get the kills. Here's one on Giro. That's going to be the team coming up with 4. The full team of GIGABYTE Marines. Shockwave miss. How will it end up? Save goes right in the middle and he goes down. White Lotus drops immediately. 64 seconds on the clock for these death timers. And GIGABYTE Marines come up with a victory. Oh, he says, Seiya, jump in, because I will too. Giro comes in on the play. Everybody is behind the engage on this one for Lyon. And now they're on to Kindless. 3 go down. Lyon bounce back. He's the damage they need to drop the damage dealers, but it's not going to be enough. Creox falls. There goes Santos and Paranoia. They are confident in their play, and they are looking to make a beautiful 3-0 on Group B.